What's going on, everybody? John here with you. It's a Friday night, June 6th, 2025. I got Alec Nava here alongside me. It's going to be the start for game two in a little bit between the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers. Panthers, unfamiliar territory really to start the series. Hasn't been since round two. They're starting down 1-0. It's Alex Barkov, Evan Rodriguez, Sam Reinhart, Gustav Forsling, Aaron Ekblad, Sam Bennett, Carter Reagan, Matthew Kachuk, Nico Mikla, and Zeth Jones. And Tom Lundell, Itulu Serena, and Brad Marchand, Tomas Nosek, Jesper Boquist, Jonah Gadjevich, with Nate Schmidt, Dmitry Kulikov, Sergei Bobrovsky. Big Bob will be the goaltender record per usual. And for Chris Knobloch's Edmonton Oilers, they're trying to go 2-0 in this season series, win both games to start the Stanley Cup Finals at home this time around. Connor McDavid, RNH, Corey Perry with Matthias Ekholm, Evan Bouchard, Leon Draisaitl, Vander King, Kasperi Kapanen, Darnell Nurse, Brett Kulak, Adam Henrique, Trent Frederick, Connor Brown, Matthias Janmark with Sully Podkolzin, and Victor Arvidsson with Jake Wallman, John Klingberg, Stuart Skinner will be the goaltender of record. Alec, we're going to have a really good show tonight as far as the intermission. I imagine we're going to have a really good game too. What are your initial thoughts after we called the first game together? Where do you see this series?
It's complicated to think of it. After every game, you think that there are inflection points. If you're the Panthers, you think of several inflection points. Yes, you did dominate that second period. They doing about 65.2% shot share and outshooting the Oilers 17-8. But Stuart Skinner did make 16 saves in that second period. And on the third period onwards, he got held to just 8 shots, 2 of them coming in the third. You got outright dominated, save for the first 5 minutes of overtime. You had some chances in the middle portions of overtime onwards, but you couldn't take advantage of those. So for the Panthers, it's where things get complicated. And it goes back to whether teams have inflection points or not. But at the same time, they were forced to survive in overtime. They saw them split the shot share with the Oilers. More high-danger scoring chances, but there was not really a consistent threat. There were only pieces of their game that they liked in the opener. They took a heavy backseat in the third onwards. There were some tweaks that can be made to generate more offensive zone time for them. There were even free goals from high danger shots, but the Oilers had the advantage in high danger shots on goal, 15-6. But it felt like they were just being passengers after Sam Bennett's second goal onwards. They weren't looking confident, and it came back to fight them. If they can make those adjustments to attack more and move out of the zone quicker and cleaner to get more offensive zone time, it could lead to generating more scoring chances in high-danger areas of the ice. For the Oilers, you might not need to change a thing for what happened in the first game, but scoring on the power play could go very well for this game onwards. Usually, we would see game one as a typical feel-off game for the Oilers. But as the series sells onwards under the Chris Knobloch era, that's where the Oilers get more comfortable. They get more used to their opponents. But the Oilers are already used to seeing the Panthers, and they know what to expect.
So I'm going to lead into some of your points that you just made rather brilliantly, Alec. That's why I always have you on the broadcast. Again, Cats were 10-0 in this iteration of 2 periods before this loss. Again, the first loss in the game one side in Paul Maurice's career with the Cats. And I just got here for a couple of years ago, but still, that's why it was such a big deal. Sam Bennett got wide open in the seam for his second goal of the game. As you talked about, there were some breakdowns in that second period. Other than that, you had a Bobrovsky mishandle of a shot, a couple of one-timers for Draisaitl. The latest one was excellent puck movement on the power play side from Tomas Nosek, who unfortunately threw the puck over the glass. If you're a Cats fan, it went from Perry, McDavid, Draisaitl from the right to left dot. That's your game winner. And I was very surprised. I'm going to say this according to the NHL Network. I know Mike Johnson usually works alongside Cord Miller on TSN. But all the stuff I saw post-game after one when we were done with ours, Alec, was, yeah, but the situation for the Florida Panthers. Yes, it's the Florida Panthers. I get it. And maybe they were saying that there was a lot to clean up, like you just reiterated. And I don't disagree. There will be some of that there. But for us to not go ahead and then say, Alec, that was probably the best game we've watched in terms of a playoff game in what, how many years? And the Oilers essentially played the Panthers even on the hit board as well. It was tied 51 apiece. And Chris Knobloch and his squad, Corey Perry, said they wanted to go ahead and make some adjustments after that Game 7 loss last year, build up to this point, because that's who I thought they were going to play. And I thought Edmonton played very, very well, and it seems repeatable even in this game too, even against a team like the Panthers.
They can match the Panthers now. You can take what you learned from last year and learn from that and get the core players that you need to do you make some minor changes, but those minor changes can lead to big impacts. So you can change up some of the players, like swap out Fogle McLeod for Frederick, and you load up that bottom six. Frederick, Podkolzin, Arvidsson. You get deeper in the offseason and over the trade deadline. You revamp the defensive core to get where you are right now. Brett Kulak, get him onto the second pair. Woolman and Klingberg, they both fried. Matthias Ekholm, who missed the first 14 games of the playoffs, he's back, and the impact he's made is noticeable. At this point for the Oilers, is that Ekholm, his addition onto the lineup, isn't really a trade deadline acquisition, but we're treating it as such because with him fully healthy, that's another shutdown defenseman that you can add right with Jake Wallen, who was added at the deadline for purposes of not only shutdown play, but also the big shot. Ekholm can also provide the big shot.
So we're going through the anthems right now, and Alec just laid it all on the line. I agree with all those points again, and I would say the same thing. If you're a Cats fan, I would be a little bit hesitant because, okay, Bobrovsky had the one shot against Ekholm and off the rush and the drop, not Ekholm, Arvidsson, and off the drop. That probably should have been stopped. It goes in between the pad and then gets kicked in. But honestly, I thought he was brilliant. He stopped 42 of 46, all things all told. Stuart Skinner takes the win 29 of 32. Is it fair to even ask that Bobrovsky could play even better? Because that'd be hard to match.
I mean, both goaltenders can play up to the potential that they have. It's very hard to match the effort that Bobrovsky put up. 42 of 46, including tremendous saves on Kasperi Kapanen and Trent Frederick in that overtime. But the Oilers, they scored first 10 times. And the 5 times that the opponent scored first, Edmonton has won ever since losing the first 2 to the Kings. But the Panthers, they can match that. We just don't know how they're going to match that, but with the adjustments that we discussed, keep the forecheck, but you want to have quicker zone exits because at times they felt like they were trapped, and that was especially noticeable for the third period hours.
Yeah, the game went up and down the ice when we got in that second period. I mentioned a couple of times about being breathless. There was some breakdowns there, and that was an exciting game. Alec and I will get set to switch roles here today, so I'm going to lead off here from the first. We'll take it through most of all the second and some of the third, and then I'll close it out. If we get to overtime again, we can flip again as we did. We finally got an overtime game in Game 1, the 4-3 win for Edmonton, but I can't believe I'm saying this. I think Game 2 really is a must-win for the Panthers, and I'm honestly not even sure that they're going to be able to do so.
We might not know, but the Panthers think they're 4-1 following a loss in this postseason. But the Oilers, they're matching everything that the Panthers are throwing at them. We know measures of revenge can be taken swiftly. Evander Kane knows this with some of the heavy hits that he's thrown around. And McDavid and Draisaitl know this. Kane with 77 hits this postseason. 9 of them in Game 1, which led all skaters.
So you're telling me he was able to already replace Zach Hyman that efficiently? That is excellent work for number 91.
Yeah, so efficient and so smooth.
So we'll see what we get. It is opening puck drop here at Rogers. The Edmonton Oilers now trying to go up 2-0 in this series. And we'll see what happens with the Cats. Quick turnaround chance for Reinhart as the body check was finished and behind the net of Skinner. Now the Oilers for a chip and chase. They're going to be able to actually get this. And then Draisaitl throws a reverse hit on Forsling. Excellent work there for the German superstar. As it goes across the left side, Dodgers' wrister bounces off the back iron. Picked up now behind the mesh is big hit toward the face of one of the Cats. And then Ekblad gets rocked, and we finally get a whistle. Verhaeghe got hit up high.
Yeah, he did. He's feeling the brunt of that contact, and he's ailing from that hit. He's talking with Johnny Bear, one of the 2 officials alongside Chris Rooney, but that was a rock'em sock'em type of hit. Ooh, is there blood on this hit? That's what we're wondering. It's a question.
That's what we're wondering, Alec. Again, Evander Kane's going to sit in the box at least for 2 He got him on the side of the back with the check and then hit him up in the face with the stick. Verhaeghe got double trouble there.
That's not what Cave wanted to do, and I know his intent was to finish his check, but accidentally he got that stick right up on Verhaeghe's face, which the way of the shot, which caused it to go right over the crossbar, and it didn't test Stuart Skinner.
So it's just going to be a 2-minute minor. Vander Kane's going to get busted for a high stick. Florida 1 for 2 in game 1 on the side of the power play. Again, Edmonton has been very special in that regard over the last several seasons. Again, in the first intermission, Alec and I are going to have a lot to break down as far as the news of the day. Want to stick around for that as well. On top of this amazing game, I'm sure we're going to get sent back around the end boards now as Tkachuk tries to get a reverse, keep the puck alive. Now to Ekblad, takes the wrister, stopped by Skinner. As Chuck E. Cheese try to chip this off the glass. Evan Bouchard, no problems. We'll glove this into the players' bench, so we'll stay right here at 1840.
Yeah, even though the Panthers did get an early look on this man advantage, the Oilers, they do a good job shutting them down. The one chance that Ekblad had takes a bounce right off Stuart Skinner. And another chance that was right at the net front, it was fed on. Sergei Bobrovsky entering this game, 217 GAA over 912 save percentage. Stuart Skinner in his last 8 starts, 7-1, 154 GAA, 938 save percentage. And that's it. You think that he'd be playing a Conn Smythe Trophy contention.
I'm going to say, Alec, when I looked at those numbers, and I'm glad you mentioned it, I mean, those are Connor Hellebuyck regular season type numbers when he's on a roll, and that's how good he's been. Again, Stuart Skinner doesn't always get that moniker put alongside him, but as we've talked about, you've seen the good and the bad, but when he's really good, he's exceptional. As this is put down and off the glass. Here will be a race for the puck now, as this will get a good camera shot now for Ekblad trying to get this loose. This will be sent to the left side of the glass. Excellent work for Kasperi Kapanen. Seems to be able to come out of nowhere here for the Edmonton Oilers, and he's been right on side. That was on sides from Bennett somehow, able to keep a leg on the ice as this is sent back across. Now for Bennett at the point. There's an opportunity for a wrister. Gets blocked. A chance right out front for Schmidt. One more. Oh, what a goal!
And that was a nice block in front initially, but a nice feed from Nate Schmidt to Sam Bennett was his third goal in 2 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. The Panthers, when they know how to score first, and when they score first, usually it's when they usually hold on to that. But Edmonton, they've known this situation before, that they trail from behind. Bennett, though, is picking that one up off the feed from Schmidt. The Panthers are so unselfish of a team that they know how to find the open man right off the drop stick. It was Carter Verhaeghe keeping this one inside. And Schmidt, he doesn't see the angle, but he goes to Bennett. And out that feed, Bennett tucks it, rips this one right under the pad of Skinner.
He did, and Alec, I think he might have actually maybe fanned on that. It was a really good initial pass from Schmidt, who's been excellent in this series. I know the Cats are down one, but as we talk about with Bennett, I'm going to make this point to you right now during the live play-by-play. I don't care if Bennett maybe asks for 12 or 13 million. If you're the Cats, you got to pay him because he scores the goals on the road when they matter in the postseason. That's the type of guy that you want on your team.
Yeah, I know he's going to get a huge pay raise this offseason. I don't know how much he's going to get, but he's going to get paid on his next deal.
Bouchard is the last one went off the net. Here's a chance and through the screen. The Oilers will watch this one go up and out of play. I guess we're already going to get the back and forth action that we expected. And it's going to start right away. But man, oh man, we've already got another one of those starts where the Cats are out in front. But it would not surprise me to see the Oilers maybe tie it in the next 5 minutes.
Matthias Ekholm is upset because he thought he got slashed with his stick broken. He tried to pick it up. And Bennett, he just skated right over it.
The shots on goal are just 2-1. Bennett, again, as Alec mentioned, for the 3rd time already in 2 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. This is essentially a must-win for the Cats. Even if Florida goes down 2-0, we understand how good they are as the defending Stanley Cup champ as we get another whistle. Are we going to get a call is the question. I think we are.
Yes, we are, Tony, against the Panthers. So as soon as the Panthers score on the power play, Aaron Ekblad's going to get penalized. He's the other big-name free agent, 2 for hooking for Ekblad.
Yeah, that's the second time we can say Alec in this series. Game 1 with the bear hug ended up costing this team, and now I think on the ESPN side, I want to look to see maybe holding the stick or whatever it was. That's what it is. He's got another bear hug on the side of Frederick. Those are just careless penalties.
Yeah, you can't take those penalties if you're the Panthers. You're just holding him on for too long. That's going to bite.
Corey Perry was wide open, and he roofed it. Oh, my goodness, he missed the net.
Oh, how closer can you have that? That would have been his 8th goal.
That was right in off the draw, right in front of the net. That was 15 seconds in. McDavid now, and that was off the power play when I say that. This is picked up now for Bouchard near the right side of the blue line. Working out toward the high slot as this is Nugent-Hopkins rebound to the left of the cage, takes down one of the Cats. And we're going to get a tripping call. It's penalty madness here to start game 2.
What are we seeing here all throughout? Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, as he was hunting down the puck, he instead trips up one of the Panthers, and all of a sudden, we're getting penalties left and right. Not something that the Oilers want because he's one of their better penalty killers. So if this 4-on-4 expires, or when this 4-on-4 expires, it's going to be 38 seconds of an abbreviated Panther power play, and RNH was hunting down the puck, but knocks down Seth Jones by accident.
So a 4-on-4 for $1.22, and if you feel like a lot's happened already in the span of about 3 minutes and 45 seconds, you'd be correct. Sam Bennett scores the goal, and in the mix of it on the other side, it's the power play again. Nate Schmidt, Evan Rodriguez, Aaron Ekblad was in the box at 2:54, and then about 40 seconds later, RNH sets for a 4-on-4. Line the first goal for the first time in 10 games. So that is anti-Dallas Stars. Again, the Oilers are not used to being in that situation. Sam Bennett already out there. And now we got some words in between Marchand and Darnell Nurse away from the face-off.
And Ryan Gibbons had to step in to break the two of them up. We're seeing knowing what Brad Marchand can do. He's trying to get into Nurse's head.
Man, oh man, Alec, we've had so much to talk about already. One shot, one goal. Now Nate Schmidt, as this goes toward the left side of the red line, sent back around for King Rat. Brad Marchand, he knows exactly what he's trying to do, as Alec mentioned. This one kept in, and it bounced off the right side of the glass, pushed back out. Bennett have to start again. I don't really care what line you want to mix in there, as long as with Bennett, he makes plays happen. I was able to turn on the skate shoes as Nico Mikkola fires that one high. And between Bennett and Mikkola, those are probably the two biggest guys, maybe not the hugest names, that have made the most impact, as Marchand shoots it from 40 and then gets Skinner after the play. That's going to draw a crowd.
Yeah, a snow shower afterwards, of course. Whenever there is a snow shower, that's almost always going to draw a crowd. Of course, the madness is just starting.
Alec, I want to say this openly. Are you surprised that Sam Bennett's able to skate through the defense so easily? Because I knew he was a skilled player, but he's got a lot more offensive tools than I even thought he had.
Calgary knows this too well, that he is a playoff type of guy, that he's best suited for when the games truly matter. Net front and physical presence, and of course, with the way that he smoothly skates, he fits nicely on Paul Maurice's system.
He sure does. He is really showcasing his skills, and as we mentioned, he's going to get a giant payday regardless of wherever he plays for. Make no mistake about it. If he happens, that's a good hit on the right side for Henrique, but if he happens to leave the Cats, that's going to be a precipitous loss. As it's sent in behind the inboards now, Henrique got to get away from the referee, try to throw it in off of Gustav Forsling. It goes up and out of play again. We got 24 seconds left of the 4-on-4.
Henrique tried to feed in front to Victor Arvidsson, who was parked there at the side of Bobrovsky's crease. Just flutters over and up and out of play.
So we'll look at this. About 15:30 left to go on the first. It's 3-3 on the shot board, 3-1 hits for the Oil, 5-3 faceoffs for them as well, but 1 for 2 so far on the power play, 0 for 1. Again, that's just offsetting initially for the Oilers. Really can't count that, but that's the official totals here. As now we're getting some repairs in front of Bobrovsky's crease. I guess we'll just take the whole enchilada within the first 5 minutes because everything has happened that you can name.
Oh, don't make me hungry, John.
It's been this type of game, hungry for goals, offense, and all that too. And yeah, we've really enjoyed this series so far. The main question now, grandstanding between Alec and I, and we'll figure it out by the end of it, whether or not Game 2 is going to match Game 1, because if there is, we'd be privileged. But they're just kind of clean up that ice issue in front of the crease.
And the fans are still trying to get inside Sergei Bobrovsky's head, chanting Sergei, so as to put the goalie hex on him.
Gonna have to try to do something because he was excellent in game one, even in that loss as we profiled with 42 of 46. We'll get the face-off here for Barkov, one between the legs by Draisaitl. Excellent work, little L1 up. As this goes the other way now for Bennett. He'll flip this pass and intercept it across the blue. And be content to take it to the left side red line now. Here's opportunity Reinhardt. He whistles it high. Barkov now tries to give a chase. As this is toward the left side red line. Mikkola able to easily steal. Now Reinhardt for Mikkola lets it go through the traffic, and that one gets blocked as well. Florida's power play is abbreviated with our animation box at 30 seconds. It looks like they're not going to be able to do anything with it now. It's just a slap shot from 100 feet. Settled back down by Zeph Jones. Paul Maurice's squad in the middle of a change as Matthew Tkachuk elects to go after the puck. Now drop here for Ekblad. It's Bennett again. Toward the right side, got a good pass, and this gets flubbed by Jones. He's got to get back on his horse to throw it down deep. He does. Now for Tkachuk. Directly in behind the net is Stuart Skinner. Starting toward the right side dot. Here's Bennett. Walks in, shoots. Big rebound. Ekblad couldn't get it momentarily off the backhand. Start again now for Bennett. This goes between his legs, and that takes out the power play time. So it's still 1-0. Bennett's got the only goal right now. About 14-15 left to go in the first. As this is rattled around the embankment. Gustav Forsling will stop it. Now Edmonton try to go ahead and give chase. Aaron Ekblad takes a hit, stays on his feet. Evan Rodriguez behind him just in case they need reinforcements. And now Bennett takes a hit up high. Tkachuk will get it out. Rolling puck. This is entered across the blue line. Numbers here for the Oilers. Big save by Bobrovsky. Closes it out with the stick. As it's settled the other way now. And across the Oilers logo. Stopped now by Skinner in the other direction. We'll slowly put this around the end boards. Picked off by Lindell. But it'll be the Oilers now. We'll step up Podkolzin trying to get it out with Storinin. Had his stick stuck up near the glass. Had to turn around and find his bearings. It's Gustav Forsling now. Slap shot this across the red line. They're going to get it to him. As this is be settled now for Draisaitl. Good weight. Picked off by Marchand, though. Back in. Oh, Skinner makes the save with the glove as this goes around now. This has been an excellent first period. This is just going to be madness all the way through. Now rolling puck. Stays in the zone again. Expanded zone time. Kulikov right out in front. And that one will go just wide. Nate Schmidt off the pinch. Left side red line. As this will be corrected now for Reinhardt. And a nice move as he drops it to Schmidt here from the corner. And this will be wide of the right post. Kulikov now. Cough it up. Long outstretched pass for the Oilers. Kasperi Kapanen eludes a big hit from Schmidt. Throws it in off the glass to the far side for Corey Perry. That's where he is. And now the Cats in the road whites, the blue pants, and the red striping. Try to get this one from right to left. Again, the home team, the Edmonton Oilers, is a stick lift there from the orange and blue. Another big hit toward the right side of the glass. Cleaned out one of the Cats. Here's a chance and off the rush. Scores! This game is madness. It's Evander Kane.
The very guy we profiled at the Open who had 9 hits in game 1 and leads all postseason skaters in hits. After Zach Hyman's injury, levels this game up. That's the guy that we need to get on the board for the Oilers. And this place is all madness now. A rush here. Busted coverage at first, but the Panthers stay with the puck initially. The Oilers read this one, and it's McDavid who makes the play to an open Evander Kane, who goes down the far side of the ice. Evan Bouchard gets it over, and after several stick taps, Kane goes far post, banks it off the inside of the bar, and goes right into that, solving Bobrovsky's glove side.
I got to be honest with you, Alec. That's a completely unstoppable shot where Evander Kane just put it. That one's in off the rush. He had fantastic saves on both sides. Skinner with an absolute robbery off the backhand to answer Bobrovsky, and then a big goal there. Every time Florida gets an answer, Edmonton throws it right back in their face. 17 games this postseason, 6 goals, 6 assists, 12 points, and a multitude of hits. Here's a rush the other way. Off the drop, it'll get blocked. An opportunity now for Jesper Boquist. Still spin, can't find it. Nosek throws his hit. Again, was profiled in the pregame side that the fourth line had played a lot more minutes for Edmonton, more so than Florida did, answers to their depth. We'll see what happens now as they're currently out there. This one bounces off of Stuart Skinner, and on the rebound, he will find it to settle there from Barkov.
And before the Evander Kane goal, he did make a miraculous save on Angel Serena to help set up that Kane goal and tie this one up. Skinner has been on his A game. That puck might have skipped Skinner, though. But then Kane ties it, and I'm sure Bobrovsky wants that one back because it just floats right by him off the far post. And Bobrovsky, he'd love to have that one back.
Victor Arvidsson already has another point, and I know I didn't say this very often as far as his name, but when you think about it over the last few years, for the LA Kings, for the former King, he was one of the guys in the top six. Now he sits in the bottom six. He's starting to have himself a pretty good Stanley Cup Finals.
From the second line to the fourth line, he's an energy forward wherever he goes. He fit in nicely next to Trevor Moore and Philip Deneau.
Yeah.
But then, as he shifted over to Edmonton on the fourth line side, the fourth line doesn't have a natural center. But he's finding a home on the fourth line next to Vasily Podkolzin and Matthias Janmark. Not a natural center, he's more of a winger. But when you put the energy line out there, it gives you defensive-minded shifts. But and that defense can turn into offense like what Arvidsson provides.
Evan Bouchard gets the secondary from Evander Kane's goal as well. That at 7:39, Stuart Skinner 6 of 7, and Bobrovsky 4 of 5. I know we're not even 10 minutes into this one, and I don't want to make some grandiose statement, but I feel like I have to. This game already looks to be as good as game one within the first 10 minutes.
And now the Panthers, they're run as best closers in the league. I know that title still is up there for them because they won their first 31 games of leading after any period under Paul Maurice, and they saved their best damage for the second period. But up against an Oilers team that can match them at every turn, it feels like that advantage they have as best closers in the league might not be there any longer.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that in real time. And Alec, you stole the thoughts right out of my brain. Again, I don't want to jump too far ahead because we still got a long way to go in this series. And obviously, I think if you're the Oilers and the Panthers, you don't go into a Stanley Cup Finals. I don't care what teams you are, but especially these two. I don't think you go into one expecting to win in 4 or 5 games. When you get to this point of the season, you know you have the two best teams on both sides for the most part. In this case, you definitely got that. You're expecting a long series. But the Oilers are showing you some signs that maybe, if they can continue to do what they do, that this could be a lot shorter than we might have thought. And we'll see what happens. As this is now picked up here for Nico Mikkola. Now behind the net for Evan Rodriguez. He gets taken off the puck very hard and driven into the boards. Florida now. Here's a slap shot from the point. Rebound right at the net. Bennett's right there. Kulak trying to get right in his face. And then joining alongside for Frederick, who's trying to give him some punches.
Oh, that was a big tackle on Evan Rodriguez at the near corner. Now the action is starting to pile up. Brett Kulak has had enough of what Sam Bennett is doing, and Darnell Nurse wants to go at his face. We have some Panther fans along the glass. Somebody in Edmonton showed up with Patrice Bergeron jersey, so I wonder if he's rooting for Brad Marchand, the former Bruin and the Rat King. But this sequence unfolds with Bennett setting up at the net front. That's his office. Stuart Skinner doesn't want that to happen, and he covers up the puck, and it's mayhem after.
And as you said, Alec, I think that's by design for Brett Kulak. Again, they've seen enough, as you mentioned, out of him just scoring goals, but being at the front and being an irritant. And I think Kulak's trying to get away with a couple extra shots.
And then afterwards, you have Darnell Nurse and Matthew Tkachuk throwing shade and punches at one another. Surprisingly, I don't think there are any penalties after this one. I would be shocked that if there were actually penalties to be called.
Yeah, the only thing I see right now, Alec, is the offsetting for Tkachuk and Nurse. They're going to leave Bennett and Kulak alone.
Yeah, Nurse for roughing, Tkachuk for slashing. It's going to be 4-on-4.
So we'll get that again, and we'll see who it favors. Right now, the shot board reads 8-5 for Florida. So the precipitous edge that the Oilers had from most of it, except for the second period for the shots on goal, hasn't started the way, but the scoreline is the same. I'm not saying it puts any doubt in the minds of the defending Stanley Cup champions, but still, as we talk about, you got to think about those things. As Forsling's chance goes up and on plays, it got deflected off of Bouchard's stick.
The block by Bouchard and preventing that chance of getting all the way towards the net. Florida is beginning this game as the aggressor early to set the tone. Quicker zone exits, and they're making an emphasis on the quicker zone exits, which have worked so far this first period.
Yes, they are, and that's what it's going to take. As you mentioned, if any one of these teams ends up losing a draw or it forces an icing and off a zone exit that doesn't work, probably going to get scored on. We've already seen that in this series. McDavid off the drop for Bouchard. He could walk right in and shoot. That was blocked by Barkov, but the second one wasn't. It's Evan Bouchard.
Oh, the scoop and the score as the rebound right off of Barkov came back to him. Throw for his hammer right onto the net. I know Matthias Ekholm is nicknamed the Viking, but he let Bouchard borrow Stormbreaker and throw that onto the net. Gorgeous block by Barkov at first of the night, the initial chance. Bouchard takes advantage just as Barkov was getting down. And as soon as he fires that, he finds the right corner, right for a screen set up in front. That was Barkov. I think it might be Reinhardt that he took advantage of. Top shelf. And as the late Rick Generat would say, where mama hides the cookies.
Absolutely, Alec. And again, if I'm Florida, yes, Barkov, I give him credit for the initial shot block, but on that 4-on-4, I think he caught them backing up, didn't you? Gave Bouchard too much space. Essentially, he could walk in from the right dot and do whatever he wants. You can't allow that if you're the Cats.
You can't. And as the fans are chanting Sergei again, they're trying to get to his head. Another rush.
Big rush there for Jake Wallman with the clapper as that one is stopped. Again, for Bobrovsky, I think on some of these situations, he's been held out to dry. Here's a great move at the net that was stopped by Skinner. Sent back around the end boards now from Mikula. See if Florida can find the advantage, because if they have to go home down 2-0, that's when I'll be making my statement at the end of the intermission. That was my tease, as this will be sent in now for Verhaeghe and then chip back down to Edmonton. They've been able to do whatever they've wanted so far for the most part in this series, and that's against the Cats. Tells you how good Edmonton is. And you might think that this might be their time, all things considered, considering how well this team is well-rounded, and they got to get away from that cap crunch. Can't avoid it. You got to try to get it done now. Gustav Forsling now start this one from right to left. Guess who it is? Sam Bennett finds the entry on his backhand. Here we go again. This is off the drop, trying to get this to Marchand. It'll be thrown into the corner. Try to find a puck battle now. RNH off the stick. Looked excellent work. Gets it away from Ekblad. Oilers now have numbers off the rush. 3-on-2. Drop. And that was closed off by Bobrovsky. He needed to make a big save, and he did.
He desperately needed that, and I think there was something on John Quinn, or not John Quinn, but Victor Arvidsson afterwards. The officials blew the whistle one too many times, but no penalties coming after this. But the 4-on-4, of course, we know. On the defense, we know how good the Panthers are. The Oilers can match how good the defense is. And for the Panthers, they can match that, and they're better offensively. Take what you learned from last year, and you can go right all the way. If there's any team that can match how good the Panthers are on the road, it's the Oilers at home. And I want to talk about how good the Panthers are when scoring goals. They have the most goals scored on the road in a single postseason run. That beats the 1993 LA Kings for that record. But they're finding themselves in the same situation as the 1993 Kings. They're down 1-0 at the hands of the Edmonton Oilers. But you know, these are two good teams, and you can trust them in situations to bounce back. They both overcame 2-0 series deficits, but I know Florida can do it against Toronto. But against Edmonton, I feel it's a different animal.
We're starting to see that narrative take shape. You know, like maybe the door, the trunk, whatever else you want to call it, what adjective or word you want to use, is starting to become a jar. And I'm there with you, Alec. Again, it's really tough to try to pinpoint that now in Game 2. With still 9:09 left in the first, but I think we're saying it honestly, and that's going to be part of my tease. If it gets to a series advantage that it could be at the end of it, I will leave that for the end of the game. We do have a lot of stuff in the first intermission that Alec and I will talk about as far as coaching. We're going to dive into the Dallas Stars. I got a lot of notes prepped. I know Alec already has that normally in the back of his head. But I got a lot of stuff that we can talk about. We're going to have some fun with it. Paul Maurice, 8-3 record on the road this postseason, plus 24 goal differential. Boston game one was the first one, the game one side since he's been here. This is getting the interview from Jackie Redmond. But as Alec dictated, even for as well as the Panthers have played on some of the stuff in the open, guess what the score line is? It's still 2-1 Oilers as we get set here to continue in the first.
And what a game this has been early in game two. You're like all the excitement so far has beat out what game one has provided in this first period. We're not even at the intermission.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, Alec, but I'm glad that you mentioned it too, because I didn't want to feel like I was on an island for saying that, because I'm feeling it right now. As this is off the draw win here for the Oilers, near their pickup for Draisaitl. He loves to get that near the right side dot. This time he works from the left on the backhand, set up for a 1-T. And that is saved by Bobrovsky. Lots of extra work in front of the net from Evander Kane against Niko Mikkola. And as I mentioned to you, Alec, from game one side, it's hard to differentiate these Oilers between the Cats because they're trying to get that physical edge on them.
Yeah, Kane and Kachuk are very used to one another in over the last few meetings, dating back to last year's final. Brad Marchand, the Rat King, you can argue that Marchand has been the best forward out there for the Panthers, not named Sam Bennett.
Sure.
He's trying to get onto the Oilers' heads and trying to impose himself as a menacing Panther.
I completely agree with your assessment. I do think he's been the second best player alongside for the Panthers. And that also tells you that some other things need to change, but can the Cats actually force that to be the situation where they can change it? Because the Edmonton Oilers, as we've talked about, they've stepped up to the plate in every way, and they're looking to try to reclaim what they wanted to get last year. Both teams are better, but it looks like Edmonton's got the early advantage here in game two again. As this is sent back in behind the inboards, John Arwithia alongside Alec Nava. We're going to switch sides here in the second period. Here's a drop. Another one from Schmidt. Wide open, bang, bang! It's Seth Jones, and we are tied!
I just got back onto the action, but man, Seth Jones left wide open at the net front in what has been a chaotic game two. We speak of how much this action has matched up to the intensity that game one has provided. At the back of the net, the Oilers can't clear, and Nate Schmidt does a good job holding his zone. Goes on his back end, he finds the open Yinzer, who goes across the ice. He sees that his lane was not open up. So he goes to the open man, and Seth Jones, Stuart Skinner was caught out of his position. And with Anton Lundell right in front of him, Skinner can't do too much.
No, he can't. Nate Schmidt keeps it in at the line from Listerine, sets it up to the left side dot for Seth Jones, slams it into a wide open net. I got to say this right now, Alec. It certainly seems like anytime Nate Schmidt touches the puck and makes a pass, good things happen.
Yes, it's magic out there on the ice.
Verhaeghe with the stick chop again. I don't want to seem silly in the statements that are just made for Edmonton because now Florida's tied it again, but this is just going to be a back and forth type of series. A little double hit against Reinhart. Now Barkov. Here's a stick drag. Verhaeghe backhand. Good save Skinner as we get some more words in between Darnell Nurse. This series so far has been phenomenal.
It has been. The rematch is just as every bit worth the hype as much as the original. Carter Verhaeghe gets another chance, and even though he gets a good one, might want to backhand one away from Skinner's chest. But 6 scoring chances apiece.
Yeah, if you're these goalies and you ask us, Alec, maybe how many of these goals are stoppable, I would have a hard time even saying one, as it sits 2-2 right now, because that last one was especially wide open. Big bullet! Skinner gets destroyed by Bennett! He's down! And now we'll see what happens here!
Oh my goodness, he is in a lot of pain. And now, I know for the fact that goaltender interference may be a common theme. Of course, that is going to receive the response that it just got. Skinner's getting tended to by the medical staff, but man, that looked very ugly. You don't hit a goaltender when getting an offensive chance, but he's responding. We'll see if he can be able to fight that off.
Now Kachuk, as they're getting all the camera attention to Skinner, he goes by Skinner, I'm assuming, Alec, and said some words. That drew the ire of the entire Edmonton Oilers. This could get really ugly.
If it's not resolved Edmonton, it's going to get ugly very fast. Well, I know that the Oilers, they made the response they need to make to stand up to the man who got right onto Skinner, whether it's Kachuk or Bennett, but this is ugly.
I want to see again the replay, and I'm not going to say that Sam Bennett did or didn't do anything wrong because we know he did. He went intentionally there for Skinner to try to get the hit. Sam Bennett wants to get in the head, and he wants to cause chaos, and the Panthers want to take some hits. Ekholm in the battle and alongside with Bennett, and I'm looking at this right now as Ekholm gets a piece of that, and Bennett might have gotten an elbow or something else on the side of Skinner. And Skinner, I think, might have dropped his back into that back post as he was a little bit slow. I'm seeing him bracing on the side of the arm and then falling into the post. It didn't look good. I don't know what Sam Bennett could or couldn't have done, but I knew exactly what he was trying to do, and I'll leave it at that.
The Oilers are getting a power play out of this. And I know the Oilers, they made the appropriate response to stand up to Sam Bennett. The penalties that we're getting here are Kachuk, Frederick, and Bennett for goaltender interference.
Does it look like, Alec, to you on some of those camera shots, maybe Stuart Skinner's leg? We'll see what ends up happening here. Is now it's a power play immediately. We'll talk more about that once we get something else or a stoppage, as it's picked up now for a drop pass toward the right side. Draisaitl set this up for Connor. Nice stick handle, but he got stuck in between the middle of the crease. Somebody doesn't have a stick. McDavid, series of moves! Are you kidding? What a goal!
Put that on the highlight tape right now. Once Connor McDavid started doing those moves around, we knew magic was about to happen. We knew that the Oilers were going to make the Panthers pay for Sam Bennett's goaltender interference. He and Leon Draisaitl, who connected on the overtime winner in Game 1, they say, take that, Sam Bennett. I know Bennett is the leading goal scorer in the postseason, but when you get that wide open and you have an opening, you have to take advantage of this. McDavid undresses Aaron Ekblad, goes around him. The biggest free agent among defensemen gets walked around like that. Are you kidding us, Connor?
Goodbye, Barkov. So long, Ekblad. Near the right dot again, it's Draisaitl wide open for a slam dunk layout. That is otherworldly skill. And Edmonton now has a 3-2 lead. It's still 7-10 in the first.
Unbelievable. This has matched up to every bit of the hype. Dare we say it's even better than Game 1?
We're getting to that point, Alec. I have to say it as it's sent back now toward the right side of the glass. I'm just so privileged to be joined by you for this. Anyone that's missing it, I'm going to make sure I throw out another post and across the break. Get to a TV, get to a radio, anything. Listen to us, please. In between X, YouTube, and Twitch, as this will be stopped now here for Bobrovsky, chinning off the glass. And this will be flipped back down. Kulak starts it again. I am jealous anyone has a ticket for this theater that we're seeing right now. 6:30 left to go. Honestly, feel like I've called 2 periods and it's still 6:31 left in the first as we get another whistle. We're going to take another look at this. Toe drag around Barkov and then a slide past Ekblad with the stick to set up Draisaitl for a 1-2. I mean, there is nobody else in the world that can do that like McDavid.
Yeah, no one else. I know we pointed this out on a previous broadcast, but McDavid, he's the first, second, and third best player in the NHL in order to do rankings. We said this in a regular season game between the Oilers and Rangers, but McDavid showed that he is that guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the same side postseason points per game. We're just seeing the graphic now on TNT side. 1.84 for Gretzky, 1.61 for Mario Lemieux, and then there is McDavid and Draisaitl, third, fourth. And you could give me Connor McDavid any day of the week in any era, and I don't think he'd be wrong in the mix of it. It's picked up now from Mikula, chipped in off the glass, up the glove hand by Reinhart, and this will be a rush off a 2-on-1, being answered by Seth Jones. And off the spin and turn, we will get a whistle away from the play. What's going on here with Nico Mikula? Is he taking a visit to Kachuk? And now all the crowd is up in arms. I didn't see what happened.
Well, that Mikula is paying a visit to him, and he's the one getting a penalty. The Oilers going back to the power play, and they love this for the theater that has been provided back and forth. It turns out we know about how the Oilers are physical. The Panthers are too. But Mikkola was frustrated with his own countryman Kapanen and committed an interference penalty.
I will give myself a break on the side of it because the camera was nowhere near that play. And you're right, Kapanen, he gets a careless penalty, does Nico Mikkola. That'd be one of the only times to say anything negative about him. Sets up the Oilers again. They could score one more time and make things very, very interesting. But Bobrovsky makes the save and toward the left side of the post, and we'll do it again at 6:07.
McDavid did not hesitate to try to bury that. He has 6 goals this postseason. He set the Draisaitl slam dunk on a gorgeous assist onto this highlight reel, but nonetheless, he wanted to take this himself, to be selfish at times.
I don't want to say that McDavid's set up there alongside for Draisaitl will be the best one of the Stanley Cup Finals, but that's definitely going to be up there. That's going to be top 3 at worst because we know there's a long way to go in this series. Here's a drop and toward the right side off the wrap, trying to look for Draisaitl, cut off. Goes back to Bouchard. Edmonton looks like they're going to score again. I'm just going to be completely point blank here. As this goes toward the right side. Now for Draisaitl off the hold, and that pass can't be touched. The Oilers would have been offside. They still got to check back up here, and they're elected not to do so. Gustav Forsling, as this is sent back around. I don't think Corey Perry ever went back onside. Doesn't matter now. As that one gets cleared down the ice. 1:15 left to go on the advantage again. If I'm counting here, all things all told, that is 9 penalties in the mix of both. Big hit as you get to enter in the zone, but the Cats can't clear it. Draisaitl steals. High slot now. McDavid, he's still out there trying to get this one back to Bouchard. He does, off the sauce. Picked up off the skate by McDavid. No look backhand. High slot. Settle back around now for Draisaitl. Off the spin and turn. He gets hit up high. It's McDavid trying to throw it across. Kulikov might have saved the goal. Here's a slapper. Blocked out in front. Second opportunity goes wide. Back in behind the net. Trying to bake it off of Bobrovsky. Lucerina falls down. And we get a whistle again. Is it going to be another power play for Edmonton?
Yes, it is. 5 on 3 for 33 seconds. And Corey Perry, who got tripped up at the net front by Seth Jones. The Panthers will be down 2 men here.
That'll be the 10th penalty, Alec. I made sure to count that one of the period. It's 4:47 left to go on the first. It's a 3-2 lead for the Oilers. They're going to have a 5-on-3 for an abbreviation here, but I really don't know what else to say. If we went into the intermission, we got a lot to do. We could spend our whole entire intermission talking about this first period.
Yeah, we could. And we can discuss on one of the topics on how the Panthers are shooting themselves in the foot with undisciplined penalties. The Oilers, they're physical, but they're disciplined. They maintain that.
Yeah, they are. And now they're trying to get some extra clock time here for the Edmonton Oilers. Again, 2-man advantage for 33 seconds. At this point, that's got to feel like an eternity. Again, I'm saying that at 4:47 left in the first. As Barkov, he will win the draw. Ekblad does get it out. So that is a much-needed clear for the Cats. If you want to talk about all things going wrong, I just remind you here, too, Edmonton's only up 3-2. The Cats are still right there. This just seems like a crazy period because it has been. Bouchard, now in the high slot, set up this pass for McDavid. He gets it back. He shoots now. This will be fought off by Bobrovsky. Kept in now toward the right side point for Bouchard. McDavid, wide open, middle of the slot. Trying to pass it over. Good block, Gustav Forsling. That was badly needed. Nico Mikkola will go back. He'll just go to his defensive post as Edmonton now can start again. For them, I would think you want to try to get measured as much as you can. Pot this one in, make it 4-2, and have a really good feeling after the first 20 minutes if possible. 1:05 left to go on this latest power play. 3:50 left to go on the first shot. With the alongside Alec Nava, as this one will be sent back in off of Lindell. Bounce here to Schmidt. He's got the puck again. He'll roll it out smartly. He's been one of the best players for the Cats in this series when you talk about in the mix of Marchand and Bennett. Now I can also throw Nate Schmidt there too, and I have to. Sent back in behind the end boards. Corey Perry stops it for a moment. Now back here for Adam Henriquez. Power play numero dos is out there. Here's a drop from Arvidsson. Wallman lets it go. Bobrovsky did not track it well. He got smoked by his own teammate Mikula. Here comes the Ripper. This one fought off by Bobrovsky. 3:10 left to go in the first. Finally sent back in across the red line. It's not going to be far enough, though. Podkolzin off the drop. Wallman, what a move. As Klingberg tries to pick it back up, throws it across ice. And Luostarinen at the edge of his shift. He's going to have to try to make a pass across. He does. Lindell tried to split two players. Can't do so. Edmonton, quick counter off the rush with the pass got there. It did not. Leon Draisaitl, though, already back out on the ice. Wide open. Here's a Mr. Fun up by Bobrovsky. He came all the way over almost near the left dot to make that save. Shot board now 15-7 getting out of hand. Bobrovsky has been under siege. 2:30 left to go in the first. And honestly, again, through one period, I feel like I've called two. Darnell Nurse, his pass picked off for a moment and flipped back down. As Erod spin and turn, he needs help. Oilers are doing an excellent job of just kind of dictating this pace and even pushing a team like the Cats around at times. And that's not even at times. They had a better game one, and they won it. This is an opportunity now for Kulak. Unselfishly sends it across. Shot goes wide as Henry can't tip it. Frederick will get the recollect. 2 minutes left to go now for Brett Kulak off the drop. As this will go toward the left side of the glass, Connor Brown. Try to get this set up. Here's a flip pass. A little bit too far for Janmark. And now Nate Schmidt gets this pass ahead. Jesper Boquist lost it there for a moment. Schmidt tried to save this one across the red line. He'll do so. At least get it out as Boquist push ahead. Again, about the final 90 seconds of this very eventful first. Again, as Alec and I mentioned, you could talk about the entire first period and the first intermission. We do got a lot to get to. We'll promise we get to everything. Tomas Nosek now chipped in off the glass. That could have been a penalty against Nosek. This one thrown across for Luostarinen. Skinner makes the save, and now one of the Cats are down. Nosek took a big hit, and that might be a cross-check against the Oilers.
Yeah, a cross-checking penalty. So we're going to come back here with a Panther power play. Evan Bouchard heads to the box. But the way that this game is played out, everything has happened.
Alec, I don't even know where to go here. Admittedly, as far as the game story, I think I'm going to have a lot on my hands. 11 total penalties in the first, 5 goals across. We've had an entire game's worth of action here in this first set of 20, and we're not even done yet.
Yeah, this felt like one whole game in just one period. 11 penalties in the first period. We have both teams just trying to go at each other's throats back and forth. And Leon Draisaitl was the go-ahead goal. The Oilers, we talk about how good the Panthers are at holding on to leads. The Oilers are just as every bit of good as the Panthers are when holding on to leads, especially from Game 3 of the LA series onwards.
Let me look at this in a vacuum. Pretend no penalties, goals, and this and that, Alec. I'm just going to give you these stats. Shots are 16-8. Hits are 13-7. Faceoffs are 13-11. You would think the Oilers would be up by more than one goal. Maybe the Panthers are fortunate to only be down one.
Yeah, they are. That second period may be the benefactor for them, but with the Oilers and how they play, turns out we can take what we said about the Panthers' advantage in the second period, a positive goal differential, and if the Oilers continue to do what they do in the first period and put that on the Panthers, then perhaps they can throw that second period advantage for the Panthers right out the window.
I don't disagree with you at all. I was thinking the same thing in regards of it. It's going to be really interesting when you take over for this next set of 20. I talked about it a little bit in the second period in game one, how both teams would want to get a little bit of a cleanup, and both coaches would probably say the same thing on Paul Maurice and Chris Knobloch. I can't even imagine what you talk about if you're Paul Maurice and Chris Knobloch now after this first intermission, because I guess you're just going to let these two teams battle with each other, and it is a privilege regardless of what happens in this series. I don't care if the Oilers sweep or the Panthers come back and win the next 4 games. It's clear to me right now from what we've seen, Alec, these are by far the best 2 teams in the NHL.
They are. To get back on the way, take it away, John.
Ekblad. Now I'll try to find, I've got another stick blade that's broken in behind of Skinner as we get the overhead camera. Kachuk trying to provide the screen. We're just trying to find a lane for the Panthers here. 22 penalty minutes in totality. And this power play time is certainly going to carry over if the Cats don't score here. 45 seconds left. They've been kept on the outside with no shots since we've come back in from the later part of the break. Here's a chance. Tkachuk was out in front. That one hits the glass, goes toward the right side dot. Here's a chance right in the middle of the seam, sets up a 1-T. Good save, Skinner. Tkachuk was right there and off the overhead. He made the save with the left pad. Ekblad fans on it. But the Oilers were in a bit of a retreat. They're going to take their change. Tkachuk, he'll try to drop it for Barkov. It was not a great pass. Have to recollect now. And behind the mesh is Skinner. Here's Tkachuk. Leaves for Ekblad. Does not shoot. One more 1-T. Saved by Skinner. Barkov now. 5 seconds thereabouts left to go in the first. Got time for one more shot. If they get it quickly, Barkov spin and turn. This will be thrown at the net. That's not going to matter. After one, hold your breath. 3-2 Oilers. And we're not done again as we get some more pushing and shoving between Tkachuk and Wallman.
The Oilers had to survive almost a full minute of what was essentially a 5-on-3 because Jake Wallman had his stick broken. Once the puck was cleared down, he had the chance to get a new stick. And the Panthers, they were about to throw everything at the Oilers on that man advantage. And probably I felt that Tkachuk should have skated inside right down the middle to catch the Oilers on a bad line.
Yes.
Perhaps he should have shot that one instead of passing it over to Barkov. Because I feel that's one of those decisions that Tkachuk, he may look back on and tell himself, oh man, I should have shot that one. And, I feel that he should have shot that one. Throw it towards Skinner. Test him.
You're absolutely correct. I'm thinking the same thing across that. And I'm going to give you the goal reset really quickly, be able to save the pipes for you because we got a lot to talk about as far as the intermission. Sam Bennett, power play, his 13th. Nate Schmidt, Evan Rodriguez. Cats had the lead to start. That did not end that way. Evander Kane, Victor Arvidsson, Evan Bouchard get the assist. Evan Bouchard then from McDavid and Draisaitl. A series of wonderful moves from Connor McDavid. First set up the Bouchard goal, but the latest one, the capper, that was the piece de resistance, if you will. Leon Draisaitl is 10th in the power play from Connor McDavid and Bouchard. He just toe drags around Aaron Ekblad, blows by Barkov with the toe drag, and then sets it up for Draisaitl near the right dot. It's 3-2, and that's where we'll leave it. I have a lot to get to as far as the intermission. You know exactly where I'm going to go. I just want to go ahead and make sure I pull down these notes. We will talk about the Boston Bruins. We might have to do that in the second intermission because I want to lean on this first with the Dallas Stars. Alec, it has happened again. Peter DeBoer, after 3 seasons and 3 straight Western Conference Finals, is gone. He got the team there 3 straight times. He's gotten the Devils to the big dance in 2011, the Sharks in 2015, same thing. And then sometimes the team falls apart like wet tissue paper. That's what happened to Dallas. He is an excellent candidate as far as a regular season Hall of Famer, but he really needs that Stanley Cup. What are your immediate thoughts for Mr. DeBoer?
I thought that the writing was on the wall right after he threw Jake Ottinger under the bus. That's the second time he's thrown a goaltender under the bus, and I can't say that this firing wasn't warranted because for most of the postseason, the Stars were basically dragged by 3 guys: Ottinger, Mikko Rantanen, and Thomas Harley. That was before Miro Heiskanen and Jason Robertson joined for the later parts of the playoffs. Wyatt Johnston was for one round of the first round, but he vanished after the first round. There was nothing there from the forward depth. The depth just vanished all of a sudden, and DeBoer he's not taking accountability for his own actions of how he is not adjusting to opponents. But this has been a habit of him over time. Last year, I thought I was impressed by him on how he seemed to have learned. Well, I drank the Kool-Aid because it seems the same thing has happened again. And here, for the Stars, when they face the Oilers, there was a feeling in me that said the Oilers are going to win the Western Conference Finals. And that hunch proved correct. It didn't take a 7-game series, which was the most infuriating part, that the forward depth continued to not show up. But also, Jim Nill, for as good as he is assembling the forward core, when you have log jams between Ilya Lyubushkin and Matt Dumba, and you have them scratched for Alex Petrovic, there's a problem. you have to find a way to trade them away. But in all likelihood, you're going to have to attack draft picks to clear their contracts away. Because Cody Ceci, he was paired next to Essa Lindell, and the results were not the level which the Stars were wanting when Chris Tanev was paired next to Lindell. When you had Tanev next to Lindell, excellent results. When Ceci next to Lindell, yikes. So it's been a combination of things, but DeBoer was one of many issues on the team.
So let me go ahead and talk about some of those many issues. Some of this stuff I'll do small, some of them will be big. So we talked about those numbers as far as Johnston, Seguin, Duchesne, Robertson, and Ben were a combined minus 51. That's not going to get it done. Here's the big one for me. Captaincy and Jamie Benn. No points in that series against the Oilers. Yes, he's 36. Yes, the $9.5 million cap hit comes off the books. But it's Duchesne, Granlund, Dadonov, and Ceci to headline the list of UFAs for nil. As we said, he's done a great job with that core. But you got all those guys, and the salary cap hit that's left for Dallas to sign all those guys is $4.96 million. That makes it completely impossible. As you talk about with Matt Dumba and Ilya Lyubushkin, they're essentially paid not to play as far as that scratch. Dumba's a free agent next year, Ilya in 2028. Jamie Benn says that he wants to come back here, and I'm not going to sit and criticize Jamie Benn too much. I know he's soft-spoken. I don't like the way that he talks. I don't like some of the comments or the physical edge. Again, the stuff from Vegas, going to his car, not being accountable, taking some suspensions, this and that. But you can't be pointless and then also say you want to come back. How are you going to bring all those guys back unless you give them $1 million?
Trades. The only way that happens is trades. We talk about the Oilers cap crunch. That's got nothing on the Stars cap crunch. This was their shot. And they swung and missed on it. Struck out all 3 times. Well, I can give a pass for the first year. But these next 2, I can't even give a pass to the Dallas Stars. Those were their best 2 shots. And Jamie Benn, of course, he said he wants to come back. But the only way that I see this happening is if he takes a huge pay cut. Because Tyler Seguin is due a $9.85 million cap hit for the next season and the season after before he's a free agent. But what about everything else? Granlund's a free agent. I imagine he's going to get suitors elsewhere.
Yeah.
Shane, I imagine that the only way that he comes back is take a huge pay cut. But after 2 years of 1-year, $3 million deals, I think that he goes elsewhere. Agent of Minnesota Wild, anyone? Dadonov, I think he's done in Dallas. Blackwell, I could see returning. Maverick Bork must keep so that you grow his game as to develop him. You want to develop your young guys and to continue with that continuity that they provide. Cody Ceci, he's done. You have him walk elsewhere. Brendan Smith, perhaps he's a 7th defenseman if he were to come back. But absolutely, you have to find ways to clear the cap hits of Lyubushkin and Dumba. Those are the priorities if you want to free up cap space. Seguin could see some offers, but it's going to be difficult to move him because it's going to require his approval to get moved.
So here's your point, because you made all great points there, and I want to double down on those because I'm looking at this. So Tyler Seguin, 33 years of age, 2 years at 9.85, as you mentioned, until 2028. You got to get some salary retention, probably at 50%, to be able to even get a chance to move that. And it's also hard to look at Seguin, not only 33, but essentially, Alec, he really only played until the postseason started. And that's going to be tough to do. Now, this one isn't going to be popular, and you're going to think I'm crazy for it, but Essa Lindell's got a great cap hit. He's only 31, 5.25. He signed in 2030. Dallas does have a lot of depth on that back-end blue line. If you want to try to make something attractive, you might have to think about Essa Lindell, and that's not what you want to do if you're Jim Nill, but I'm throwing that out there because right now, Dallas doesn't have any first-round picks until 2027, and they have just 2 seconds in that same time frame. Jim Nill's done a great job with that core, and alongside, as you mentioned, with Johnston, Hintz, Rantanen, Haskin, and Ottinger, who all signed, but they're starting to get pricey. And then the one last thing for me, after next year, guess who's also due big contracts? How about Robo and Thomas Harley, who is emerging as the best defenseman on Dallas? That's not going to be easy.
It's not. So another name that could be thrown on the trade board could be Mason Marchment and his $4.5 million cap hit. If If you want to reunite the Robertson brothers together, that could be an option. I teased that previously. I know it's tempting, but at some point, I feel Dallas may not have a choice. Tough decisions could be made, and it may start not only with Labushkin and Dumba, but also Marchment, who could be moved. So could this say Marchment for Nick Robertson's RFA rights and a pick?
Let me ask you one more thing, and then we'll move over to Boston. I know this might sound like silly town, but at least I know you'll entertain me here. We already mentioned alongside Essen Liddell, but I mentioned Jason Robertson next year. If you have to choose, would you take Jason Robertson or would you take Thomas Harley? You can't have both.
I feel that's a tough decision. If you can't have Jason Robertson, then you're going to have to find a way to trade him away. So, in that sense, if you're forced to pick ahead, then Robertson's going to have a lot of suitors around. Harley, he's making $4 million per year, but I imagine he's going to be staying on the defensive core. You build from that defensive core. So I may want to keep Harley. Robertson's going to be even tougher to keep, though.
That was my thought process going into it. That's why I kind of asked you that, Alec, because I agree with you in the terms of when you have guys like Miro Heiskanen and Harley, you already have one of the best D lines in the NHL. I think you have to keep that there. And because you signed Mikko Rantanen, he's going to be the biggest driver of the bus and what could make Jason Robertson expendable. And it would be tough to go ahead and walk away from a guy at worst that would be 70-plus points. He has hit 100. But I think that's where Jim Nill might also have to lean.
Yeah, that's where you may be at if you're Dallas.
I want to cover one more thing here. I'm glad we got to spend that time and you share those notes. The 46-year-old Marco Sturm is now the new head coach for the Boston Bruins. Little background on Marco. He spent 14 NHL seasons as a player from 97 to 2012, and 5 of them as a member of the Bruins from 05 to 10. He's been an LA Kings assistant coach from 2018 to 2022. Boston has made some curious moves in the offseason. I'm not saying all of them are bad because Nikita Zadorov's cap hit's not too bad. It's $5 million at 2030. But Elias Lindholm at 7.75 and a 2031. And as a result, the Bruins finished where they really didn't expect to. The 5th worst record and tied in the East with the Philadelphia Flyers at 33, 39, and 10. The Bruins have a lot of work to do, Alec. What do you think about the hire? But they still have $26 million and above in cap space going into the offseason.
It was one of the key pieces that was in the return in the Joe Thornton trade, for anyone wondering. Yeah, Thornton for Sturm, Brad Stewart, and Wayne Primo. Safe to say the Sharks won that trade, but some may have argued that it was win-win on the long run. But he had some clutch goals with the Bruins in the past. Game 6 against Montreal in 2008. Was that again the first time Boston hosted the Winter Classic in a low-scoring affair with the Bruins and Flyers. He had the overtime winner of that game. But I believe this may make him the first German-born head coach in NHL history, if I remember correctly. But nonetheless, the Bruins have their work cut out for them. It's going to be a long off-season that's ahead for them. And I feel familiar with him, and they know what to expect from him because he's one of their assistants.
Do you think it's one of those situations, at least for Sturm, that he's going to get a longer leash than usual from Don Sweeney?
I would think that he would. In normal situations, I think Don Sweeney would be gone by now. The Bruins, they may be in the midst of a long and painful rebuild in that sense because of the fire sale they just had, not just with Marchand, but also with guys like Charlie Coyle, Justin Brazeau, Trent Frederick, to name the other three key players that are involved in those trades. But Sturm, I would wonder. So it's curious. He's one of those things who have been long connected with them, along with other teams. He was the third coach the Bruins had since November when Jim Montgomery was fired.
Right.
But nonetheless, if you look at it this way, that Sturm, he knows the Bruins so well, and he's familiar with them. So this is more of a homecoming hire.
Yeah, hopefully that's a feel-good there, because when you just talked about it, that popped back in my brain alongside for Bruce Cassidy and Jim Montgomery. Don Sweeney, I think he's only going to be able to run through so many coaches before Don Sweeney finds himself on the hot seat.
Yeah, we'd imagine, because as of late, it's not been all too good for Sweeney.
So you sent me the message yesterday, and admittedly, I was a little bit busy with the misses and some extra work. So apparently, I missed an instant classic the other day. I'm looking at some of the headlines as far as the team stats. How the hell did the Indiana Pacers win this game 111-110 when it was 25-7 negative differential on turnovers?
Yeah, they committed 25 turnovers, and they were either tied or trailing the Thunder for the first 47 minutes and 59.7 seconds of the game. They led for 0.3 seconds, and that was enough for them. How did this happen? Well, it's a multitude of factors of how the Pacers are so unselfish with the basketball. That's their style of play. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, of course, is a dynamo. The Pacers, they like to share the ball, and they do it with pure efficiency. Between Tyrese Halliburton, Andrew Nemhard, Pascal Siakam, Obi Toppin, even Aaron Nesmith cashing in on some threes. Obi had 5 3-pointers in this game.
Wow.
And a go-ahead shot being from Howley, who has his 5th go-ahead game-winning shot in the final 5 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime. Tied for second most in league history with Reggie Miller, and only 3 behind the King.
That's crazy because when you look at it, and you said it right, I'm looking at the Pacers here in their box. 6 double-digit scores all the way across the board. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I guess, did everything he could possibly do. 14 of 30, played 40 minutes, scored 38 points. And I said this to you in a text the other day, and whether or not people want to agree with me or not, I will grant you 100% Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the best point guard in the NBA. I'm getting very, very, very close to putting Tyrese Halliburton already at number 2, and I'm getting very close to putting Tyrese Halliburton as like a top 5 player in this league because every single time when the moment matters, he continues to show up, and I do like some of the tweets that Caitlin Clark would send across, be like, "Oh, look, it happened again."
We should have a discussion about Tyrese Halliburton being one of the top point guards in the league. He's the most unselfish superstar that we are witnessing right now. I'll give you Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the best point guard in the league. Luka Doncic could be having his number 1 spot being threatened because of the rise of SGA. And SGA is the complete package around. You want offense? Check. You want defense? Check. You want leadership? Check. You want clutch scoring? Check. He's the complete package for OKC. And he fills all the check boxes all around. And he's one of the most intelligent players in the league. The free throws may be annoying to some, but he knows how to drive to the paint and take contact, and he's willing to take risks when necessary.
Let me ask you this, because I saw it the other day. Now, the Peter DeBoer thing is not a surprise, but if I'm a Knicks fan, maybe there's something going on with Jalen Brunson and Tom Thibodeau that I don't know about. But the Knicks made a run that I didn't think that they were going to make. That's just me. Maybe I'm an island on this. How does Tom Thibodeau get fired?
Well, for one, I know for the deep run the Knicks had, and people may be asking this, but I feel like the move might have been warranted because of the Thibodeau. He relies on an 8-deep rotation.
Okay.
Doesn't usually go towards his bench, but the bench has been run dry. That the Knicks are utilizing their resources in acquiring the big-name players. Thibodeau made the most out of his lineup, which I can see arguments for and against firing him. I'm not going to disagree either way, but I think the Knicks had to do what they had to do for what they think is best. But either way, I'm not going to disagree with you on the notion, but he made the most out of his starting lineup, I will say. But if you want to go towards a championship, I feel like you want to get the best available coach that's out there. I don't know if you're going to page Taylor Jenkins or Mike Malone out there, but he made the most out of his resources.
Here's my question, and this is the $1 million one. If Michael Malone end up getting fired because he's a little too much of the running of the mouth and doesn't have that going on with the Nikola Jokic and company, I don't think you can hire the same exact coach at the same time after getting from Tom Thibodeau to go to Michael Malone. So my guess is he's out.
That would be the case. Malone is much more similar to Thibodeau than anything. Although Malone, he has a generational he has a well-developed superstar at his disposal with Nikola Jokic with Denver, as we are underway here in the second period. But nonetheless, that plays well taken from you.
We'll see where we go. I'm going to flip back over here to Sportsnet to stay in front for you, and you take it away in the second. I'll back you up.
Panthers still on the power play here as they have 25 seconds left of it. They enter the zone here. Far corners, they're looking around. Aaron Ekblad on the hold, and he gets brought down, and one of the Oilers gets it away. Zach Jones on the hold. But the near half boards twisting is Barkov. Barkov wants to look back, and one of the Oilers in the way. Cats keep it in. Down deep is Kachuk. He got bumped off the puck. Barkov holds. Jones will go back for Barkov. I think he's shooting once. He decides he's going to Kachuk. And no shot from Ekblad. And out of the box is Evan Bouchard. Here's a 2-on-1 with Taylor. Bouchard rips it. Good block in front. Bobrovsky down. And there's no goal on the play. Puck gets shoving afterwards. 50 seconds deep.
And Bouchard comes right out of the box, as you mentioned. Bobrovsky sprawling like Dominic Hasek to try to make that save. He does. And then immediately fireworks again. I guess we'll just take whatever from the first to continue to add on to it. This could be the greatest Stanley Cup Finals of all time.
In recent memory, I'll give you that. All time is going to be theater. And even though Bobrovsky, yes, he got swept out and he covered the puck, that's what was the basis of no goal. When the Oilers tried to poke it from under the glove when Bobrovsky already had it covered. Bouchard already has a goal. He has 2 assists. Best player on the Oilers so far.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Again, no argument from me. When everybody plays at that level like Edmonton and they're playing defense now as they have been, that's why they're at this point. They look good.
Sergei Bobrovsky manning his crease, wearing the number 72. Patrick Hornquist switched from 72 to 70 out of deference to Bobrovsky when he arrived at Florida. And it is iced. And Hornquist now a scout with the Florida Panthers and Bill Zill's front office, so he's with Roberto Luongo.
The Oilers are 12-3 this postseason when they score 3 or more goals. We'll see if they'll be on the front foot of that stat.
And in one of those games that we covered, Game 1 against Dallas, it's been all uphill for the Oilers since then. When McDavid and Draisaitl gave that look to one another, you knew trouble was going to spark.
That's what happens anytime you see that in between 29 and 97. That spells trouble.
79 points in 71 games for Bouchard his postseason career as the Oilers keep it. Well, for Kulikov to break that one up, only for that to happen. Held in by Ekholm, around towards the near corner was handled by Corey Perry. Perry brings it back over to Ekholm. Deep left point. Wants to go to McDavid. Or rather, that's Perry. Perry had that one whacked away. Held around the far corner. Ekholm rushes to it. Outside the zone, where it's skated by Bouchard. Fed for McDavid. Towards the far side. Edmonton can't enter. No offside here. The entry's legal. Verhaeghe got in the way. Out inside by Bouchard towards the near corner. McDavid, who had that busy assist in the first period. The Panthers pick it up and move it down the far side. Florida on a 3-on-2. Karl-Andrei Kachuk. Bunkered away by Skinner. He'll be picked up by Edmonton. And on the rush back. Another draw one. Evander came for McDavid. Feet across. Oh, what a big stop by Bobrovsky. He turned away a prime opportunity. My goodness. This game is everything. That was the near side boards as Kane was hounded by Aaron Ekblad. Lindell breaks it free. Gustav Borzing can't get this one out. And it'll be held up and out of play.
Are you kidding me? McDavid one-hand stick drags that ahead off the end boards to Kane, sets it up for Bouchard. Bobrovsky, all he could do was dive at it, gets a piece of it with his gut, throws it out there. 3 shots and 6 attempts. That's a sparkling save for Big Bob.
And Bouchard, he won his 4th point of this game. He's tapping this stick on the bench in frustration. He knew that he had one up for him. But Big Bob, the officer's on the case.
Yeah, as he has been. He's going to need his team to start picking it up in front of him, all things considered. That's crazy to think because it's Florida, but Edmonton's looking good.
Scoring chances 12-8 Oilers. And this game, which has everything at his disposal, and everything is working here. Puck held in by the Oilers. They've been buzzing around the near half boards. Henry on the hold. Schmidt was there. Frederick in the way. Trent Frederick. Great wide for Brent Kulak, who holds his own. Frederick gets stick lifted. Henry trying to hold it, but it's taken up by Anton Lundell. Up the far side, grab Marchand. Lundell fires around Fruity and more Skinner playing this one out slowly towards Lusterina, who holds. Lusterina brings it back over to Schmidt, and now Kulikov waits. Kulikov throws one towards the net, and it's caught by Stuart Skinner.
You had to do it anyway. It was going to go wide, get a chance to be able to hold the draw, get something to feel good about. Again, as you mentioned in Game 1, this is when the Cats look good in that second period. They're really going to have to put some distance between themselves and Edmonton. I would say maybe 2 or 3 goals if they want to try to change the narrative so far.
The shot advantage in the second period of Game 1 was 17-8 Florida. But in the third period of that game, it was 14-2 Oilers. So it can speak to Alex how much of a seesaw that game was. The shots here so far, 17-1 in favor of Edmonton. Kapanen waits at the near half point. Kasperi Kapanen finds a wide open Draisaitl. Stopped by Bobrovsky, feet in front. Goes a high shot, stick it away. Oilers pick it up. Turnaround shot. That was forced wide. And Kulikov rocked in the near corner. And another big hit as the Panthers come back 2-on-2. Tomas Nosek fires one off Skinner. Off the pads and right behind the net. One the Panthers punch it up. Down the far side. Evander Kane already with 3 hits. Had 9 in Game 1. Backpedaling all the way is Ekblad. Down the near side. Sam Reinhart. Ring quiet. This is the entry feed. Up the far side for Barkov. That one fought off by Skinner as there's another battle behind the net. Jake Wallman and John Klingberg right behind. Comes back out for Ekblad right point. Will feeds it up front for Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe tried to pass it in front, won the Oilers in the way. So he decides to go back for Barkov, who could. But Hannah's one, or rather that was Ekblad, the former first overall pick in 2014. One-timer to left point. Forward swing stopped by Skinner. He'll be picked up by Edmonton and is held inside by Reinhart. Intercepted by the Oilers. Klingberg and Wallman have been out there for a long time. They'll continue to be out there. High spot Reinhart. Fought out by Skinner. And makes another good save. Hawkins loses, picked up by the Oilers. That penalty is Yanmark. The Panthers pounding the Oilers overall. But Cozen shoves Verhaeghe. Ekblad on the hole for Verhaeghe at that near corner. Good jumps out there. But the Panthers making a line change. Ekblad ring wide. Forcing holds. Wise fires. And it was deflected and stopped by Skinner. Controlled by Florida again. And it's out of the zone. The Panthers fired inside. That was a delayed offside.
How many of those chances, Alec, were the Edmonton Oilers just trying to get the puck out of the zone? They couldn't do it. Stuart Skinner able to stand tall in amongst the scrum. You had Wallman, everyone else in front. You had Barkov trying to provide some screens alongside in the mix of Verhaeghe. That was just madness there. Good work for the Edmonton netminder.
And kudos to Skinner for being able to keep upright because if you think back to the first period,
yes,
he got bludgeoned pretty good by Sam Bennett. But he was able to stay upright after a checkup from the medical staff. And he's okay so far.
Yeah, and it looks that way because, you know what, honestly, Alec, you brought that point up. There was a thought in the back of my mind that Calvin Pickard was going to get some camera time.
Well, not now, as it is the case. As Picker's going to stay on the bench. We last saw him in Game 2 between Edmonton and Vegas, and he was good enough. But Skinner has been exceptional the rest of the way.
Yes, he has been, and it's going to be his crease until it's not.
It is Bennett winning the faceoff over to Jones. Seth Jones fires around. The former Chicago Blackhawk and Columbus Blue Jacket. Kachuk can't hold it. Jones can. And Kachuk loses stick. He is picking it up now. Ekholm tied up. But right behind that, it is Bouchard. But wins this one all the way down. Tied up at center ice. And the Cats will restart. Bennett fires this one inside. There was a skated away. Bouchard in the way is took well. Up the far side, the Oilers managed to clear. Offside, Ekholm will fire from the near side. Bounced up like a pinball. And the Cats will restart. Sam Bennett trying to go for goal number 2. Goes off, shoved by Bouchard. We stay 5-on-5 as he was shoved from behind. The regular season, I guess called playoffs, no. Kulikov towards the net. Another good save by Skinner with Kachuk setting the screen. And a shove after.
Yes, it was. And again, no surprise that the Edmonton fans, a big cheer when Bennett was crunched in the corner. They do not like Sam.
Yeah, I guess he's going on to his villain arc. Not a lot of fans around the league, unless if you're a fan of the Florida Panthers or the Calgary Flames. But nonetheless, I feel the
Absolutely. It's hard to believe you got both Sam Bennett and Brad Marchand on the Cats. I can't imagine anyone else likes the Panthers except the Panthers.
Maybe the Calgary Flames, maybe,
That,
because they have two of the former players over there.
that's the only other team.
That's what I would guess. And perhaps if you're a Boston Bruins fan, you're just cheering for Brad Marchand at this point.
That's the only thing that's going to be left because, as you said, they don't have a lot of fans.
And as was the case with the lone Bruins fan that wore the Bergeron jersey, as the Cats take another face-off. Good idea, corner. Tie-up, and another bounce as Barkov got hit up high. Schmidt wants to get his beat up by Connor Brown. The Oilers just trying to clear the zone. The Panthers own it. And front for shot, and a stop by Skinner. Koa trying to clear. Kept inside by the Cats. A stick tie-up at the slot. And the Panthers will reset. Koa fires around. Skinner will just let this one go towards the far side. Check back up onto the far side. Where's Brad Marchand? No threat over the far side of the boards, but the Oilers trying their hardest on clearing the zone. Their Cats are just applying all sorts of zone pressure in these last few minutes. The majority of the shots here in the second period. A tie-up over the near corner, looks to read and break it free. High swap, backhand, Lundell feeds it. Wide of Schmidt. Schmidt wanted to direct this traffic up through. Nothing there, and looks to read it. Shove this one up. Darnell nurse it away. He'll get this one back, and the Oilers will send this one up through the left side of the ice. Smoothly skates way down is Connor Brown. He'll send it deep. Jonah Gadjevich the first one back. Gadjevich breaks free of Brown, and it's Ekblad. Aaron Ekblad over that far side, or rather near side. Evander Kane takes it back, and he gets pile-driven by Gadjevich. Moved up for Jake Wallman, who goes rink wide in this pass for Draisaitl. Draisaitl canceled out by Forsling, and another big hit. As Kane wanted to keep it, but no can do. The hits have been flying all over the place here in Game 2, and Evander Kane has been everywhere. He'll send this one over towards the far corner. Ekblad's the first one to the puck. Verhaeghe also there for support. Ekblad almost stick lifted. And over to the far side, it'll be Bouchard on the stick handle. Bouchard lifts it up, and then over towards the near side, Warzeko, who sent it deep. Kane, who's slowed down by Ekblad. Forsling, who has it. Over the near side, Ekholm got it up. Baseball batted down, and picked up for a shot. And it almost was stopped, but it just missed by inches. Ekholm on the hole intended for Perry. Right on the near side, Carter Verhaeghe. May have a break. Verhaeghe, right wide. Barkov can't tip it home. Verhaeghe comes back over to Reinhart. Reinhart fires wide. And it's held in at the far side by Mikkola. Mikkola spins around Perry. Mikkola looks at the left one side. Give and go for Reinhart, or rather Jones. Seth Jones. He'll look at the right point. Jones is hurried up, and he's forced all the way back. Mikkola slap fire around. Goes to the near half boards. It's picked up by Verhaeghe, who goes towards the high slot. Or shot. And stopped by Skinner. Comes back out towards the left point. Mikkola. Jones. Verhaeghe. On the chip and chase. Pass back out for Mikkola. Mikkola. Long range to score! Back in Kachuk on an deflection. Mike Mikkola got shot. And we're tied again.
Unbelievable. The puck possession, again, as it started in Game 1 in that second period for the Florida Panthers, it's been very, very noticeable. Everything that's happened in the first, as we mentioned, Cats were only down 1. They worked the puck well. Verhaeghe starts this one on the right side. Couple of chances there to be fought off there by Skinner. And we work around off this overhead. It's Jones. Keep their head up. Good extra pass. Kulikov into the traffic, as you mentioned. And we'll see if Kachuk does get a stick on it, as this just travels through a bunch of bodies. This is going to be credited on the side for the D. It looks like it went off of the glove of Stuart Skinner.
He got most of it. I don't think this ever touches Kachuk, so it's going to be Kulikov's goal. But nonetheless, Florida's celebrating. They've tied this game up. We know how good they can be in the second period, and they've shown that.
Alec, that's why I mentioned to you, again, it's 11:37 left to go in the second, so not much time left in the middle stanza. But I do think if the Cats want to try to avoid any OT or other further heartbreak, they probably have to score a couple more times here in this second period, because we know how Edmonton plays the third.
And we know. And for as good as Florida is in the third, the Oilers, they can match or even pass that the Panthers have. Here they are in the attack again. From the near corner, Barkov canceled out by Podkolzis as this puck reaches towards the far side. Schmidt holds it around to the right side now. Held held inside by Kulikov, who has the tying goal. Him from Verhaeghe and Jones officially. A hounding up the near corner and a tackle between Janmark and, I believe, Lundell. And the left point is just held inside, not for longer, and Janmark will just send this one down through that far corner. Janmark pinned by Kulikov, that allows Schmidt to pick up the puck. Schmidt gets it away from Kapanen, and up on the near side, it'll be fired in by Gadjevich. Into the zone are the Panthers. That puck exit out of play.
Yes, it did. Again, the shot board reads 18-16. Again, the only goal of the second period is Dmitry Kulikov. They're going to credit it to Verhaeghe and Seth Jones at the moment. It's Stuart Skinner, 13 of 16. And on the other end, Bobrovsky, 15 of 18 as we go to break. Thankfully, Alec, for you, I think things have slowed down a little bit from your second, from my first. I think that was needed because I don't know if both of us would have been able to survive the entire pace of that game.
No, this felt like we're watching an Indiana Pacers game in the first period.
Yeah.
How fast they go. But the Oilers, they can go similarly as fast. And so far, the first two games of the series have been a track meet.
Yeah, they have. And at least I know this isn't the most enlightening. It doesn't go without saying. We knew the Oilers were a really good team. Again, they forced a game 7 last year, get to that point. I know it's heartbreaking. You get the McDavid not good enough viral. But my point being in all of that is, you bring all that in, you get a second point in experience for Chris Knoblauch. You come back here, they've been able to, for the most part, and the Cats have been right there. But if I use the word push around, I know that sounds a little crazy because that would mean the Cats would have to get destroyed in this series. They could as far as the game totals, but not on the scoreboard. But they've been able to take everything stride for stride and from the Florida Panthers, and that's really impressive because there really aren't any other teams in the NHL that have been able to boast that.
No. And so far, it's been a close game and a close series. And the Panthers, they came back from down 2-0 in their series against Toronto. The first two games have been track meets won by Toronto. Game 3, another track meet that's been rather a wonky track meet won by Florida. But whenever any of these teams go tit for tat, it's always theater.
It is. And I'm almost petitioning. I'm going to ask Gary Bettman, try to send a personal letter if we can get a best of 9 or a best of 11, because we need to see more of this.
Yeah, these are the two best teams in the league, and there's no doubt about it. Of course, the best team constructed and up against the best superstar ever.
Yeah, and we've already seen some of the splendid moves that Connor McDavid's made. Again, the dangle and the first to set up Leon Draisaitl was an all-timer in my book. You're going to see that in the highlights everywhere.
As we get back underway, we're going to see is as part of the highlight reel package. Skinner places out near side, right behind the net, over to Barkov, who keeps a hold of it with Skinner in the crease now. Jones looks, throws one towards the goal, blocked right in front, and it goes out. Florida's defensemen have combined for 5 points tonight.
Yeah, Nate Schmidt, Seth Jones, and the mix have been really good. I mentioned Schmidt on the other end. What a hit! Kasperi Kapanen just cleaned out Mikula.
Ooh, that was a dangerous hit. As Kapanen, he just cleaned him up, and Mikula went head first towards the boards. That was dangerous.
Yeah, it was. And Kasperi Kapanen, and you mentioned it for the former Penn, he's really showcased himself quite well in this series. Again, he kind of just got here. He hasn't played a whole ton of games, but he's looked like he hasn't missed a beat.
Do mind that earlier this season, it looked like his career was over when he was put on waivers by the St. Louis Blues. The Oilers picked him up, took a chance on him, and issue was viewed as a depth player. But now he's viewed as something more. Tie up on the draw, which is won by the Oilers' Trent Frederick helping him out. Off the far side, Edmonton gets this one through and cannot go any further. The Panthers clear this one down the Oilers, but they handle right backwards with Wallman. Wallman fires this one through the length. Kachuk picks it up, but it's to go back for Wallman. Wallman skates around. Wallman with the speed. He'll stop at the far side. Frederick in pursuit. Coming back out as Ekblad blocked the pass with escape. Kachuk moves it up for the near side for Erod. Evan Rodriguez. Rodriguez fires for the near side boards. It's John Klingberg picking it up. Klingberg bumped at that far corner. Sent behind for Wallman as there was a commotion at that far corner. Wallman slowing the action down. He'll go near side towards Connor Brown. Brown moves it through, up the ice, as both teams make their changes. Bobrovsky leaving this behind for Mikula, and headed for the near half boards, it'll be Jones. Opposite side, Mikla will lead the way. Mikla looks right out in front, no deflection. It is for Brad Marchand. I always said for Hagee. Jones' shot blocked, and it'll be R&H leading the way. He'll send it to the near corner. It'll be Seth Jones beat the first one to the puck out that far corner. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins comes out for Matthias Ekholm, who holds on to it. Evan Bouchard loads up. A nice one. Loose in front. Perry picks it up. Perry moves to McDavid. McDavid tied up by Luostarinen. Tackled down the far corner. Penalty is coming against the Panthers. The Oilers, once again, do the advantage.
You got to be kidding me. As this is into the right side of the red line, and we're seeing what's going to be on. As they're checking out the iPad, but no doubt this will go against the Cats. Luostarinen in a battle. He's just taking out McDavid. I think he's doing a little bit too much. It's going to be E2, I believe, in the box.
That's where we're getting the belief is Angel Luostarinen for the tackle on Connor McDavid. And that was a full-on tackle that, of course, doesn't matter if it's a superstar or not, it needs to be called.
Yeah, it was. Again, it's a hook in the mix of it. Right now, the ESPN side has Nico Mikkola. I think it was Luostarinen, but we'll get the clarification there in a moment. But as we know, it's going to be an Oilers power play and an opportunity to take the lead again, this time at 4-3. If you're just joining us, anyone listening in between X, YouTube, Twitch, and all of that, it was a grand total of 5 in the first. Sam Bennett on the power play from Nate Schmidt and Erod. Evander Kane and Evan Bouchard scored between 7:39 and 9:19, less than 2 minutes apart. Victor Arvidsson, Bouchard, Connor McDavid, Draisaitl pick up the assists, but that all-world dangle-licious in between Barkov and Ekblad from Connor McDavid sets up Draisaitl near the right dot for his 10th of the postseason from Bouchard. That's what's going to be on the highlight reels. It was a 3-2 lead for Edmonton after one. Dmitry Kulikov with his second from Verhaeghe and Seth Jones at 8:23 is what just happened, but there is a penalty on the board here. It's going to be a power play for the Oilers, and they have a chance to take the lead right back.
Yeah, everyone is just out in awe about what McDavid just displayed. It's even reaching NFL superstars like George Kittle.
Good to see, because that one definitely has to go viral. We know about everybody. We'll say whether or not hockey is the most popular sport. We know that it's not. But in terms of the Stanley Cup playoffs, there is nothing better in terms of all of sports. People are going to watch it.
Of course, the happy place, of course, you got fans that are going to go all this to be dedicated fans around. There's the happy place next to the penalty box stores. Then you have the exterminators, the rat control in this building.
I would say the Oilers fans are doing a good job as far as their service against the Florida Panthers and also empowering their team to play at their best. They definitely know what the assignment is today.
Yeah, the Oilers, they are outscored opponents 40-23 at home. They are 7-1 when holding the fourth down. The only lost game free against Vegas. The power play 1-4-4 in the series. Bouchard fires his signature clapper. Well, why as this puck came out? And Bobrovsky, he is down, lost his stick, and he'll go all the way down towards Skinner. Nico Mikla, 2 for booking McDavid. Since Mikla and not Luostarinen. We thought it was Luostarinen. Oh my goodness, Leon Draisaitl almost got by through several stick checks, and there's a broken stick on the ice. Tomas Nosek picks it up. He'll second guess his options. Nosek out of and behind Luostarinen. As the Panthers try to go for the lead, Nosek takes a spill, and the opportunity is squandered. Gustav Borthwick will try to clear it out. It'll land on Luostarinen up for the far side. Oh my goodness, this special team sequence is more of a comedy of errors, and Verhaeghe, or rather Marchand, can't get this one. Up the far side, the Oilers get right back. Bobrovsky's upright. Now their right point, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, cut away. Here is a breakaway for the Panthers, short-handed. Brad Marchand, score! Shorty for the Red King!
You gotta be kidding me! Tomas Nosek was playing Mario Kart World. He falls down on a banana peel. Looked like it was going the other way, unabated. And then a good breakout pass off the stick chop. Marchand, he gets past everybody. Where was everybody? It's an opportunity. McDavid was the last one on the forecheck as this goes past Nugent-Hopkins near the right side, and he 5-holes it. Past Stuart Skinner. It's the Rat King with the go-ahead goal.
Oh my goodness. This game could not be going any better than what we were just witnessing. This is theater and poetry
Alec, it is a privilege to be able to cover these games with you. Keep it going. This is amazing.
Oh my goodness. As the Panthers clear this one down the ice, it'll be Jake Woolman, the second unit, moving it up. Not a flying B, but they'll treat it as was. The Panthers get it away. Seth Jones. The pass cut off as Ekholm holds it. Two defensemen on this power play. Ekholm and Woolman, as they'll be scooped up by the Cats and cleared down the distance. 30 seconds left on the Oilers power play. Marchand from Lundell officially shorthanded. Ekholm will restart. He'll be led up the ice to this 5-on-4 unit. Kane rushing after the puck. He wins the battle against Kulikov and frees up for Woolman. Henrique. Puck hits the helmet of Luxton-Reeden, and the Cats just clear it out. The Panthers do a good job killing off the penalty. And these last 5 seconds, if they do get the last 5 seconds, a bump off the puck, and the Panthers don't return this, but Mingo out the box. They do get a shorty out of this one. Unbelievable. And it was a comedy of errors over the first few seconds of it. Back in the far corner, Connor Brown sends it behind for Woolman. 6:40 left in the middle frame. Sam Bennett trying to take this puck away from Woolman, but Woolman leads away for the far side. Ekholm slowing up, and he'll dump this one down the backhand. Chasing the puck, it'll be collected by Kulikov at the near corner. Kulikov ran into. He moved down towards the penalty box doors where Kachuk is spun around. It'll be dumped in deep. It'll be taken up by Edmondson. Clayburn, Frederick bumped by Ekblad. Frederick trying to retreat right behind the crease as the Panthers hold it. And in the way there was Darnell Nurse at the near outboards. Ekblad. Klingberg cut off the pass. Klingberg tied up by Luxton-Reeden. Picked away at the near corner. It'll be the Oilers moving it down for the near side of the ice. It is chopped. And this will be drive free with Gustav Forcing getting this one down for Rodriguez. Rodriguez on the re-entry. High slot. Rodriguez fires. Oh my goodness, what a hit! And off the far side, it'll be Matthias Janmark, who drops it back. Jones in the way though. Bennett chasing after the puck. Rudell left side. Moving up now, it is Luxton-Reeden, Radoviko. Marchand holds. Marchand fires. Rebound, Juicy in front. And it's to a Skinner. Trying to take it out in front. The puck is still loose. Comes right behind that. For Seth Jones, who holds. He fires. That's wide the net. And another shot here. Skinner with another save. It'll be cleared down. Grabbed by Jones. Stripped of the puck. As it comes back for Brad Marchand. Going rink wide for Lundell. Lundell holds for Marchand. Fires his block. Right to near half boards. Jones for Lundell. Who fires this one? Another save by Skinner. Turned over to Boquist, who was all tied up at the near corner. Still with the Panthers with it. Lundell will feed behind Kulikov. Wise fires. Kick save Skinner. He'll be in the far corner now. Intended for Schmidt. Backing around to the right point with the Oilers in the way. Kulikov keeps it. And the Oilers try to clear it. At last, they'll fire this one the distance. No icing. And it turns out that it appears that we virtually had no icings here all game long. Through the near side, it is Verhaeghe. Up the far side, Barkov return feed Verhaeghe. In the way now is Draisaitl. Wants to clear it out. Verhaeghe holds. Up the far boards. Reinhardt. Pressure. Frees up space for Ekblad. Ekblad fires. That's why. Now it is side by Forsing. And it's gobbled up by Skinner. Boom.
I can't believe what we're watching, Alec. This is absolutely insanity. Kulikov, a double deflection into the traffic, bounces off the left pad of Stuart Skinner. Matthias Janmark's going to need an oxygen mask. He was out there for 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
He needs it. A well-needed break for one of the better defensive forwards, but even for Flanders, they need their breaks because he spent too much time out there. Oh my goodness, this game.
Brad Marchand, that was unbelievable in terms of the breakaway. And I felt like I'm saying the same words too much. I apologize. I'm trying to get my thoughts together from everything we've seen. It's impossible in this game.
Yeah, very impossible. And sometimes, for how impossible it is, it's the best way to describe it. This game has surpassed game one in every aspect.
Yeah.
If we do get another Oiler comeback, perhaps it's even better for the city of Edmonton. If the Panthers do hold on to this one, it's a party at the 305.
I'm 100% agreement here with you, Alec. Even though that was OT and it was a huge win and an incredible goal, again, we already saw McDavid's display. That was better than even the overtime winner setup. And you're right. the way that this is gone, if you would have asked us in the pregame that game one would even live up to game two, we would say, yeah, in the series it might, but there's no way the next game would be even better than the last one. Well, you could take that narrative and throw it out the window. We still got a whole other third period, which you're going to lead. I'm going to close today, but if we go to OT, we're definitely going to flip again. I'm still of the same thought process as I said earlier. It's 2 goals here for the Cats in the second. They needed that as far as the differential. I still think they need to get one more here to get a 2-goal lead to go into that third period, because it just feels like to me that the Oilers, if this stays within one, they're going to find a way to tie it again in the third, if not win it.
Yeah, if it stays a 1-goal game, we can anticipate the Oilers to find a way to tie this one up in the third period for how good they are. They're the comeback kings in the postseason for a reason.
The comeback kings against the Rat King. Who never thought we would get that in the side of the rematch? He's been really good. Brad Marchand is underway. You take it away.
Up the far side as the Oilers get this one down with Mikko Stalvia. He gets blown up near the Oiler bench. Skinner misses this one. It'll be collected up by Nurse. Darnell Nurse with the near half boards. Evander Kane is tied up. Back to Barkov. Barkov, long wrister. Stopped by Skinner as the Oilers do get it out. Barkov in a way to get this one backwards to Jones. Lead pass over to Reinhardt. He is smarter than near half boards. And backing him out, it'll be Brown who gets tied up. Verhage back behind the net as there was a stick lift from Evander Kane. And Jones, he takes down Kane. 5-4 along the near corner with Brown trying to dig it out. Back towards Jones. Gustav forcing. Gets a shot that was blocked and is cleared out. And we might have our first ever icing, it seems.
I was going to think the same thing, Alec. I was racking my brain throughout this one. Again, it's been a marathon of events. If we've even had one, that might actually be the first or second of this game. And again, we've seen it just like in game one. Florida's taking control of that second period. But what's the rest of it going to bring? As they're showing Brad Marchand's postseason ranks, man, that's just a laundry list of accomplishments.
He went from fourth liner in Boston to a major contributor on the top 6 next to Patrice Bergeron in the 2011 run. I think you can alternate between that line and the Krejci line as 2 first lines on that Bruins team. You would not be wrong. Third period playoff shorthanded goal for Marchand, and that's a beauty. Forcing that knocked away, but Bobrovsky will play this towards him as Connor Brown was chasing the puck. At the near corner, it'll be Ekblad digging this one out, and Ekholm got in the way of that pass. Skinner, he'll play this behind as Rodriguez was giving chase. 2:55 left. Panthers lead it 4-3. They entered this period trailing. Draisaitl will want the Panthers down. High slot and then back out towards the left point for Ekholm. Draisaitl deep shot caught by Big Bob. The officers on the case.
Yeah, I think that's needed at this point right now. This play is starting to get a little bit too one-sided as it was a couple nights ago in the second period. You got to get a face-off here. Maybe try to get some quick strikes and finish off the period strong if you're Edmonton. I know there's not a lot of time left as far as a couple minutes, but you want to start to see a little bit of a push.
You want it, especially late in the second period. Find that tying goal if you're the Oilers. Because if you're entering the third period, 1 goal or tied, I think the Oilers may find a way. The Panthers, they have to hold their own defensively and turn that defense into offense like they have.
Yeah, they have to be able to, and at some point, again, Alec, throughout the totality of it, we'll see if the Oilers can find an answer in the second period in particular.
10-1 the scoring chances in the last 14 minutes in favor of the Panthers. That's how much they have dominated the second period. Bouchard and Ekholm combined on that same cup. For the far side, the Panthers applying all the pressure. Bouchard does get it out, and on the entry, it's a block. Now it's 2-1. Here's a chance for a tie. Right up front, Bobrovsky's bumped. Loose puck, and he's down. What's it going to be? The puck is crime free. Oh my goodness. What a game. What a game. Now he's a 2-1 the other way for the Panthers. A quick shot, and a big save by Skinner to hold firm. What a game.
Alec, you can't even say that enough. I'm at the point where this might be the best game I've ever seen. In game one, it was unbelievable here. We're getting a penalty. Corey Perry is beside himself. I think the Cats are going to go to the power play.
Cross-checking is the call, and Corey Perry not too pleased at that one as McDavid got by to Lundell. Hey, how do you even get by that? And McDavid got stopped by Big Bob, and the car crash afterward. McDavid is just insane. He's on another level. He's trying to will his team towards the cup. I felt that a passing option would have been better, but nonetheless, as we are trying to get the penalty afterwards, and Evan Bouchard, he takes one on Lucerinen.
That's what it is. Okay, I thought it was Corey Perry on the other side giving that camera shot, but you're right. Evan Bouchard got a little bit too nasty there with Lucerinen, and I think that I'm glad that that one was called, if we're being fair.
Yeah, that was fair. I thought Corey Perry did not get one, but here we are. It's Bouchard. 2:04 left in the period. It's a 4-second difference between the game clock and the power play time allotted. The Oilers have to kill off a huge one. Do they answer with a shorthanded goal there, Bo? Or do the Panthers strike on the power play? I feel like the Panthers must here to go up by 2 before the end of the second period, because if they are up by 1, then that will give breathing space for the Oilers. Jones will drop back. Here is Mavic Kachuk, who fires one. Misses everything. Ekblad holds his own up the far side. All sorts of Oilers in the way. Brett Kulak trying to get this one up and out. Comes back out, and the Oilers do clear it down the distance. Bobrovsky will start this one up. No, he's going to let it go. It'll be Jones leading the rush. Jones will drop back over to Sam Reiher, who leads the way. Up the near side, and going up for the far side. Kachuk picks it up. Back for Barkov. Barkov will retreat back for Seth Jones. Jones ahead of the Oiler PK. And some swings here from Jake Wall as the puck came free. Bounces up and towards the near corner where Kachuk beats out Ekholm. Through that near half boards, it'll be Pride free, 55 on the penalty. Reinhart chased. Reinhart holds it. Will drop this one back all the way across the ice for Barkov. Oh, he should hit. Kachuk right in front of us is taken away. And another penalty is coming.
Yes, it is. It's going to be a hook against the Cats. Carter Verhaeghe, I think he ties up Janmark as this pass goes in the middle of the slot. Janmark trying to get it out. Verhaeghe trying to get it loose. He's going to go sit for what he hopes is 2.
And he hopefully is just 2 minutes. And that's the first penalty of this period. But when you count the penalties up in total, it's 5 in the first half of the first period. And to end up that first period is 11 in the first period. That brings our penalty total up to 14 penalties.
Alec, we need fingers and toes to count them all. That's crazy.
And it is. Kentucky tried to set up towards the slot, but there was a stick in the way, a good stick from Jake Walden to break that one up. 2 for hooking for Verhaeghe. Can we see another 4-on-4 goal? And if it's scored, who is it going to be? And once this 4-on-4 expires, the Oilers have power play time, albeit abbreviated. Gustav Borzing moving up in front. Borzing skating down through the near side of the ice. Borzing going comfortable on David. Borzing fires well wide of everyone as he missed Skinner. Kachuk holds his own. He wants to beat it, or rather it was Brad Marchand. Over to Borzing, who fires one, and Skinner holds the 5-hole.
Yeah, that one's played in off the backboards there to the left side dot. Good hold there for Stuart Skinner. If I'm Florida, I'll be completely honest here. I want to make sure that I hold this puck for the entirety of the 26.2. I just get a sinking feeling on the other side, if you're a Cats fan, that there's going to be some sort of breakout. I do see 97-29 on the ice. You got to make sure that you're smart with the biscuit here.
Yeah, McDry can do it all.
Yes.
McDavid having the flashy moves like he did in that first period. We're getting a false start on this face-off, but nonetheless, once you have McDry on the ice, you know danger is going to come.
Yeah, Lindell's got to win this one right now against Draisaitl. See if he can do it.
We'll see with 26.2 left in the period. And this time is another tie-up. And up for that far side, the Panthers grab it. Borzing will get set up for Mikula. Dragging this down low for Lindell. Shoved by Klingberg towards the backboards with 13 seconds left. Both teams digging for this loose puck. 10 seconds as Lindell is in trouble. Klingberg, possibly one last chance here. Klingberg ran into by a freight train as his puck is held inside the zone. The power play starts for the Oilers, and they'll carry over a minute 12 seconds onto the third period as Klingberg has some words for Lucerinen at the end of it all.
Yeah, and that was from the tie up there previously and alongside from the high sticks and everything else in the battle. He's got a little bit of a chokehold there on Lucerinen, to be honest with you. Klingberg playing with some fire on those camera shots that we just got from TNT. all told, it's going to be about $1:10 left of power play time to start the third. And we'll see what happens here. If the Oilers can find a way to tie it at 4, it's probably going to be a good chance for them to do so. I imagine, Alec, by the time you throw it over to me for the final 10, you might be handing me a 4-4 game.
Oh, my. It could be in that case. But who knows? The Oilers' power play has been one of the talking points for much of Game 1. But by the time it got to overtime, that's when the inevitable may have happened.
So let's give you the reset for anyone else that's just joining in. Sam Bennett at 2:07 on the power play from Nate Schmidt and Evan Rodriguez. It seems like every time Nate Schmidt gets a chance to play with the puck in the offensive zone, he creates a seam pass that leads an opening. Bennett scores the first one. And then the Oilers do what they do. Evander Kane and Evan Bouchard. Evander Kane shot, little cross body toward the right side of the mesh, bottom right, goes in from Victor Arvidsson and Evan Bouchard, and then Bouchard with a wrister. Beautiful setup there from Connor McDavid. And Draisaitl at 9:19, Seth Jones then answers at 11:37 from Eetu Luostarinen and Nate Schmidt. Leon Draisaitl gets the gift from Connor McDavid as he gets around the defense of Barkov and Ekblad with the toe drag and a deke move, and then Bouchard gets the secondary. That was Draisaitl's 10th. It was a 3-2 lead for Edmonton. But the Cats do what they do, particular in throughout the playoffs, dominate the second period. The question is, did they do so enough? Yes, they have the lead now from Kulikov, from Verhaeghe, and Seth Jones. Brad Marchand's goal, shorthanded. That's a tip. Beautiful job there from Anton Lindell to get this one away from RNH near the right side of the boards. He chips it ahead with the stick. Marchand scores 5-hole at 12:09. And it's put the shot board officially now at 25-22. Cats up by 3, so that tells you how much they were leading because they were getting outshot by 8 or 9 in the first. Hits now 29-24 for the Cats. Faceoffs also their edge. They've owned the second period. Power play opportunities, I can't say it's been a ton because there's been a lot of them, but they've all been kind of cut in half with a bunch of other penalties across. Right now it has the Oilers 1 for 6 with a current about 1:12 left, and the Cats 1 for 4. But as Alec and I mentioned, it would leave you breathless because you need fingers and toes on both. 28 total penalty minutes.
Oh, that's a lot of penalty minutes. Both teams are really throwing jabs at each other throughout the game. The game 1 was an intense battle. Game 2 was a sequel to an intense battle that brings another intense battle. What theater this is brought. That's where the intermission, I know Colorado, they've been dealing with some of the hits and bruises from the Stanley Cup playoffs. Logan O'Connor, same surgery that Adam Lowry has had, same timetable for return, out 5 to 6 months.
That stings because Logan O'Connor is another one of those guys that could be a Swiss Army knife. A little bit of second line time, maybe more of a bottom sixer, but he's a really good player, and the Avalanche are going to miss him. And really, the Avalanche, when you talk about them really quickly, now all of a sudden, Marty Natris, we're hearing rumors, might be unhappy with his time in Denver.
And now, the rumors now that Natris could be traded in the time being because he is unhappy. He's going to explore options. We're hearing if he is unhappy, one insider may think so. So the trade rumors have been re-sparked. I know for a fact he used to be in Carolina, but now he was the one that Chris McFarland didn't want to miss out on once he traded away Rantanen. But just over 5 months later, Nick Kypreos believes that his time may be up after the Avs moved Rantanen because of how hard they perceive contract extensions to be. But this part is a surprise. I'm surprised that Natchez is unhappy in Colorado. I thought he was thriving on first line time with David McKinnon.
I thought the same thing, especially early. My only pause was a couple days ago when I saw the amount of money that Brock Nelson's going to get per year. I look at that. I'm not saying Brock Nelson's not a great player, but they're paying him almost like a first line / second liner when he's going to play that as a center. I don't know if he's going to give you that type of production. And if there's some sort of fight about dollar amounts, there's speculation for me that Natchez would want, if you're going to get the other side of about 7.5, and you think Natchez might get like 9 or 10, it's kind of interesting because you think about 2022. You're not able to hold on to Nazem Kadri, JT Compher, and then some of those other pieces. I mean, this team is completely different from 3 years ago. It's a shame that they just couldn't hold on to Nazem Kadri and company and do it again because they're much, much different now.
It's a shame because it's not like he's a bad locker room fit, but
No.
he's a stand-up guy that the core loves to hang around. He didn't want a long-term. What struck from the first day was that he didn't want to lock in a long-term deal with Carolina last summer. Instead, 2 years to walk him straight to unrestricted free agency. His contract demands were well out for what Carolina was expecting. What if he asked for at least $9 million per year? So and if you're Colorado, would you rather have Ranton at $12 million or Natchez at $10 million at this point? And Brock Nelson, for what they're paying him, they're paying him $7.5 million per year at second line center when he's 33 years old, and he'll be 36 when the deal expires. That's what's baffling to me.
Yeah, I don't know how Colorado makes that make sense for them, considering, as you just mentioned, that's the only reason why they were making a move for Mikko Rantanen. It's not that the players didn't love him, and it's not that he didn't get production alongside Nathan MacKinnon and Kel McCarr. They're essentially saying, hey, we can't afford him. But then you make the move to sign Nelson for that cap hit. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And now for Natchez, if you end up losing him for nothing after losing Mikko Rantanen, that's not going to be a good offseason for the Avs.
All of a sudden, the Avs offseason off to a very rough start. And we wonder about how durability issues may be playing up. They used 50 players from last season.
Yes.
Landeskog became the 50th player used by the Avalanche on the season. And didn't even cost a single penny on the captain because he was on LTIR all season long.
I want to look at this really quickly, Alec, while we're on the topic of the Avalanche. I'm going to go on Puckpedia. It's a shame I can't go on Cap Friendly anymore. I hope at some other universe that comes back. But they have just $1.2 million in projected cap space. And when I look at their roster breakdown, again, Brock Nelson at 33, as you mentioned, at 7.5. That Gabe Landeskog contract at $7 million. Whenever they got that signed, that seems to be a complete value because I feel like he's going to have a lot left in the tank as long as the injuries are behind him. Because that run that he made, just to be able to come back after all that time off with the knees and all that, he looked really good and had a lot of speed. But you got Ross Colton, you got Alturi Lehkonen, you got players that have no trade clauses, Miles Wood, Logan O'Connor. Not bad cap hits there, but not names that are going to really move the needle as far as the top liners. They're going to be able to give you everything as what you need for bottom sixers. But as far as that top production, again, you're putting a lot more pressure on McCarr and McKinnon is to be expected. And really, the only other D-man alongside Kel McCarr, I think that's going to be staying there is Devin Taves, because even Sam Girard, by the time his cap hit is done in 2 more years, he'll be 29. He probably wants more than $5 million at that point. Josh Manson will be a free agent after next year. There's a lot left for this team to do. And I can't believe I'm even saying this. I think their Stanley Cup window, not their playoff window, but their cup window might be closed.
Yeah, this year was their shot. And now I feel that it's closed now. Don't get me wrong. They made the most out of that cup window in 2022 when they went on an absolute tear. But we know that they need to do so sooner rather than later to get that Stanley Cup. And they did so with this current core. After years upon years of, when are you going to win it all? They did so in 2022. But ever since, oh my goodness, this is not a situation I want to be in.
No, it's not. Again, we talked about the Dallas Stars a little bit as far as their picks or lack thereof. Colorado does not have a draft pick in from 25 and 26 from the first 3 rounds. So they're going to have to get creative. In fact, this year, Alec, you and I could make their draft selections because they only have 1 4th rounder and 1 7th rounder.
Oh, soon enough, the inevitable may have to happen. And I know McKinnon's going to stick around for a while. And sadly, I don't think it's going to be enough.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I got to step aside real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, then. So as to give you the rundown here, in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, as to give you the recap, that first period was everything that you would possibly ask for. In the opening 2-7 to Sam Benover's 13th goal in the playoffs, Nate Schmidt and Evan Rodriguez the assist, with Bennett's goal coming on the power play. A nice speed from Schmidt to get the opener. Evander Kane tied up at the 7:39 mark. But a ripper that went off the inside to right post and in. Victor Arvidsson and Evan Bouchard the assist. Bouchard got the Oilers their first lead in the game. 4-on-4 action. Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl the assists. Three-headed monster of all sorts. Seth Jones, the 11:37, to tie it up. Yinzer Luostarinen and Nate Schmidt with the assists. And then Leon Draisaitl on the power play with McDavid having one of the filthiest dangles up around. Undresses Alexander Barkov, undresses Aaron Eggplant, and finds Draisaitl for a slam dunk to get the Oilers up 3-2 after one period of play. But the second period, as was the case in Game 1, it was all Panthers. This time, it was the Panthers scoring both goals. Dmitry Kulikov tying it up a high shot from the slot that Matthew Tkachuk was in front, no deflection, went off the post, off Skinner's glove, and in. Carter Verhaeghe and Jones the assist. Brad Marchand short-handed on the breakaway feed from Anton Lundell, when Lundell got the puck away from Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, his 6th of the postseason and just his 3rd career short-handed goal in the postseason at 12:09 in the second period. This game has seen 14 penalties. 11 of them came in the first period of play. So as to give you that rundown, so as to give you the team stats between both teams, we'll start off with the shots on goal. It's 25-22. Panthers after 2 periods of play, as they dominate shot force in the second period, like what the Oilers did in the first period. It's 29-25 Panthers, but it shows that they're neck and neck on the physicality. Faceoffs are also pretty even. 22-21 Florida. The power play, the Oilers 1 of 6, the Panthers 1 of 4. Now that could be masqueraded by the fact that some of them are premium power plays, as is the case of the Oilers right now. Short-handed goals, just the one for Marchand here. Penalties, 8-6 Panthers. And penalty misses are 16-12 Panthers. Block shots are 15-6 Oilers. Takeaways, 7-3 Panthers. Giveaways, 12-6 Oilers. Just to give you the rundown of all the stats.
Appreciate that, Alec. Thank you for picking me up, as we're going to get settled here for the third here pretty quickly. Alec's going to go ahead and take the top half. We'll get it set to close. Admittedly, for both of us, we're not quite certain yet whether this is going to be OT or not, because this game is still within striking distance again. I mentioned it alongside with the Cats. I feel like they needed to do a little bit more. Look, you're up 2-0 in the second period. You're going to feel pretty good there. But if the goal differential stays within 1, it's enough for the Oilers to showcase what they've done in the third throughout the playoffs, throughout the regular season. 2 goals apiece for Florida in both periods. A 3 spot there for Edmonton in the first, nothing in the second. It sits 4-3 Cats. And Alec, I mentioned this from the beginning of this game too. I think this is a must-win for Florida. They go down 2-0 with their home record as it is in the playoffs at 4-3. I don't know how much that's going to change if Edmonton keeps playing like this.
I don't know, but the way that the Oilers are playing the second period, you want to turn the tide in the third period. We know the third period is their best period, and they save their best for last. And overtime in the third, you name it.
That's what they always do, and we'll see what we get. They just showed Biz's record as far as his bets. What did that say, like 5-18? You should never ask him to bet again.
Well, I know you miss 1% of the shots that you don't take, says Wayne Gretzky, who is also on the broadcast. But nonetheless, they're asking Wayne Gretzky to do a cat noise all of a sudden.
Yeah, you got to make the great one do anything while he's there. Again, we're looking at some of the camera shots in between Bobrovsky and Bennett. You kind of wonder what was said as the third period gets set to begin underway. Bobrovsky's had a lot of work to do. Stuart Skinner's had a lot of work to do. Honestly, Alec, all things considered, I know it's 7 goals, But Stuart Skinner 21 of 25 and Bobrovsky 20 of 23. It's 7 goals, and maybe, just maybe, I could think of one that probably should have been stopped. I can't imagine these goaltenders could do much of anything today.
I don't know. We talked of track meets. We got ourselves another track meet. The Oilers did dominate from the third period onwards of last game. They want to replicate that. But the Panthers, they wanted emphasis on queen zone exits. They had some queen zone exits here, and they're doing a good job emphasizing those queen zone exits. The Marchand breakaway being proved, and they're doing much better at the zone exit part.
Let me look at one of the things I don't think I've punched yet so far in this game. Zeph Jones leads TOI. Again, defenseman, you're going to get that first, but he's got 1748 in the mix of it. Alex Barkov at 1409. And when I look at it on the side for the Oilers, Connor McDavid at 1504. In the mix of it, he leads everybody of time on ice. That's even amongst defensemen, so he's tops. So right now, you can at least take that narrative of the 25 minutes or less, unless it goes into OT. Connor McDavid might not get to it, but if he's leading everybody right now and he's playing the way he's playing, Chris Knobloch, say, you get your breath, you're going to go back out there and make some magic happen because he's got 2 assists, he's got 5 shots, and he's got his skating shoes on.
Yeah, of course, we know what will anyone do to win the Stanley Cup. We know McDavid, he has 4 assists so far in this finals.
Yeah.
Draisaitl, who, by the way, didn't even score in all of last year's finals. He had just 3 assists and no goals in the 7-game series. Here, he's got 3 goals already. So Draisaitl is getting into the action and is inserting himself as an X factor for the Oilers.
When we first opened this series and I saw some of the favorites and alongside for MVP, obviously Connor McDavid comes front and center in mind, but we could make the argument, Alec, in between that golden triangle of Draisaitl, McDavid, and Bouchard. They're all dominating. Again, in the sense of the whole second, third line, Edmonton's been able to carry that as well, but that entire core is doing the job right now, and that's why Edmonton's in the position that they are.
Not to mention key depth players that are stepping up when it matters the most, such as the case with Victor Arvidsson in Game 1 and Evander Kane in this game. Everyone's playing their role, and they're all doing so at their fullest.
Zeph Jones with a goal and an assist. Dmitry Kulikov. Again, Zeph Jones is a +3. Everyone else on the Cats side, except for Kulikov, is a +2. They're all carrying a minus in Ekblad, Forsling, and Mikula. So that's a big, big get. If not for that LTI money, again, we covered the 4 nations. If it wasn't for Tkachuk going on IR, Zeph Jones might not even be here.
That's what we noted. If it's not for that, we might not be discussing Seth Jones being on this team. But now, it's a reality. But still, you wonder if had it been for Tkachuk staying healthy, do we see the Panthers using Spencer Knight as the fullback plan if Sergei Bobrovsky gets hurt?
That probably was the case because that was my one thought process going on. I said it in the last series against Carolina. I said it now. If Bobrovsky ever has a moment where he has to leave, that puts the Panthers in dire straits because Spencer Knight, I know he didn't play a lot, but I think Spencer's got some game. And Vitek Vanacek now, I don't think he'll ever see the net. Brad Marchand, a goal. He's got +2 in the mix and 4 shots. You get set to take it away in the top of this third. Cats up by 1, but we'll see for how long because Edmonton power play abbreviated at 112.
And immediately the Panthers left it down. Alec Nava here for the third period of Game 2 of the 2025 Stanley Cup Final. The Panthers lead at 4-3. The Oilers were down by 1 entering the third period of Game 1. We'll see if they can do it again here. Up the far side, another drop pass. Bouchard will feed it for Draisaitl. Boxed out and it's going back for Bouchard. The Draisaitl, McDavid. Can he dance around again? No sick. Closes him up. Bouchard, his pass got in the way. Draisaitl's on the hole. Draisaitl will look across the ice again. McDavid, he goes right by. Draisaitl, that pass for him, partially blocked. 31 on the man of edge. Draisaitl will wait, and he'll go down low for RNH. Back for Bouchard. McDavid can't shoot if he wants to. He'll backpedal again. McDavid will look one more time. McDavid towards the net. Hey, the rebound. Bouncing up off of McDavid's stick. All the way back for Bouchard, right off of Nosek. Drop pass for McDavid towards the left circle. Elbow parry. Elevator. Oh, no, went over the net. And that is Bouchard holding the zone. Near corner for Draisaitl. Across the ice. McDavid can't handle it. Power play is over. Perry upended. And it's back for McDavid. McDavid dispossessed by Lustarenin. Could be a break here. Verhaeghe's going to take it himself. One-on-one. Verhaeghe down to distance. Verhaeghe. Excellent stick lift by Bouchard. He'll go back for Mikla. They go Mikla towards the goal. Stopped by Skinner. And it'll be Kane picking this one up. Getting this one down the ice. On the back end. Held by the Oilers. This is where they saved their best for last. And it'll be sticked away at the penalty box side. Coming back to Edmonton. Dumped it. I think this was from behind the red line. Yes, it is. Icy.
I have to give full marks at the start of this third period to one Eetu Lustarenin. Flat out saved a couple of goals, and then his stick chopping near the right side gets it away from McDavid as Tomas Nosek says hello to the boards against Corey Perry. My goodness.
The stick chop on Connor McDavid. We know who's going to step up. What are you willing to do to win the Stanley Cup? And Eetu Lustarenin did just that on knocking the puck away from the best player in the NHL. Up the near side, this will be moved by the Oilers with Nate Schmidt in the way. Up at the far corner, Kulikov joins in. Up at the far half boards with the Panthers regaining control. This is where they are best when holding on to leads. Dumping it down the ice. Brett Kulak being the first one back. Two Panthers in the way, Evan Rodriguez, but he's helped up by Adam Henrique. Up at the far side, a bounce of this puck, Sam Bennett can't hold it. And possession will go back to Brown. Up the near side now. Bobrovsky will play this one out. Florida prioritizing zone exits. And Schmidt holding. They have a 4-3 lead. Shots 25-24 depth. Go to the far side. Skating this one up. Did this go by the red line? Yes, it did. Gadjevich. Held inside the far boards where Skinner tried to place it out. Rodriguez still on the chase. One of the sticks gets knocked loose. And this will be collected by the Oilers. Cleared out the center. With Mikla going down back all the way with Skinner playing this one out. Ran into trouble. Up the near side, the Oilers one more time. Early 30 minutes here of this third period. Arvidsson frees it up onto the far half boards. Brad Marchand, who scored the go-ahead goal for the Panthers. And the Panthers escape danger. Sent down the near side of the ice. Backhanded over to Bouchard. And now this will be collected by Florida. Marchand slowed up. Collected by Ekholm to Bouchard. Bouchard gets it free. Towards the near side. Lustarenin. Shoved away by Kapanen. He'll go all the way back towards the Edmonton zone. Marchand picks it up. Marchand turnaround shot. Spot out by Skinner. Bouncing all the way. Pass forward. On the race, it'll be grabbed by Ekblad. Aaron Ekblad. Opening up for the far side. Lustarenin with it. Eetu Lustarenin. On the control. Backhanding it down deep to number 2. Sam Reinhart shove. Number 3 pokes it away. Leon Draisaitl over to Kasperi Kapanen. Kapanen wants to clear it out. And this will be collected by Bouchard in his own zone. Not enough for the icing. Reinhart almost poked away Bouchard. Up the far side. This will be controlled by the Oilers. Right inside the zone, it'll be McDavid. McDavid fires well wide of everyone. Markov knocks away the puck from Nurse. All the way back is Kulak. 4:10 gone here in this third period as both teams make changes. Let's get out now with John Outwood in here for this third period with the Panthers leading 4-3. Nate Schmidt pokes away the puck and Chuck grabs it. All the way down as Skinner will play this one right behind him. Backhanded to Nurse. Down the near side of the ice. One Panther in the way. Up the near half boards. And it'll be playing with a high stick.
Alec, do you get the feeling that this might just be the calm before the storm? Because this is the first time in a stretch of about 5 minutes of action, we just started the third period, that this feels like a normal pace, that this feels like a defensive pace, and this feels like both teams don't want to give up a goal. But man, oh man, we saw a first period that was completely off the rails. We saw a second period that was much of the same. And right now in the third, this just feels like, next goal wins, try to tighten everything up right now.
It feels that way. It's just like the calm before the storm. We don't know who's going to strike, but it's going to be a game changer for one of these two teams. The Panthers have it up the far side, and it'll be the Oilers in control. Bouchard shoved away at the near corner. The Panthers trying to hold his own. Nosek driving this one short side. Can't get this one onto Skinner. All the way back is Schmidt. Backpedaling all the way to his own zone. Schmidt chased from behind. Fed it up with the Oilers deflecting this puck out.
This one's just going to get deflected. No calls here as we get some more pushing against Brad Marchand. So we're going to look and see about that as we get some changes on both sides. Goals by defensemen this postseason. We told you that a little bit in the preview show. How about a combined 30 burger? 17 for Florida, 13 for Edmonton. That's absolutely outrageous stuff.
7 of those 13 goals from defensemen for the Oilers have came from Evan Bouchard. For the Panthers, it's a by committee approach, and Dmitry Kulikov is right up on that list. That's 5. They have 5 defensemen each with 3 goals.
And you would think going into it, in between Kulikov and guys like Schmidt and all that, a lot of the guys that are not making a ton of money yet made a gigantic impact. Nikola Mikula, also one of those.
Yeah, Gustav Forsing may not be one of them, but Aaron Ekblad, Seth Jones, Niko Mikula of all people, Schmidt, and now Kulikov, each with 3 goals. Uvis Bolinskis has 1, Forsing has 1. This puck, Bobrovsky said that this was played out of play, but we stay here. Mikula, the puck bounced up as Adam Henrique controls. Edmonton will restart the pace up the far side as they send it right over towards the near corner, cross court. Jones can't clear this one out. On the chase, it is Henrique and Brown. A pan at that near corner. Freed up as this bounces held inside by Edmonton, but no longer. The Panthers get this one out, and they're the ones in control. Looks arena around the far boards. Skinner played it out, and it'll be Wallman again. Jake Wallman slowing the action down as he surveys. Up the far boards with the Oilers. Going downhill. Draisaitl up the near side. Kane will go all the way back towards the point. Bouchard fires. Bobrovsky has to scoop it up out of midair. And covers.
It's really hard to cover everybody, isn't it, Alec? It seems like Evan Bouchard is the guy that's just left alone to trigger in the high slot most of the times because you have to deal with McDavid and Draisaitl. And it takes excellent puck movement, good pivot near the right side boards, and an even better glove save for Big Bob there.
Yeah, even better as there was several screens. Arvidsson and Marchand still not done after everything. As this face-off won by the Panthers, they'll get this one down to center, bouncing up. It will not be ice. Collected up by Ekholm as he slowed the pace down. Ekholm harassed by Verhaeghe. Ekholm moving up far side with the Oilers controlling. This is a good chase by Connor McDavid to negate the icing. Pass comes south, bounced out the side of the cage. Perry holds it down deep. McDavid will go back towards the right point for Bouchard. Bouchard touches one to Ekholm. They'll send one towards the goal. That bounced up. Swipe back. The Panthers take this one up. Reinhardt trying to control it. This bounced right onto Skinner. He'll play this for Ekholm again. Matthias Ekholm slowing it down. He was a part of the Stanley Cup final team with the Nashville Predators in 2017. Was on last year's Oilers. What a move by Evander Kane. He'll move up through the middle of the ice. Kane. 1 foot was outside the zone, 1 foot in it. Just to stay onside. Schmidt. Upended at that near corner as he gets rid of the puck. And some support arrives here for Schmidt. That included Bennett. As the Oilers dump it in, go for a change. Up the near side, Schmidt. Yes, boxed out hard. Nurse will fire it around through the far side. It'll be Schmidt one more time. Does he get it out again? He'll just wait his time out with the Panthers in the midst of a wholesale change. In about 2.5 minutes, I'll hand this back over to John. It's Nosek. As Kapanen right on him, and the several stick blacks here. The puck floats free. The Oilers moving from their own zone. Back towards the near side as this gets wheeled around. Bobrovsky playing this out onto the far side. With Podkolzin took his fill. Walking inside, it is Mikula. Mikula. Or rather, Boquist wants to spin around through the far side, away from everyone else. Nosek is possessed by Janmark, but it initiates another battle at that far corner. Opposite Mikula takes a slapper. Right behind is Gadjevich. Comes down to the far side. Jones on the hold, but can't do so any longer. Kapanen and Podkolzin are out there. Up on the near side, it'll be the Oilers fighting around through the end boards. Collected up by the Cats. No, it'll be the Oilers from McDavid. McDavid will look. Does he have an answer? He'll drop it through. Top of the left circle going down low. Curling drag. And it's stopped by Bobrovsky going out of play. Jake Wallman a chance.
Anytime you see two players try to chase the vulcanized rubber, you know someone's going to be open on the other end. Good work for Jake Woolman to cut front and then get a chance as we go to break. But man, oh man, Alec, this one's going to come down in the wire as we expected. You know what, honestly, I thought the third period might feel like the first. But again, it feels like the inverse in this series. And that Connor McDavid move before we went to break again, we saw that they just showed it about 5 times in a row. You can't show it enough.
We can't watch this one enough. That's how amazing that he can display on his abilities. Wow.
Yeah, this has been, and you asked me the question a little bit earlier, has Game 2 superseded Game 1? Yes, it has. I'll even say it. We're at the same score line right now as we were without OT at this point, as Alec's still going to keep it going here for a little bit longer. 11:40 left to go in the third. I know he gave you the shot reset. I won't jump into too much of that right now. But it is 26 apiece tied there. Hits are 31-27. So for all the action, I guess we could say at least the hits got toned down a little bit, and I think it had to because we saw all-world skill across this entire game offensively. As you mentioned, between both of the goaltenders, 7 goals combined against. I really can't think of maybe exception of one that's anyone's fault. I don't think you're stopping any of those. We've just seen the best skill on skill that we could ask for. And most of the time, as I mentioned this, you go to the Stanley Cup Finals, sometimes it isn't necessarily the best on best, but you can't fault the ones that make it there because if you make it there, you deserve it. But no questions asked at this point now for a second straight year. The Cats and the Oilers are the 2 best teams in the league, bar none. End of story.
End of story, here and now. We know that the Panthers, they can stay around. We don't know if Ben is going to go or stay. And there's another dilemma of Aaron Ekblad. I imagine Brad Marchand, he's going to stay for sure. But here, these are the 2 best teams as we know them. The Oilers, of course, want to capitalize on last chance.
Yes, they do. It's going to be a face-off between a Draisaitl and Barkov, but we're going to have to do it again. So McDavid will be the replacement.
Yeah, of course, when you have Draisaitl and McDavid on the ice together, you know the Oilers have every intent of wanting to score. McDavid does a good job tying up Barkov. It'll be Perry. Perry wanting to wrap this one around. Every lane's closed out. Shot from the tie. Stopped by Bobrovsky. Down the near side will be Verhage. On the chip and chase. Verhage wins the foot race. Opposite Bouchard as Bouchard's trying to out the puck. Bouchard can't get this one down. Reinhardt shoved out the way. Up at that near side, or rather far side, across the ice. It'll be moved up by the Oilers down the middle. Trying to split the defense is Draisaitl. Draisaitl! Oh my goodness, what a stop by Bobrovsky as he shut him down. In the near corner, no rebound as this puck exits all the way out. With the Oilers picking it up, they'll restart from their own zone. Bouchard and Ekholm, wide taken for both teams. Good job out there. Up the middle. And now on the near side, it'll be Connor Brown. The third line matching up with the Panthers' second line. Brown gets bumped. Jones controlling the play. Third period chances 5-0 Oilers. It's Sam Bennett leading the rush. Up that near side. Bennett clamps canceled out as Arvidsson takes a shove. And it'll be moved up by Schmidt. Up and around. The weight outside against the Panthers. So the Oilers will take it up. Shots 26 apiece. But most of that has been from the Oilers here in this third period. They're doing a good job. As when being a third period team up and throughout. Harry wants to play it out. Edmondson sends this down the distance. Schmidt from the near side. Played all the way down. Will this be ice? And it will be. So, let's hand it to you, John.
10-11 left to go in the third, and Alec, you just called it, and we can look at it again. How in the world did Leon Draisaitl get that wide open? And he only got wide open because he stick-handled it to himself out of midair to get around 4 different Panthers.
One of those, including Gustav Borzik, widely regarded as a top 3 defensive defenseman in the league.
I don't even know how you do that. That seems impossible, as it's an 8-game point streak, 5 goals, 9 assists. This one won between the legs for the Cats, and I was thinking the million-dollar question is this too. If I'm at Florida, am I a little bit slower there and elongated with my breakouts to kind of cancel out Edmonton's fast-track north-south type of game? Do I manage the puck a little bit more as Tomas Nosek fires it on? He might have the same idea that I do.
He might have tried to go, but at that shot, the far side was open, but he decided to test towards Skinner and catch him by surprise. as he walks down the near side. Whew.
Yeah, I got to be thinking of that. Honestly, when I'm looking at this commercial that we're getting here for NextGuard, that almost looked like my dog. That scared the heck out of me. It's picked up the other one. I think my dog's on TV. As this is sent in behind for a commercial. And yeah, I'm wondering right now, again, as I mentioned, if the Cats will be able to slow things down a little bit. We know there's going to be some forecheck for Chris Knobloch's squad as they're down by a goal. But I just think you have to kind of be a little bit more measured here. Because as you talk about it now, the scoring chance is 5-1, if not for that no-sec as we go to commercial. But that's what it's going to take. I think you have to be very measured. You might have to play the puck back a little bit at times rather uncomfortably in between Forsling or Jones. I just don't think you can afford, if you're Florida right now, to go up, back, and down the ice. But you also have to try to win puck battles and make sure if the puck goes in behind your own net that you don't have two players chasing in behind the red lines.
So, yeah, because Edmonton has the legs to keep up with anyone. The Panthers, as the series wears on, I'd imagine the Oilers are getting more comfortable with their looks. The Panthers, they may be too, but it's not going to end here in 4 or 5 games. We imagine that this is going to go a longer series, 6, 7 if we need it, but still, Draisaitl with impossible looks. How did he get by Forsling?
He stick handles up a windmill and then knocks it out of the air right up the gut. And my goodness, I mean, now you're just making me smile. You show Leon Draisaitl on one end and Pavel Datsyuk on the other, what they called the Magic Man. He had the best hands in the business.
Yeah, he has. And that was a very good sense of magic by Draisaitl to pull off.
So we'll get an ozone draw. It'll be Stuart Skinner near the right of the post. Cats up by 1, but can they hold is the question. If this series goes 1-1, then we can have a completely different narrative. But if it changes, I do have a little bit of treat for everyone else and a critical question to ask. Could be crazy, but I want to see what Alec thinks if it goes in one direction. This is picked up the other way, right up the gut, off the backhand, saved by Bobrovsky, played on in front, as that was an excellent move. But this will be knocked away and flipped back down. Brett Kulak try to get this out of his own end. Shot board is dead even at 27, but it's the Cats' second period that's got them the advantage as this puck has been iced against Edmonton.
Draisaitl almost did it again, leading a 3-on-2 rush down the middle. He almost got that one through. Sergei Bobrovsky, of course, solving the case.
I was admittedly going to say Draisaitl, but I had in the back of my mind now, like, believing that it couldn't be him again. But you're right, it was.
Oh my goodness, man, he's special.
Goes back around the end boards now for Barkov. This is being recollected for Verhaeghe. He takes a turnaround shot. This one's fought off on the right side post by Skinner. You got to be careful here if you're Florida. You can't afford to take any penalties because that could be enough to tie this game. Nate Schmidt, he's been so good here in this game too. Jumped in from game 1 as well. Picked up now for Barkov from Verhaeghe off the sauce. And this will be now from left to right here for the Edmonton Oilers again in the home blues in the mix of the orange. One more for you for Rogers before we go back to Sunrise. Then on Monday, no weekend games. The NBA Finals game 2 will be Sunday. So Saturday will be a lonely one, I imagine, for all sports. As this will be jump back down, gloved out of the air, takes down one of the Oilers and Matthias Ekholm, but it'll pop back up. And Evan Bouchard, Marchand, excellent work to pry this puck loose. It'll go to the Oilers. It's a 3-on-2. Corey Perry, one open! Here's a diving shot block for Gustav Forsling. As this one bounced out of the air and then high, sent back out across the goal mouth. What a play there by Forsling as Lusterinen gets it out. Now toward the left side wall again. Here's an effort for Draisaitl and a tie-up back there to close out Corey Perry as we stay in play. 2 goal game savers possibly as this one goes off sides. Alec, what'd you see?
Gustav Forsling and Carter Verhaeghe with the stops that have been absolutely needed. Sometimes the best saves don't come from goaltenders. It's from your own skaters. Forsling absolutely with a crucial diving shot block. As Sam Bennett, he wanted to get into Evan Bouchard's head at the end of it.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, that was a slash at the end of it. Ooh, but still, as we speak of moving and Corey Perry, Yinzer looks to Reenan, who stick-lifted Perry to prevent him from getting a shot off right in front. That was perfect timing, right place, right time.
He's already done that there against Corey Perry. He did it against McDavid earlier. He had one in the second period as well. Eetu Luostarinen has been a defensive demon in this game.
He has, and his presence has been built all around this ice.
RNH, you got the luxury of Draisaitl, McDavid, and RNH as three centers if you want them. There is no team in the NHL that has that depth, but yet it's the Panthers that start with the puck in the neutral zone. Cross-check against Bennett. We talk about that slash that was just given there from Bennett to Bouchard. You already had a big hit on Stuart Skinner, who was able to pop back up and stay in this game. Sam Bennett's not going to back away from anybody. He's going to continue to draw that ire. Here's Tkachuk. Ringing around the end boards for number 9. That's Bennett. Wait for 19. This will be sent back around and intercepted by Jake Wallman. Looks like there's going to be some changes here for Paul Maurice's squad. Klingberg tried to throw it up the gut. This goes to the left side red line now. Nico Mikkola can't get inside out positioning. Good work here for the Oilers for the moment. Flip back in behind the end boards. Is there pressure in the high slot? RNH throws an end around. 6:55 left to go in the third. John Under with you alongside Alec Nava. Going to try to see if we need OT in this game too. The Oilers only need one more. It's 4-3. This gets blocked again nicely there. And alongside the defense for Florida, try to break out right up the left side of the wing. Darnell Nurse is there. Cuts off Jesper Boqvist. Nosek tries to finish his hit. Can't do so. And this will be flipped down by Barkov. He's trying to cut off a 1-on-3, but it's like a mall phone booth right there. He couldn't get through. Pushed up the gut again. Ekblad reverse hit. How do you do? And the mix cleans it up right in front as this goes right across the Oilers logo. Shot board dead even at 28. But Florida's got the go-ahead goal from their efforts in the second period. They had a 2-0 advantage there. Everything else was wild in the first. As we get sent back here toward the left side red line. This next goal is going to be critical. Either Florida goes up by 2 or Edmonton ties it. That's where we'll be. 5:55 left to go in this third. Florida trying to take a 1-1 series tie. Edmonton trying to take both. And if they do so, they can put themselves in the driver's seat. Not the Cats have life. Connor McDavid's pass. This will be swept aside. Now to the left side red line. Draisaitl tries to find it. Ekholm will leave, and this will bounce right to the Cats. They've got to be smart here. They can't try to press too much. They don't need to, but they also can't play in a shell. Pick now for Lindell. Excellent work in behind the net. He was able to buy some time and a good half screen there to keep this toward the right side of the wall. Here are the Cats with the puck. Turnaround chance. Be closed by the left pad of Skinner. Nico Mikkola steps back around for Tkachuk. Try to throw it off the inboards. And this will be knocked away for Erod. Now Mikkola gets this one across for Tkachuk. He's patient. Will make the smart play. Put it in around the inboard. Sam Bennett gets taken down. He fights for the puck. Try to beat Bouchard. There is a bouncer off of Rodriguez. This will stay in the zone for the Cats. Rodriguez was right open up the gut, but they went to go to Tkachuk, and it got deflected. As it goes back in behind the inboards now, Ekholm from Bouchard. Ekholm needs to put on a skating display. He'll do so. Gets it out of the zone. This will be chipped back down. Bobrovsky slows it down with the stick, but RNH was in his grill. And this will be flipped back down. That should be icing there against the Cats. They didn't want to do that. And we get it going the other way, 4:34. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't want to do that if you're Florida. You're getting the advantage in the third period. Third period is where both teams do at their very best, and it's canceling each other out as what we expected it to be at this point in time. When you ice the puck, you're putting yourselves in a dangerous position because the Oilers, if they can capitalize off an icing, it may be right here.
Yeah, and it's the center depth that we talked about alongside all three that can make something happen. Right now, RNH trying to get it up the tie-up. Will do so. Adam Henrique send this one back. Klingberg, he waits. He can't pull the trigger, though, as he's on his back skate, trying to ride that blue line. Now toward the right side dot, he leaves it back. Toward the left, off the cage. This one bounces off the headboards, goes right to Bobrovsky. He's down. I don't see any whistle yet. Evander Kane was hurt, and so was Bobrovsky. That was a theater of absurdity.
Oh, my word. Everything just happened right in the front with everyone getting into the dirty areas with Kane and Bobrovsky and Tanglo. Nugent-Hopkins almost from his knees as Kane tried to pursue the puck, and as Bobrovsky dove in front, he gets kneed by Kane at the end of it. Oh my goodness, what is happening?
That was probably the craziest sequence we can say in the third. At least it was only one, because in the first, that felt like the entire first period, as we got 4:07 left to go here. Before we decide where the series advantage is going to be, is it going to be 2-0 Edmonton? Is it going to be tied? Panthers still trying to hold on. To the Panthers' credit, I guess I shouldn't be surprised here, Alec. This has been a much better control of that third period from game one, has it not?
It has. If you're Florida, you're in total control of this third period, and you're dictating the pace. Even though Edmonton is getting chances, most of those have been from outside.
Yes.
And you're just restricting the dangerous areas up and throughout.
Yeah, you're concealing a lot of the stuff off the rush, with the exception of Leon Draisaitl breaking through a 1-on-4. But again, it's Leon Draisaitl on a 1-on-4. You're not expecting him to be able to dangle and then knock the puck hand-eye out of the air to himself. So outside of that, outside of the McDavid specials that we've seen, I think the Cats have done a pretty good job. I know the first period was bonkers, but after that, Edmonton is still waiting for the next goal because they haven't had one since the initial 20 minutes.
No, they haven't. And Florida, of course, did a good job controlling that second period, like they have been for most of this postseason, and they've done a good job of holding the Oilers at bay.
So we'll see what we'll get. Again, we're getting all these commercials here as far as the Stanley Cup. They're doing a good job here in the TNT coverage, I will say, as far as getting me hyped for that. Looking more at Evander Kane, I want to talk about more with this sequence alongside Alec. So RNH falls down, and then, my goodness, it's just bowling pins. Kulikov actually destroys Bobrovsky as Kane gets in there too. He falls on top of him, and now we get an opportunity here off a draw win for McDavid. You kind of wonder if you're going to get double, triple shifted at this point. You still got the timeout available to you if you're Chris Knobloch as well. McDavid trying to keep a display going, sent toward the net, fought off by Bobrovsky, and now Forsling kind of wonder if they'll just be smart about this, and they will. They'll send it in. That's what I'm thinking as well. You don't want to try to send too many. You just got to try to win these next 4 minutes because you don't need a goal. Icing's waved off. Ekblad takes a hit toward the left side red line. There will be one forechecker in Luostarinen, as we'll start this one again here for Evan Bouchard. So left to right as we get the Let's Go Oilers chance again. It would be a 1-1 series tie at worst. Big save, Bobrovsky with the right pad. Are you kidding? As it's 3:15 left to go in the third. Kulak, he fans on it. Lindell up there with the gut with Luostarinen, and they'll send it around. A huge save for Bobrovsky, who's been brilliant in this third period when he's needed to be. As it's picked up the other way for Edmonton. Looking to start again, length of the ice, seam pass. That's a knee-on-knee hit. That's probably going to be something. I guess not. 2:59. We'll stay where we are in the third.
As games go on, normally we don't see a penalties being called for anything unless it is egregious. We haven't seen anything like that, press for the officials, but on the opening, Corey Perry has been snake bit all throughout this third period. He's getting every chance. That was Connor Brown this time, but it still reigns true for the Oilers. They've been snake bit in this third period.
Yeah, it has. And Alec, I guess, should be no surprise that Evander Kane was the one that set it up. He's had a really, really good game for the Edmonton Oilers. Again, it's not a surprise, but the fact that he's healthy and he's able to showcase his skills, it's telling you he can do a little bit of everything. As this was a big pick the other way. I guess that negates the icing because Florida got away with another hit. 2:35 left to go in the third, but now they have iced it from the length of the ice, and there'll be another ozone draw. 2:33 left in the third, and Evan Rodriguez a little bit distressed. I don't blame him.
Because, at this point, yes, Chris Knobloch is signaling for Stuart Skinner to come to the bench, because at this point, I don't blame Evan Rodriguez for being distressed, because at this point, when the Oilers are down by a goal and they need it, they're going to get their 6-on-5 unit on the ice. And Notre Dame, the big guns out there for a tying goal.
So 2:33 left is an eternity here for Florida. 7 comeback wins this postseason, 4 in the third periods, most in the NHL. Here we go. Evan Bouchard now. He'll send this one back to the left side point. McDavid's pass. Bouchard shoots. This one gets blocked and goes up in the netting out of play. And if I'm Florida, I don't even think I want to call a timeout. Or if I'm Edmonton, I would say the same thing because I don't want to give the Cats any extra rest.
You don't want to at this point. Now's not the time. Evan Rodriguez with an excellent shot block off his knee. Bouchard having all the left side of the net open to tie that game up, but Rodriguez with that crucial shot block as he gets a pound and back on the way to the bench.
Absolutely right about that. With Erod and the mix of Lusterinen as well, there's been some big blocks. Cats do win this. They'll flip this one down the ice, not far enough for icing Jake Wallman. Started with the yawning cage, 6-on-5 for the rest of it. Edmonton needs a goal to try to tie it at 4. Cats trying to get a 1-1 even series. McDavid, windmill. He'll spin. Now to the left side dot. Leave it from the point from Bouchard. Start again. In the mix of Jake Wallman, so they're going to go extra offense in the mix of their backhand. Here's Bouchard. Flipping now for Draisaitl, back to Evan. 1:45 left to go in the third. Good stick in the lane. Nico Mikkola is able to flip that one down. Not far enough. Draisaitl has to take it the length now. 1:30 thereabouts left in the third. As this is collected across the right side. Offsides or Edmonton?
Oh, a late stride for Connor McDavid as he was entering inside the zone. Now I feel that Chris Knoblauch at this point in time, we wonder if he's going to use his timeout because the Oilers' main guys have been out there for about a minute. So we wonder at this point, maybe he's giving those nods and is going to put Skinner out there as to lead this one in. Yes, he's calling the timeout.
Yeah, you're right, Alec, in the mix of it. I was wondering, again, as I mentioned there previously, to kind of wait as much as you can to not give Florida the extra energy. But now at this point, absolutely, you got to put the big guns back out there. You know you're double, triple shifting. You got 1:31 left, and it's quite possible, Alec, that Leon Draisaitl, Connor McDavid, and Evan Bouchard play the rest of this game.
That's what I would imagine. Or at least if the Oilers do tie, the rest of regulation, if they do get a tie goal.
Yeah.
You got to get a zone entry first.
Yeah, that's what it's going to take. Again, we're in a complete agreement. They're going to keep the big guns out here for 1:31 to at least force a tie and then see what happens after that. But in all likelihood, that's what we're going to see. And you got to be comfortable there. If I'm Edmonton, I might hold on to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins here, but I will keep that triangle concumbrant there alongside. And then maybe Evander Kane has also been very, very good in this game. He might be another one of those I look to for that net front presence.
Yeah, if it's 4 forwards, 2 defensemen, it'll be McDavid, Draisaitl, Perry, Nugent-Hopkins, Wallman, and Bouchard. If it's 5 forwards, you can get Kane out there.
Barkov, neutral zone draw. And the reigning Selke winner can't get it. This is Edmonton's puck. Skinner's going to go to the bench again. That'll get the extra attacker at some point. This one bounces off the inboards. Lusterinen tried to find it. Draisaitl, everybody standing in at Rogers Place. About $1:10 left to go in the third. Florida needs this game, but they're a long ways away from it right now. It's still 1:05. They're only up by a goal. Here's a chance near the right side red line. Edmonton kept on the outside, haven't shot just yet. As this is recollected, McDavid, Draisaitl, 1T, all the way from the opposite side of the ice, and this one will deflect out of play. 56 seconds left in the third.
Johnny Cage for Leon Draisaitl to fire a one-timer at, but McDavid fighting him again across the ice, lifts it over Aaron Ekblad, and Draisaitl with the 1T just kept out off the pad of Sergei Bobrovsky as he reached coast to coast for that. Wow, what a stop.
That's an incredible save, and oh, by the way, let's give a shout-out to Connor again. That's no look while he's chewing on the mouth guard on the opposite side of the ice. Are you kidding?
Amazing. Let's see what he does.
This will be off the tie-up. Mad scramble. Back at the point now. Bouchard's got it. There's a stick knocked out of the hand of Zeph Jones. It's going to be a helpless feeling right now. 40 seconds left to go in the third. It's Bouchard. near the right side dot. Here's a pass in through the middle of the traffic. Can Florida get it out? They bake it in off the glass and send this one down, and they don't even care that they iced it. 30 seconds left.
And they'll give them a quick breather before they all get reset. And a side relief for Seth Jones who gets a new stick right off the bench. You got to leave your top guns out there if you're Florida. Or if you're not wanting to overwork your top guys, you get Lucerinen, Lundell, and you can alternate between third line and top line because those are your top defensive lines.
Yes, Alec, you're right. You got to punch in with the buttons that have gotten you there. Who do you trust more to block the shot and keep the net clean? That's why Barkov stays out there, but that's what you have to have, and you nailed it there. And alongside for Lusterinen, you're going to get Reinhardt as well. Looks like Nico Mikkola. Barkov, 50% on the draws, 14 of 28. He's going to be opposed by Leon Draisaitl as we get set to drop it at the left dot. But hold on, we'll do it again.
All-star on the draw. The Oilers keeping their same 6 guys out there to counter the Panthers' own defense unit.
Barkov, he wanted to put the stick down a little bit too early. Now he will win it, but it's contested. Here for the Oilers, a little bit of a stick chop for Mikkola. Can't get it out. As this is toward the right side, McDavid throws it back to the point. Bobrovsky save! Scores! We're tied!
This crazy game deserves another crazy finish. We knew that once the Oilers moved towards Skinner, they knew they were going to go for the jugular and get their big guys out there. And Corey Perry, who gets another goal to his tremendous resume in the playoffs, a clutch goal to level this up at 4 in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. What will it take for you to win a Stanley Cup? We know about the long losing skid for Perry. He's lost all 4 of his previous Stanley Cup Finals over a 5-year span. He wants it badly. And of course, the big guns. Perry, who's filling in for the injured Zach Hyman, gets the rebound right in front and cleans up the garbage. We are tied. Too much traffic at the front. It's a brand new hockey game.
We said it, 1:30 left in third period was way too much time. Even with the extra attacker, crowd's in a frenzy. This goes to the left corner. Corey Perry, the latest hero, as Kulikov now gets tied up. Now Bennett the same way, as he gives some smelly gloves. And alongside the Draisaitl, everybody in a frenzy here. We did not get one OT game last year, and we've already got 2 in the first 2 games, as we're still not done with the extracurricular.
Can I say quack quack? Because Perry, the ex-Anaheim Duck, he's getting him on the goal sheet, and still, the knots on all ends. Oh my goodness, we got ourselves the sequel. Sometimes not all sequels are as good as the original, but the sequel is living up to be much better than the original. And the crowd is so hyped up. This has been bloodshed all throughout. Wow!
I don't even know what to say, and I know it's our job to be able to tell you what's going on there right now. There's so much of a mass of humanity, and alongside the middle, we just talked about it before that puck drop. Who do you trust out there to keep the front of the net clean? And it was just a swarm of bees. There was nothing Bobrovsky's going to be able to do. He never tracked that puck. He couldn't track that puck. Corey Perry finds the rebound, puts it toward the left side of the post. It's 4-4. Again, we're going to go to OT. 5-4 is going to be your final score. 4-3 was a couple days ago in OT. I can't believe we're getting another OT. You mentioned the sequel being as good as the rest. I kind of wonder, with the 3 days off, if we get the trilogy on Monday and it does the same. I can't imagine that's going to happen again in Florida, but I think these teams need 3 days off after this. I can't believe it.
Oh, man. I can't believe it either, John. And what we're wanting to see, a classic, back-to-back classics to start off the Stanley Cup Final. Back-to-back track meets to begin this off. We know how this could be playing to either one of these advantages, but the Panthers, who have a 5-4 overtime final in Game 3 against Toronto, they'll be seeing another overtime game. But I feel it's going to come down to one bounce, one lucky bounce that could decide this game in this overtime. teams are in overtime. If you remember, the Panthers previously won 11 straight overtime games dating back to Ryan Blomberg in 2021. That ended last year with Barclay Goodrow, and the lone overtime goal before that being from Carter Verhaeghe for the Panthers. They didn't have an overtime game against the Bruins, even though Gustav Porsche got a go-ahead goal that year. But it was their cup run. They had to be happy with a Stanley Cup. The Oilers, they are showing a sense of hunger, a sense of desperation. What will it take for these guys to win the Stanley Cup? We know it, and they know it.
Yes, we do, Alec. And I didn't mean to type anything else away as you're breaking it down. I just want to throw out another post and alongside with the tweet, just in case we get anyone else in here. Let them know to get to a TV on what to put that out there right now or listen to our call because we're going to have another overtime on our hands.
Yeah, we will. Oh, man.
I can't believe it. I mean, Alec and I said that a bunch of times. I feel like I've repeated myself about 5 or 6, and I don't mean to. You just run out of superlatives to even describe this game. How can you describe this game other than miraculous, magical, everything else? It's 4-4. This will be the second OT game in a row. As we said in Game 7, we didn't, or last year, we didn't get any of that stuff, even though it went 7. So I'm going to throw this out there real quick, and then we'll break it down. I'll just pause the recorder for 1 second.
Oh, man. So as to give you the rundown in between these three epic periods of play and Game 2 of this year's Stanley Cup Final. The rematch being much better than last year. It's back-to-back games to begin this finals, and it's overtime. Sam Bennett from Nate Schmidt and Evan Rodriguez. That's his 13th of the postseason. Evander Kane ties it. Arvidsson Bouchard the assists. Then Bouchard on a 4-on-4. Big David and Draisaitl with the assist to get the Oilers their first lead of the game. Seth Jones ties it. 11:37 into the first period. Angel Ostarinen and Nate Schmidt. Excellent keeps for the Panthers. And then Draisaitl makes Sam Bennett pay for the goaltender interference penalty. Draisaitl on a beautiful setup from Connor McDavid that was absolutely otherworldly. Bouchard the other assist. Second period was all Panthers. Dmitry Kulikov from Carter Verhaeghe and Seth Jones. A shot from distance. And then Brad Marchand, a shorthanded breakaway. Anton Lundell set that one up. And then, with 18 seconds to go in the third period, that empty. Corey Perry with his 8th of the playoffs. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Jake Wallman with the assist. It is 4-4 as it gets you the team stats. Shots are 32-30 Oilers. The hits 45-31 Panthers. So they're starting to run away with the physical battle. Faceoffs are 32-30 Florida. The Panthers 1-for-4 on the power play. The Oilers 1-for-6. The penalty minutes 16-12 Florida. Block shots are 16-11 Edmonton. And the takeaways 10-5 Florida. Giveaways 18-7 Edmonton. Between last night between the Thunder and Pacers and Game 1 of this finals, we might have witnessed one of the greatest 3-day stretches of championship action in North American professional sports. To get Ian on board, oh man, if Game 1 was a thriller, this is the sequel that everyone came and asked for.
Absolutely. Sorry, fellas, I missed all of regulation. My shift has been busy, but wow. Just 18 seconds.
Yeah, we mentioned that, Ian. When you go through it, it felt like an eternity for the Panthers because look, you got 1:30 left of that third. You know you're going to get the empty net pool. You know there's going to be chaos. You try to keep the net front clean as much as you can. It's going to be impossible at this point when you know Edmonton's so desperate. And this now really will lead me into this OT, and I'll wait till we finish it. I won't keep it long because I don't want to keep Alec too long all the way across, although the next game will be Monday. As far as what I might say if Edmonton wins another game in this series, I can't help but think of that in the back of my mind. And you kind of wonder at this point as we go to OT, do the Oilers just have the advantage all completely? I mean, they've taken their crowd, they've kept them in this game in the roller coaster ride. You've had a bunch of frenzy, you've matched them for goals, you've matched them for hits, excitement. You really kind of feel, at least I get the feeling that Edmonton might just take this game.
You might have, because they took control of that third period and did not even let go of the momentum they collected in that third period. They put the Panthers on a complete headlock all third period long, and you wonder if that's going to hold up. Back-to-back overtime games. Oh my goodness. The Oilers just matched everything that the Panthers just threw at them in that second period. Where Florida dominated the second period, the Oilers dominate that third period. We know where each team has an advantage on. First period, even. Second period, Panthers. Third period, Oilers. But man, setting up another thrilling overtime finish is going to come down to who gets the lucky bounce.
Yeah, it is, and that's what it's going to take. It's going to be hard work and effort. And in the case for the Panthers, you can't afford to take another critical penalty, as Tomas Nosek did a couple of nights ago. Again, that was at the end of the OT, essentially, that Draisaitl was able to get that from the triangle of Perry and McDavid to set that one up near the right dot again for a 1T. And as Alec mentioned, third period there for Edmonton, and all they needed was one. And that's what I said to you, Al, a couple times. I knew we agreed on that. The Panthers would need to take that second period and make sure that they were up by 2. Yes, they had an advantage. Yes, they dominated the second period for a second straight game. But the differential, if it's 1, it's not enough to hold the Edmonton Oilers.
No, we knew that, and we both agreed on it, that the Panthers needed 2. They only got 1. And 1 is not enough in terms of how many goals you can lead by here. When it is a 1-goal lead, that's not a comfortable lead. The Oilers, they can strike with swift and quick precision, and they just did.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Al. A couple nights ago, I was like, okay, we're going to do some OT heroes. We think that game 1 will probably be the best one in the series. Well, guess what, my friend? For a second straight night, you get to lead it off. Give me your OT heroes on both sides.
All right, so for my overtime heroes, it'll be the second goal of this game. I'm going to go Seth Jones for the Panthers. He's played in excellent games throughout this match. He's been all over the ice, generating chances, and he's factored in with a goal. He scored the tying goal in the first period, and even so, he's been an all-factor presence. I think if the Panthers are going to win, it's going to be Seth Jones. If the Oilers are going to win, I think it's going to be Evander Kane. He's been the best forward on the ice, not named McDavid or Draisaitl tonight. And he's factored in with every hit, every shot, and being a complete 200-foot player.
I really like that call from Evander Kane from you on that side. Like the picks per usual. I try not to lean into the big heavy hitters. We didn't do that a couple days ago, but I feel like I need to lean into one of them, at least for Florida. When the Panthers closed out the Carolina Hurricanes, it took a big setup and play make. I know Carter Verhaeghe got the one done, but Alex Barkov created the pass. I think I got to take the captaincy here for the Cats. I think Barkov's going to have to step up in a big way. And alongside for the Oilers, I'll keep the other 2 guys clean and Draisaitl and McDavid because it's not fair to take those, so I'll step away from that. But I will take, I don't even say maybe for a second straight night, but maybe go back to the bottom part of the line. Somebody's been quiet in the part for Victor Arvidsson, but he got a goal in the last game. Maybe he'll get another one.
So you're taking Barkov and Arvidsson. 2 good selections here. Arvidsson's been everywhere on the ice. And if he does score another OT winner, it'll bode well for him. Of course, Barkov, of course, he's been an all-presence factor for the Panthers. A complete 200-foot player. And I like that pick for Barkov because he can factor into anything. What else is new?
Yeah, I just think it's time when Florida really needs an answer, Alec, and when they really need to win this game. If they go down 2-0, again, I'll put my narrative for when it's done. I promise I won't be long-winded. But that would be a situation I just don't know how the Panthers would feel at that point, even if they are the Panthers. And let me ask you this. Matthew Tkachuk is a point-per-game player. and he's always really good in the postseason. Doesn't have a ton of goals, with the exception of the series that you know all too well, and I don't want to reopen old wounds. But are we thinking that Kachuk at some point needs to step up and score a big goal?
He doesn't have a point all game long, so he may be due for it tonight. All it takes is just one shot for him to change everything. If Kachuk, we know that he didn't play for most of that Four Nations Championship, and it was a bummer because he was playing through the injury. He played just 6.5 minutes of it. He wasn't on the ice for the third period and overtime of that game. We may know that there might be some bitterness on the back of his mind, because if you were to score an overtime winner, he can shake off those he can vent those frustrations, and maybe it could be the case.
I'm going to go ahead and say this. As far as the OT, I know it was a long one for the end of the first. Again, it didn't go into 2, 3, 4, and this and that. I think this overtime is going to be decided in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a quick overtime. We're not going to go deep into the first overtime like we had last night. I don't imagine it going the whole distance, but nonetheless, we've been here for a thriller. Nonetheless, either way, whenever it ends, just know that we watched every minute of a classic.
So, admittedly, I don't know my schedule. I think tomorrow is going to be the off day because I need a little bit of a break. But for Sunday, are you covering anything on Sunday?
I am looking to do Game 2 of the NBA Finals Sunday.
Okay, Alec, because I don't want to try to rain on your parade or join in where I'm not wanted just in case, but I'm thinking if you're covering that, I might join in.
All righty then, John. Hope to see you then on that day, but nonetheless, hopefully Game 2 is just as good as Game 1. And I'm hoping for an excellent series out of this.
Yeah, I feel like I want to get one of those games in there at least because, again, I find it so bizarre that we just don't have a Saturday game or anything else in the mix of it between these two. And it goes all the way to Sunday, at least for the NBA. But the fact that we don't have a weekend hockey game it bothers me.
And it's not until Game 5, if the Panthers win this one, that we do get our first weekend hockey game. It's a little bothersome of that.
So I know there is a long travel, but again, we were thinking the same thing. I know I saw Henrik Lundqvist. He took Carter Verhaeghe. I also took the same thing as I did in terms of Oilers and 6. So again, Henrik Lundqvist is a lucky man because, again, he's a Hall of Famer and he's got a full head of hair. I wish I still did. Connor McDavid, those dipsy doodles that he just made in the mix for Leon Draisaitl to set that up is otherworldly. We saw Brad Marchand with a shorthand. Draisaitl, he got robbed by Bobrovsky there, but the traffic in front of the net. Corey Perry, he was the first to it. I don't know what Bobrovsky's going to be able to do there. There was 7 other players in his face.
40 years old for Corey Perry. He's tied for the 4th oldest player to score in the Stanley Cup Final with Ray Bork, right behind Igor Larionov at 41, Zdeno Chara 42, and Mark Recchi 43.
I didn't believe that. I didn't know that Mark Recchi actually played that long. That's crazy. I know Igor Larionov because he spent a lot of time with the Red Wings and the former San Jose Shark. Again, I'll be on record here. I say it's going to end in 5 minutes. That's where I'm going to be right now. If not, Alec's going to set us up for this next 20, and we're going to be here with you as long as it takes. I guess I'm just privileged to say that I always work alongside Alec Nava. That goes without saying. But the fact that we got 2 OT games already and we're in Game 2, I don't care how long this series goes. At least I can remember these 2 games fondly, Alec. These have been absolute spectacles.
It is officially the latest tying goal in the history of the Stanley Cup Final with 18 seconds left for Corey Perry.
Thank you for that, because I'll definitely be marking that in the story. Hopefully I'll be able to write a little bit of a longer one, because I don't believe I have any other work to do after this, as this will be sent the other way down the ice. Here we go, and immediately we will start with a long puck possession here for the Cats. They're going to be going left to right again. Sudden death one more time. Shot board 33-30, but Corey Perry, as Alec mentioned, tied with 18 seconds left to go in the third. Is this one off the tie-up? Ekblad try to put this up the rush. You can't understate the value that the Cats really need to win this game. They go down 2-0. That might set up the narrative and might get settled to talk about. Draisaitl, now for Verhaeghe, as the Oilers have it in their own zone. Again, in the home blues with the orange. This is a setup for Kulak. Sent back around. Bobrovsky, couple of huge saves as he knocks it away with the right pad. Now Tkachuk, length of the ice. This will be sent toward the glove hand and settled down by Stuart Skinner. Tkachuk was the only one forechecker for the Cats as the first minute has expired in the extra session. And we'll be here with you as long as it takes. Game 2 is the site of Rogers Place. Oilers trying to take both games and have a supreme home ice advantage. Again, they're good on both sides of the ice. This is to settle around the other way. 7-1 in the postseason at home right now. As it's sent the other way, 6-3 on the road. The Cats are just 4-3 on the side at Amaret Bank, so that could spell a little bit different if the series goes the way it could. Flip now toward the left side red line, Marchand. This will be sticked away from Kulikov. And now the Cats just trying to get out of their own zone. Here's a long flip. Flip back down here for Edmonton. And they'll take this one. And across the blue line. Opportunity now to gain toward the left side. And this will be a backhand toward Bobrovsky. He will hold near the left side wing from Connor Brown.
Connor Brown moved in with a ton of speed down the near side of the wing with the third line chiming towards the offensive. Trent Frederick almost ended it in the first game on a point-blank chance as he was set up by Brown. McDavid with the first good chance here in overtime as he set up backdoor. He was looking for a Draisaitl early, the two-headed monster early here, and the Oilers on the offensive attacking with a head of steam.
18-7 overtime record for Sergei Bobrovsky. How is that even possible? We've won so many games. Wallman into the traffic. This one goes off the end boards. It's loose right in front of the crease, but Nate Schmidt's there. He cleans up the mess. Rolling puck bounced in off the red line. Sent back into Skinner. He'll brush it to the left side. Barkov finishes his hit. This goes back to Jake Wallman. Again, he was a member of the San Jose Sharks this year, and now he's playing in the Stanley Cup Final with the Edmonton Oilers. And all it took was a first-round pick, and I'm still a little bit heated about that, as this is still for Wallman. A little bit of a Victor Hedman type breakout, slow, as this one's sent the other way now for the Cats. Try to hold it in, but the vulcanized rubber can't do so. Number 88, Nate Schmidt, recollect and go from left to right. Here is a bad turnover right off the gut. This will create a 3-on-2. Put in behind the end boards now, but the Cats are there. It's Bennett. Bennett will keep his head up. As he tried to get this in across the left side red line, he gets canceled off by John Klingberg. Again, the former Dallas star now playing probably the most important hockey of his career as Kulak. Now we'll flip this one in the left side corner. Niko Mikkola. Slow pass. This is flipped out of the air. Somehow it wasn't a break for Edmonton. And Evan Rodriguez sent it toward the net. That one just too far for Brad Marchand. And the Oilers could cancel with speed. Here is McDavid. He tries to go one-handed toward the left side of the crease, and that one will be iced now against the Cats, but Connor McDavid had a chance, and that was awfully close.
A lot of open space at the far side to net for McDavid as he was racing it on the off wing, opposite Gustav Borzen. Top shutdown defenseman against best player in the world. McDavid with a tantalizing speed that can even make the best of the defensemen look like just mere passengers, but a good job by Borzen to shut that one down. McDavid tried to counter with one hand on the stick, so has to outmaneuver.
Draisaitl off the drop now, sets it up from the point. Bouchard will throw it at the front of the net, and Marchand looks behind him, cleans it up. He's been so good in the Panthers uniform. I can't imagine he goes anywhere after when this is all said and done, as this puck goes up and on a play.
So many chances here for the Oilers early. They carried on the momentum from the third period. And when they get that momentum from the third period, they're known to sap any momentum from their opponents. And then the overtime periods onwards. They've done this again and again. The 4 overtime games that they played, it's the 5th such game that they're doing. All of them have been wins previously. The Panthers are trying to end it.
Yeah, and the most impressive thing for me, Alec, is they've matched stride for goals. We knew Florida wasn't going to be anemic in this series, and yet they could go down 2-0. They haven't played poorly, but Edmonton's able to match them stride for stride and with the physicality. That's what's been so impressive. Here's a chance at the net too far for Verhaeghe, and Leon Draisaitl try to throw this one ahead. And toward the right side, Gustav Forsling cancels him out. I feel like I've called his name about 3 times already in this OT. It's only been 4 minutes expired. Sam Reinhart chipped this one. Closed 5-hole for Skinner. Played that a little awkwardly. And now flip it back toward the right side red line for Jake Wallman. Wallman's got a ton of speed, and he's got skill too. Draisaitl now toward the right side dot as Bobrovsky will hold near the left of the crease.
Still, the Oilers are forcing the Panthers all the way back at their defensive end. Edmonton's just throwing anything at the net. Anything, even if it's short side, bad angle shots. They're trying to beat Bobrovsky in any way possible.
Yeah, they can, and that was almost a really good time, honestly, for Draisaitl to shoot it, because he had a little bit of a flyby there with Connor McDavid, just to obscure the vision of Bobrovsky, just in case. That wasn't a bad design. 15:42 should be needed all in this OT. I can't believe I get to say that again in Game 2, but this final score instead of 4-3 will be 5-4. We'll see who'll take it. We're tied at 4 right now, as this one's chipped in off the glass. And good work there for Tkachuk for a moment. He had to play a little curling as he was knocked down to the ice. It'll be a rolling puck, canceled out against Evander Kane, and that was the overtime hero selection for Mr. Alec Nava, as this is gaining across the red line, Stuart Skinner. Now to play it clean near the right side red line and chip this one back down. So we're getting far and away from my first in the 5-minute prediction. Maybe we will get a longer OT, as this will be sent back in now by Nosek. Little fourth line time, as this will be dispossessed out in front of the net there for the Edmonton for a moment, and then flip back down. Gloved in out of the air. As we get Let's Go Oilers chance, Evander Kane and off the lead. We try to find Janmark. That was not a bad pass, but there wasn't an Oiler in sight. That would have been wide open in the middle of the slot. Here's 3-on-2 developing. This would be sticked aside by Skinner. Jesper Boquist slowly put it in behind the inboards. Now, if Florida ends up losing this game and go down 2-0, does Paul Maurice make some changes? Does he move Jesper Boquist up the lineup a little bit? Does he kind of try to diagnose a little bit of that top 6? Or do you take it as 2 hard-fought OT games? Because you could either way. I'm just wondering. As this is sent the other way, Lusterinen, sick move, sets up Lindell, who tried to find it in between his skates, and Brad Marchand. I'll put it in behind the inboards now for John Klingberg. And we'll flip it out of his own zone. It'll be knocked down again for Anton Lindell, batted out of the air like a fly. Matthias Janmark coughs it up, but Arvidsson was there. So it'll back down now for the Oilers. Here is Kulak, ringing around the inboards now. Bounced off the referee. That one's got hurt a little bit, but we'll stay on side as Ekblad makes his pass ahead. Now to the left side, Barkov on his backhand. The power forward's got a lot of skill. This one goes just wide of Skinner. Back in behind the inboards, and now Edmonton can escape near the right side dot. Barkov as Janmark's pass. Get this one ahead. Here's a slapper fought off by Bobrovsky. Big rebound. But Connor McDavid off a 1-on-3 still makes the play. Ekholm sent it toward the net. One of the Oilers lost their stick. That was Perry. As there's some traffic cones in behind the net of Bobrovsky. And now Seth Jones gain the red line and fire it in. Here's a ring around the inboards now. It's still contested. Carter Verhaeghe thought he could have had that for a moment. Hadn't called his name too much. They need him. Picked up now for Connor McDavid. Almost dipsy-doodled past 3 Panthers. And this will be sent the other way off a back pass. It's Evan Bouchard. Throws it right up the gut. He did not gain the red. It'll be a Florida puck in the offensive zone with 12:51.
And even so, with the Oilers icing this time, one of the rare times that they've iced it, Bouchard wanted to look for the breakout pass. The Panthers have a chance to end this one, and that's crucial for them because they need to win this one by any way. They survived way too much in that third period, and it felt like it was just clinging on for dear life in that third. They need to take it here.
Yeah, it really did, Alec. I completely agree with you. It was Kulikov. Now we'll lose this one. Adam Henrique trying to push this to former New Jersey Devil. Now for Nate Schmidt. And off the drop, almost overskated it himself, and then he'll make the pass, but that one's pretty contested. And alongside for Erod. A little bit of help and reinforcements, but it throws it back into the zone. But Bobrovsky has to just chuck this into the left side of the glass. And now Kapanen Haven't called his name too much as he's sent him behind the end boards. Jake Wallman will get stuck on his pinch. 12-10 left to go in the OT, and the shot from the dirty area, as Alec mentioned, from any point, Podkolzin puts it on. Bobrovsky's got a hold.
He is doing a good job holding his zone here in this overtime, Bobrovsky, that is, as he is just stopping everything that is thrown at him. But Colson, Kapanen both out there. You can put Kapanen up and down the lineup. You would not be wrong. Though Kapanen was originally viewed as a depth option. Now he's playing top 6 minutes.
That's what it has to be right now. Who is going to be the hero? Game 2, another overtime. John Eder with you alongside Alec Nava. I'm going to get set to handle this to Alec here in a couple of moments. This is a key D-zone draw for the Cats. That's why they got Barkov in a sense to take it. Ekblad will shadow. We can go ahead and get this one off a direct drop. And that's what it'll do, is this is punched toward the right side of the end boards. Still contested as Evander Kane will throw it around the end around. Barkov. Now for Verhaeghe. He has some trouble with it, but Ekblad able to backhand shovel this one down. Let's Go Oilers chants have not superseded at any point in this game. And this crowd has been on their feet the whole way through. Edmonton has given them a show. That's for sure. Slap shot. And from the point, misses everything. Shotboard now 40-34. And Edmonton once again out in front of that, just like they were in game 1. This will be toward the right side of the dot. Now Verhaeghe in his own end. He actually gets a steal! Sends it out in front! Oh my goodness, what a save by Skinner! As this one goes down, I can't believe it, Alec.
Oh my goodness, I just saw that now. Everybody has seen the light. That is the save of the game. And even though the Oilers ice it, Stuart Skinner, are you serious? Full sprawl pad save on the rebound. My goodness, as he robs Brad Marchand on the glove side. Wow! Holy moly!
He got it on the glove side, and then the rebound tried to get swept through and hit the right of the post and stayed out. I cannot believe we saw that. That was the craziest save I've seen since like World Juniors in the mix of it from several years ago for Canada. As this goes now toward the right side dot. Bounces off a wall, another scramble at the net, and we'll see if that gives the Cats some life. Lindell tried to throw it back out to Brad Marchand, who just got absolutely robbed. Sent the other way now for Luostarinen. Luostarinen now off the tie-up. As this cannot be saved by Marchand, Jones will step up, flip this one back down the ice. Now Marchand gets it from Jones, and off the rush, it's Lindell. This gets canceled off at the net, saved by Skinner. And since we got a stoppage, Alec, it's only fair. I'm going to throw this right to you. You take the next 20 if you need it all.
10:46 to go, and we've been treated to an instant classic of sorts. Even though it's still tied, they're just jamming at each other's throats. Anton Lundell, the last shot, but we can't get enough of that Stuart Skinner save. Oh my goodness.
Stuart Skinner is playing better than any goalie that has really played in the NHL. He's at the top of the list right now. I know it's the Stanley Cup Finals and there's only 2 left, but he's really making a showcase name for himself.
And Brad Marchand couldn't beat the inside of the left post. 6 of Skinner's saves have come here in overtime. As this faceoff is won by the Oilers, grabbed by Matthias Ekholm. Overtime shots are fairly square. 8 for Edmonton, 6 for Florida. Rush up the near side as Arvidsson gets to it, forcing canceled him out. The Panthers get this one down. It'll be Sam Bennett picking this one up. Oilers retrieve in their own zone. Bouchard fighting Ekholm. Matthias Ekholm makes his way up for the belly box doors. Gets this towards the far corner. Whereas the Panthers picking this one up. But they get this possessed. Helped out by Kachuk as this one's sky high. And this cannot be gloved out by either Florida or Edmonton until now. As this Ekholm spin is just one towards the near side. And Forsey will reset. We're approaching the halfway mark of this first overtime session. Evan Rodriguez, who has only 1 goal this postseason, but he can step up when it matters. He's the Florida Swiss Army knife. Down the near side, Corey Perry. On the chase down, it is, I think, Podkolzin, who is in a tight battle with Mikula. McDavid gets a free towards Darnell Nurse. That one high and forced towards the far outboards. Podkolzin tied up down low. Hunting against McDavid. McDavid goes back out for Ekholm. Feeds around the end boards. Corey Perry behind the crease. Cuts back for McDavid, who surveys from the near corner. McDavid gets set up around. We're back at it, back over to Nurse. A hold at that right point. There's a broken stick on the ice. Nurse says what's in the goal. That's up high and wide. Perry gonna pick it up. Markov right behind the goal. Perry in some trouble. And Luke Serena tries to handball this one out. Can't do so. The Panthers will control. Just to get an extra stick onto the ice. 3-on-2 as this is moved inside. Here, right on fires. Can't save an arena. Oh, another big stop by Thor Skinner. That crowd roars here. And Alberta's capital. The Panthers think that they've won. But together, grab the hold of it.
He is on top of his game, Alec. I don't know what else to say. Seth Jones splits 3 Oilers. Here's a good short side chance, a big rebound. Janmark able to help out his goaltender as he gets some stick taps. And on the other side for Nico Mikkola, he was playing without a stick for about 90 seconds as we get the ice scrapages. What more can you say about this game? We've had game 1 I thought was a 10 out of 10. This one's been a 12 out of 10. I don't know what more the rest of the series is going to give to us, but however long this goes, please, everybody, just enjoy it.
Enjoy this moment. Savor it. Inject this onto your veins right now because we are witnessing another classic. It's the 6th instance in which the first 2 games of a Stanley Cup Final have needed overtime. The last time we saw this happen, you have to go all the way back to 2014. The Kings won both of those games in overtime. The first one took 1 overtime. The second one took 2.
Kind of wonder, I didn't notice that McDavid has a little bit of a cut near the lip. I kind of wonder when that actually happened, let alone in this series or wherever else, as he's getting a lot of camera shots. But again, that long ice scrapage probably means, Alec, that we're going to go ahead and see McDavid and company again as soon as this is all done.
Yeah, as soon as it's over, I think so. We do have 1 ice scrapage every overtime period here in the playoffs. Both teams are aware of that. Ice time leaders, once again, are we surprised that McDavid's at the top? 29-24. Bouchard, 28-04.
And it's pretty smart alongside for Chris Knobloch, then that depth all the way through as we're going through on the other side. Seth Jones leads for Florida. But you had those ones where it was just twice of over 25 minutes. So Chris Knobloch now, Alec, I would imagine, has the luxury to just have his superstars empty the gas in the tank.
25-05 for Barkov. He's the highest utilized for the Panthers on the night. But McDavid, who's been everywhere on the ice, it's not surprising that he is the most utilized forward out of all the group. And the Oilers, they know this too well. As Draisaitl was tossed out, Henry will take the draw opposite Rodriguez, and he wins it. Near corners is picked up by Kulak. Oilers, way to go for the win. Leon Draisaitl being the 5th player in NHL history with 3 overtime goals in a single postseason. Matthew Tkachuk did the same 2 years prior, and Corey Perry did the same in 2017. He's now on the Oilers at age 40. Collected up near half boards by Florida, but Ekblad's all tied up. Feeds towards the high slot. This persists here as Rodriguez tries to get up with it. Ekblad almost slides away. Tkachuk trying to get this one up. It's grabbed by Arvidsson, who is slow towards this. Helped out by Kulak. Kulak backpedals away from Tkachuk. Kulak will go back towards Nurse. He'll load up through the middle. On this deflected pass, Bobrovsky up to play this for the wide open Rodriguez. Down the near side of the ice. It is tipped in. No, it wasn't. Icing against Florida.
Yes, it will be as we get those banner shots. Again, Gretzky is in the building. He's part of that pre and post game as he's watching on. Again, you know he can't root for anyone else as it's sent the other way. It'll be another D-zone draw. This time it'll be Anton Lundell gets set to take it for the Cats.
I know Gretzky is, of course, rooting for his guys because that's the team that he once played for. Paul Coffey's on the coaching staff of Chris Knobloch as a defensive specialist. Another time of the draw. Big clapper, and that was a slap pass towards the opposite point. Wheel around from McDavid, who's back out there. He's getting double shifted, maybe even triple shifted. Sent towards Perry, who's tied up by Ekblad. Ekblad brought down alongside Perry. Lundell frees it up. Draisaitl in a relentless pursuit for the puck. It'll be grabbed by the Cats. Down the near side of the boards. Lifted around off of Lundell. It'll be collected by Bouchard. Gets shoved by Lundell. Up the far side will be settled down by Nico Mikkola. Mikkola, 7:25 left in the first overtime. It'll be sent up by Jones through the far side. The Panthers trying to get some space here across the ice for Lundell, who lost it. Down to the near corner, McDavid got a piece of it. Ekholm gets it away from Marchand. Not out for center. Now it is, but still down by the Oilers. Through the far side, skinny around his Draisaitl. Around Mikula. Draisaitl frees up the space. Trent Frederick back around to the right point. Right shores of shot. Mark Klingberg as Bobrovsky makes a stop. Far corner, the Oilers look. Klingberg again. He'll try one. Loose. It'll be collected by Luke Sarita. A good sticking away from Evander Kane so as to keep it inside the zone. And the Panthers get this one down. Oilers think it's icing. Yes, it will be.
I kind of wonder, we're at this point in OT, Mr. Nava. 7:02 left. Should we need it all? The shot board now 44-38. Are these consecutive icings going to be enough to be the undoing for the Florida Panthers? You got to be able to get this shift time, keep it short, win this draw, and keep moving forward.
40 seconds max for the shift time. That's what Herb Brooks did for the Americans in the Miracle on Ice. Just to remember such a point.
And right now, they're stuck with Gadjevich, Nosek, and everyone else on that fourth line. They probably won't have the advantage here with Evander Kane on the draw.
Luke Sarita's been out there for almost a minute, so have Mikula and Jones, so they are trapped here. The fans are trying to put the hex on Sergei Bobrovsky. We'll see if that works. Evander Kane loses this one. It'll be Seth Jones opposite. Down the near side, it'll be grabbed by Jake Wallman. The Panthers can't change now. Now they partially could, as this one bounced up down the far side. Gadjevich gets to it. It'll be played out by Stuart Skinner, who's playing excellent here in this overtime with two of the best saves that he's had. Moved up the middle. It'll be gloved down by the Panthers. Down the near side, Nosek gets this one back. Nosek is tied up by Kane. He's tied up two guys on the Panthers. Amazing. Down for the far corner as it sent in deep. Kulikov got away from Kapanen for 1 second. Kapanen still trying to hold his own. Verhaeghe got away from him. It'll be Evan Rodriguez towards this. Smith Reinhardt, rather, as he takes a bump towards the opposite side of the boards. Kapanen in pursuit. It'll be the Panthers moving up for the far side. An Oiler in the way, and this will be grabbed by Reinhardt. Right behind it, Verhaeghe chasing down his puck. It's tied up by Kulak. Free up towards the far boards, racing in his Kulikov. But there was an Oiler there. Kulak brought this one up, and it's bounced out through center. Grabbed by Florida. They fired around the near side. Skinner will lead this one back for Nurse. No, Nurse leads the way up for the near side. It is pursuing Podkolzin. Podkolzin will fire this down the distance. Off the back boards, it is grabbed by Gustav Borthling. With Connor Brown chasing. Borthling setting this one down. Well, by Kachuk, but he gets all tied up. At center ice, at the logo grabbed by Ekblad. Down the near side. Nothing doing there. Will reach Skinner. Will play behind for Bouchard. Bouchard tangled up. It'll be Connor Brown saying this one behind. And the Oilers jumpstart the rush. Henry finding the open Brown. Brown fires, can save. The rebound picked up by Jesper Boquist. Boquist on this fourth line. He'll shoot this one around. Now, Paul Maurice did say that AJ Greer will get the all-clear signal for game 3. That's a curious decision to think about. And down to the inside will be settled by the Panthers. Down to Nordy Von Stores. And the Oilers will get this one up. Adam Enrique a little too far. It'll be Seth Jones. Will restart. Chased by Connor Brown. He'll get this out for Mikula. Less than 5 minutes to go in the first overtime. See how long this goes. As Mikula gets this one right off the glove hand of Jake Wallman. Skinner playing this one out for Klingberg. It is McDavid out there. You know how dangerous he can be. McDavid with Draisaitl. Get a trailer with Wallman. Wallman spills up. And here's a breakaway. Go ahead and get here. Sam Reinhardt. Missed it all. On the chance here back is Denton Lundell. Lundell trying to center. The Oilers break it up. What a game this has been. Wallman dumps it down. Notice collected by Nate Schmidt. My, oh my, John.
Sam Reinhart, he's got the opportunity of a lifetime, as you mentioned, and alongside the drop, it's too much passing, I think, there for the Oilers. They get caught flat-footed and deep. Sam Reinhart's got about 4 strides ahead. He can do whatever he wants here. He elects on his forehand. He lifts it. He misses everything. He was going for the left of the post. He hit the boards.
The only thing he hit was the back force right by Stuart Skinner. How do you miss on a breakaway right when Jake Wallman took a spill and ran out of gas?
Yeah, I don't want to jump all over you, Alec, but I mean, when you got that many strides, you should have been able to slow down.
Yeah, you have to. You can do whatever you want with that. You don't go full gas ahead if you're catching the Oilers at the end of the shift. 2-on-1 here. Evander Kane. Cross-ice pass was blocked. Could have been for the win there. Less than 4 minutes ago in the first overtime. Sent up for the middle was his Nosek. That takes a bounce off Wallman as he blocked the pass. Edmondson wants to go back, but doesn't go all the way down as an Oiler icing this time. Shots 45-38. Oilers as Forsling is a little exhausted.
Forsling, that's got to be one of the best defensive plays I've ever seen. How do you go to a one-knee shot block, get a piece of it with a stick? That's a stick drag holding a beauty there from Evander Kane. Probably wins the game if not for Forsling's efforts.
That what a shot block from Forsling as Kane tried to curl and drag, but Forsling read that one. He gets that well-earned rest. Nico sent it to Kachuk, who had 3 overtime winners in 2023. Bennett at 13 postseason goals, down low for Kachuk. Can't get that one. Rodriguez has it far corner. Evan Rodriguez forced towards the wall. And Wallman may have got there towards the far half boards. The Oilers play this one back around. Kolak blocked by Kachuk as he is able to hold it. Mikla throws one down low for Rodriguez. Rodriguez will look back from Mikla's direction. A blast here. And Skinner with a save and another one. Towards the near corner as the Oilers get this one down the ice. It will not be icing. Oilers out of gas. They need a change here desperately. Puck bounced up and will reach Skinner. Juggling this one towards the far boards. Looks to rain it down as it goes behind Skinner again. Nurse from the far side, picking this one up, sending it down the ice, and the Oilers, exhausted here, they've iced it again.
My goodness, Evan Rodriguez from the one-timers. Bennett, of course, he's out in front of the net causing chaos. Skinner never saw that puck, and Rodriguez almost skipped the stone like water. He could have scored from a backhand from the other angle because Skinner could never see it.
It sent Bennett on his face.
Yeah, he did. He's always been right there. He's been causing a lot of problems. It's a key ozone draw here now for Barkov.
He's not one to shy away from his villain arc, and he can definitely put on the pressure here. It is the Barkov line again. Opposite the Oilers' vaunted defense and Stuart Skinner, who has been excellent. Off the faceoff control by Reichart. A quick shot towards the goal is blocked. Shift time has been piling up for Evander Kane and Brett Kulak down the ice. And my goodness, another icing for the Oilers. Feels as that's been ramping up in the later stages of the game.
And that one might actually almost bounce off of Nate Schmidt. I think the Oilers got a little bit unfortunate as the refs look like to be consulting to see where the draw is going to go. Paul Maurice is going to be beside himself if it doesn't go an offensive zone draw, but it may not.
Yeah, I don't think so. They may be rethinking themselves because it may have bounced off the shoulder
Oh.
of Schmidt. So, if that's the case, this faceoff's going to be at center ice.
Paul Maurice is furious. That's why I was laughing a little bit on the other side, but you're right. This one bounces off the ref. It bounces. There was pinballing everywhere. So now Paul Maurice has to make sure that they get the troops organized. You don't want to have any other breaks. And look, if you're Chris Knobloch and company, this will stay in the ozone draw. If you're Chris Knobloch and company, you got lucky. I'll say that point blank with Sam Reinhart. You can't afford to get that again. And as I say it was in the offensive zone, now we'll go back to the headsets.
Now they're reviewing it to see if this is icy or not. I think it's going to be one of those plays that is decided by mere margins or inches, or not even inches, millimeters.
If you want to even just split the difference, just throw it in the neutral zone. I know Paul Maurice isn't going to like me saying that. And I'm not even sure what that white piece of paper is for. But Chris Knobloch now going over there and directing his troops for what he wants to do. Honestly, they have some writing on the back of the score sheet.
Yeah, I feel so, as Chris Rooney is showing Chris Knobloch. I noticed for a previous game, it's good to see Chris Rooney working NHL games again.
Yes, it is. And again, it's a privilege to be able to cover these in the Stanley Cup Finals. It tells you how good of a referee that he is. None of this stuff is easy to do. So, Alec, I'll say it for a third time, officially now, ozone draw.
Oh, well. So they deemed it to not bounce off Nate Schmidt and just squeeze right by. You may have to look at a frame-by-frame view. Oilers win the D-zone draw. It is Nurse rolling up the near side. The Oilers have been in this situation before. Can he pull up a fifth overtime win in the playoffs? For the far side held in, down deep at the boards. Walking along now, it is, I think, Verhage. Down the near side. On the chase, it is Schmidt, who out-hustles Kulak to negate the icing. No, they're going to say that Kulak was ahead on the photo finish.
Yeah, and again, that's why we get some more of those camera shots of Mr. Paul Maurice. So he's going to start to lose his voice here. Again, as you mentioned, key ozone draw for Edmonton, 2:22 left to go in this OT, and we might need all of it. But again, at this point, it was Tomas Nosek game over the flip over the glass. See what happens.
If you're Paul Maurice, how much bottles of water are you going to need for if you're starting to lose your voice? Up the face up. It is the Oilers with the win. Bouchard rips it, and that's why still on the field of play. Perry backhands one towards Draisaitl. McDavid's also out there. Taken out by Kulak. Perry rushes in to keep it behind the net. Right at Gretzky's office. Puck up screen towards the Panthers. As they're moving up with 2 minutes to go here in the first overtime. Force wide towards Reinhart. Reinhart sells this one around to the far corner. Back it up as Barkov gets tangled up. Verhaeghe chasing after it. A howitzer was fanned on by Kachuk. Could have been the game. Draisaitl across the ice. This takes a bounce. And McDavid out of his shift. Keeping this one inside. Overtime chances 7-2 Cats. Behind the net, Draisaitl. Bringing it up for Kulak. Red Kulak for Draisaitl. Draisaitl wants to look. He goes back for Kulak. Kachuk's on him. Kulak. Wanted to backhand it. He does so to himself. Feeds it over right in front. Takes a bounce off the stanchion. As the Panthers pull this one up. After Kachuk chasing after gets hounded by 2 Oilers. 1:15 to go here in the frame. This takes a bounce off the boards. But the near side and the Oilers clear out of the defensive zone. Get by Aaron Ekblad. Picked up by Gustav Forsing. Back deep for Stuart Skinner. Wallen back deep a bit. We're now in the final minute of the first overtime. Just like we were last game. And now a whistle.
I'm looking at Kachuk right now as he was getting a glove down on the previous play. And as you mentioned, the 1T, this one bounces in off the boards. It's a rolling puck, and he just couldn't get a hold of a rolling puck trying to shoot a slap shot. That was a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And sometimes you just swing and miss on those shots. And even if he's a superstar, he's not alone.
Nope, it happens to everybody there. It was a tough play. Now we'll get a center ice draw.
Because of the late offside. The third line's out there for the Cats. Opposite the Ekholm pairing and the third line of the Oilers. 55 left in the first overtime. This will be played out by Skinner. Towards Ekholm. Matthias Ekholm towards the near side. Bounced off Jones. Over to Collectus at the near half boards. Restarting is Ekholm as he'll send it in deep. Very easy. Icing as nobody was open.
Yeah, it's starting to happen a little bit too much. Kind of wonder if the gasoline is going to start to empty in the tank as this overtime bleeds into multiple maybe, and you don't want to be the team that makes the one mistake. You got away from the Reinhart play. We'll see what happens with the rest of it.
We haven't had a double overtime game in the finals since 2020. Frankly, Corey Perry was the last player to be involved in it as he scored the double overtime winner for the Dallas Stars. Frankly, it was the last goal for the Stars in that season in 2020 when they were coached by Rick Bowness. 30 seconds left as Ekholm is hounded by Barkov. Opposite side is Reinhart picking it up on his off wing. Reinhart spins around RNH. Sends one towards Barkov. No deflection in there. Held inside. Where's Jones? Jones sends one on goal. And it's stopped by Skinner. Capping and tied up. As it's all down. Here comes a partial 2-1. Last chance here of this first overtime. With 5 seconds. Way along the far boards. Looking to go for a trailer option. And it's first. Backhander. Stopped by Bobrovsky. And we'll get double overtime.
And then right after that, he has to get some airtime, and Darnell Nurse as he gets destroyed by Seth Jones as we go to double OT. Again, we keep saying that this game has everything, and yet they've decided to add a fifth period on top of the plate. Again, first Stanley Cup final game to go to double OT since Dallas and Tampa Bay, as you mentioned, with Corey Perry. Again, it's no surprise with Corey Perry being in all this because he just seems to play in the Stanley Cup finals every year.
Yeah, the one thing that he needs to do is win that. He won that Stanley Cup final. But this is the best shot that he's had since 2007. 2020, they kind of got out of hand for Dallas, and Tampa Bay was on a mission that year. They want to get the supreme redemption that they were seeking because of 2019, all the narratives. 2020, redemption, finally there. 2021, you can say Montreal, basically no chance. 2022, Tampa's going for a repeat. Colorado was on a mission that year. Last year, it seemed like it series. Florida controlled it early. Edmonton controlled the next three. Then Game 7 was the most normal game. And so far, we're seeing the most normal games that we have seen in a dogfight of all sorts.
Yeah, and again, that is a testament to you mentioned how much Edmonton tweaked a little bit. You know, you have McDavid and Draisaitl get expanded roles. You get a second year of experience there for Chris Knoblauch. I think that all matters in terms of a second go-around against Paul Maurice. This Florida Panthers team is better too, but this kind of feels like a 4D chess type of game. I don't know who's going to get the advantage, but I wonder, honestly, I'm talking out in the open, does a double OT loss hurt more in a one-goal game rather than just a singular one-goal game loss? Because you have to wonder, Game 3 is not going to get played until Monday. And if the Oilers go up 2-0, all of a sudden then the Cats have to think about their 4-3 road record, knowing that they probably need to win both games if they're going to have a chance.
Yeah, you think that way too, because so far the energy has been exhausted by all 18 skaters on both teams. They're each putting all their efforts into this game. They dedicate all their energy to playing the game of their lives. And so far they delivered a masterclass all around. And so you want to wonder if fatigue is going to become a factor. I think it may be starting to creep up there.
It might be. Alec, admittedly, I'm just going to take a break for a little bit, get some water. You probably step aside too. We can pause the recording and all that again. Make sure you use the facilities and get yourself squared away because you might be here for a while.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get some water too.
Okay, we'll see you in a minute. All right, guys, we'll be right back. We're not going to miss anything. We're just going to get some water and get everything squared away. We got double OT in the gate.
Got the water back. All right, so as to give you the rundown, after 4 periods, it's still 4-4. This game has been something else. Goal scoring remains the same. The last goal from Corey Perry, with 18 seconds left. The latest goal, the latest game-tying goal in the history of the Stanley Cup Final. So there's a new record set, Jake Bowman. The secondary assist has been credited to Connor McDavid and not Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. So they're going to credit to McDavid. So the shots after the first overtime, 45-39 Oilers. Hits are 56-38 Panthers. Face-offs, 42-39 Panthers has been all even up. We have not had a penalty since the second period of this game. Power plays, the Panthers are 1 for 4, the Oilers 1 for 6. And they gave up a shorty in that process too. In terms of penalty minutes, 16-12 Panthers. Block shots, 21-13 Oilers. Takeaways, 12-5 Panthers. Giveaways are 22-16 Oilers. The one stat I do not want to lead at. But so far, it's been an outstanding game. Corey Perry was involved in the last finals game to go to double overtime. Game 5 between the Lightning and the Stars. He was the one scoring the winner. Perry has been also involved in another classic double overtime game, the comeback on Catella, in which the Anaheim Ducks trailed 3-0 against the Oilers with 3 minutes to go in regulation. They won 4-3 in double overtime. He got a centering feed and scored the winner. The last double overtime game of this postseason, you have to go back to the opening round of playoffs, the very last game, when the Winnipeg Jets trailed the St. Louis Blues 3-1 with 2 minutes to go in the game. They won the game 4-3 in double overtime. In the third longest Game 7 in NHL history, it was the Manitoba Miracle. just to give you some resets up and around some MLB score lines in the meantime. There's one game that's suspended, the Diamondbacks and Reds. That game is postponed. We'll resume at 2:10 on June. It will resume at 2:10 Eastern. That game was suspended. They continue onwards from there. And Stuart Skinner being incredible, key save after key save. The Diamondbacks and Reds being a suspended game. So this game will resume later today, 2:10 in the afternoon. It's technically June 7th for those living in the East Coast. The Pittsburgh Pirates win the Battle of Pennsylvania 5-4. The Tampa Bay Rays 4-3 on the Miami Marlins. The Washington Nationals beat the Texas Rangers 2-0. The New York Yankees 9-6 over the Boston Red Sox. The Detroit Tigers 3-1 over the Chicago Cubs. The Houston Astros 4-2 over the Cleveland Guardians. And the Chicago White Sox 7-2 over the Kansas City Royals. The San Diego Padres blanked the Milwaukee Brewers 2-0. Toronto Blue Jays 6-4 over the Minnesota Twins. The St. Louis Cardinals 5-0 over the LA Dodgers. The New York Mets take care of business with the Colorado Rockies 4-2. And the Los Angeles Angels win it 5-4 over the Seattle Mariners. Currently, the Sacramento A's, or the Athletics, formerly called, it's called formally, but they play Sacramento 5. They lead 5-4 over the Baltimore Orioles. In the 6th inning, get the base loaded 2 outs. San Francisco Giants, they lead 4-2 over the Atlanta Braves at the end of the 6th inning. So that's the recent score lines over the MLB side. And everyone's having their attention tuned to this game and what has been a classic of all sorts. No matter where it is, they've been everywhere on the ice. It's a minute. 14 years apart. Brad Marchand scores a shorthanded goal in the Stanley Cup Final. That was June 6, 2011. Today, Marchand scores a shorthanded goal in the Stanley Cup Final. Probably different emotions for Luongo, as played by Bleacher Report Open Ice. Luongo was the one who gave up that goal. Now Luongo is a member of the Panthers front office, and he has the Stanley Cup executive. Oh man, this game, as we get the game to reset and the MLB score lines, this game has provided everything, and we're not sure when it's going to end.
No, and again, Alec, it's the second time I have to say thank you for backing me up because I wanted to make sure I got set up and grabbed some more water because we're preparing for a double OT. Again, you can reserve the right if you want to change your heroes. I think we're going to stay with the same ones. Honestly, I think the biggest hero at this point, and it's maybe interesting to say in a 4-4 game, I got to say it again, I think it's Stuart Skinner.
Yeah, Stuart Skinner has been the biggest hero of this game. He made 2 of the biggest saves of the match, and one of them has been on an outstanding chance for Brad Marchand and the third line for the Panthers. Sam Reinhart had a chance to win it, but his miss keeps this game going. That's one that Reinhart would have loved to have.
Yeah, I can't for the life of me think, and I know it's hard because you guys are able to skate at full speed, able to shoot and everything else. If you're a hockey player, I think that leaves you more along the lines to be skilled in every other sport. A lot of hockey players make good golfers. But when you got about a 4.5 stride lead for Reinhart, I don't care if Stuart Skinner makes the save. You got to at least hit the net.
You gotta. In the meantime, as we go deep into the night, there is once again that conga line outside of the ice district in the Moss Pit.
Well, I hope that some of the fans, and I'll say this as nice as I can, have mixed in some water with their beverages because I imagine they're going to be partying well into the night, and I'm sure that started way even before puck drop.
They love that conga line so much.
This has been, as you said, one heck of a game. Odds to score overtime winner. That's what I found interesting. Again, I mentioned this to Alec a little bit. Is Matthew Tkachuk due? I threw that out there because Sam Reinhart plus 1,200. Colby Armstrong, that's kind of funny. He just says, we should just go to a shootout. Seriously.
Yeah, no, the playoffs don't work like that.
I can't believe a former player would even say that. And again,
Yeah,
I do respect him, but I don't think that's the right call. You can't say that.
yeah, no, if it's the playoffs, you don't go to a shootout. And if it's free overtimes, well, Wayne Gretzky lace it up. Come on now. We would love to see a great one, but at this point, it's for charity hockey that he's skating around. But I know he's a great one, but come on now.
Let's be honest. For those fans that are wishing for this stuff to end quicker from the games that we saw, Alec, if they're wishing for it to end quicker, they're not hockey fans at all.
Yeah, we wonder. And J.J. Watt just tweeted out, nothing beats the Stanley Cup playoffs.
He gets
Even
it.
the former defensive lineman for the Houston Texans, he has a love for ice hockey.
He
He's
gets
in Wisconsin, a hockey state. He knows this game so well.
absolutely, Alec, was to say he gets it because those are the type of tweets. That's the only thing we're going to be seeing right now. If we get to a triple overtime, I'll make sure that I mention how to get that we're on the air. Sometimes that puts more people in and floods it, and hopefully it doesn't make anything lag on the YouTube side for those that bounce in and out. Because I know Steve Dangle's streaming, and we got to be fighting between everybody else for viewership. But as I said, Alec, I'm just glad to be working alongside you. Privileged for these two games to be as good as they are. Again, as I said, I imagine, and I'll ask Cooper on Monday if he wants to join in, but if the series is heading the way that it could be heading, I think you and I are going to be on the island together as far as this one is done. And I'll have to say the nice things about the Edmonton Oilers that I'm expecting to, because you know what? They've earned their spot that they're at right now. They have a chance to go up 2-0. And for, I wouldn't say the entirety, because the second period has been all Cats in both games in this series, but in all honesty, the Edmonton Oilers have been the better team.
And that's especially true in the third period and overtime of both games. If we see them come out the way they did in the overtime here in the second overtime, we could be seeing a 2-0 series lead, which speaks to the importance of how the Panthers need to win this. They've had two great chances. The Oilers, they did get some looks, but the Panthers had the better chances in that overtime period. Marchand and Reinhart, the best ones. But the misses have been plaguing them. We spoke about how the Panthers can finish their chances. And here, even though the Panthers, they are better finishing than most other teams, it seems the finishing issues through the regular season came up at the worst possible time, which the Panthers hope that they can reverse course in the second OT.
Because make no mistake about it, from what we're kind of throwing to you here, is we're going to get set to start the second OT. Alex is going to take this first half. But what we're really essentially telling you is this series could be at a tipping point. I know it's hyperbolic to some of you to say into game two, but if the Cats even up this series and go to Sunrise, they're going to feel very good about where they are in this series. Make no mistake about it.
And they will. If they win this one, they got to be feeling good about themselves. You know about intangibles and the bucks types of narratives. But nonetheless, if the Panthers do get this win, they're going to be feeling good heading to Sunrise.
So Vander Kane, another one of those call-outs there, Alec, and he's your OT winner. He's taken some big hits. He's delivered some big hits. He's carrying the privilege to have the microphone today. I love his all-around game. It's almost like Nazem Kadri in the mix of the way that he plays, and those are the type of players I think that draw to me the most.
Yeah, those are the players that anyone would love to have on a Stanley Cup contending team. Kane showing himself as a playoff warrior. The Oilers know this, and they are knowing that they can get the most out of him on this top six. And he's leading the way back onto the ice with the rest of the group. 8 hits tonight. So that gives them a combined total of 17 in the first 2 games.
17 hits, got a goal again. He's got 22 minutes of ice time and 33 seconds. And again, just a shout out for both of us. I'm looking on the YouTube side. Alec, we're almost at the 4-hour mark in our stream. Let's keep it going.
So we're at that point now, and we'll see how long this goes on about here between the Oilers and the Panthers. Started 2 overtimes. The Oilers going from left to right in the royal blue, Panthers from right to left. And here we go. The second overtime is underway. I'm Alec Nava, joined here by John Mott. Up at the near side, Corey Perry, who scored the game-winning goal in Game 5 between Tampa and Dallas. For the Dallas Stars, this puck hits a linesman onto the late offside. The last double overtime game, as this is icing, the last double overtime game of this postseason was the Manitoba Miracle.
So my question for you now, and again, we got a long way until that happens. If this game goes into 4 OTs, do I just give Cooper Hopkins a call on his cell phone and have us relieve us in the bullpen?
Perhaps that could be the case.
We'll have to see what happens if we can hold up. Thank goodness we have both of us in here for this main event. This has been phenomenal. And you get an ozone draw here for the Oilers.
Even the lights operators are playing towards the net. So shoot the puck over there.
A straight line.
They're hungry for a win, and they want it badly. Here's Ryer up the far half boards. Towards the far corner, chopped at by Ekholm, going opposite side, collected by Forsing at the left point. Around for Barkov, out to reach up for Hagee. Far half boards as the Oilers move it up through the middle. Here's a partial 2-on-2 as it's Draisaitl, staked away by Forsling. And several car crashes all around through the ice, including at the near corner. Up out, as it's Perry settling this one down. Kulak backpedaling as he takes several strides. Both teams make their first changes. RNH on the ice here for the first time in this second OT. Up the middle as it takes a bounce. Florida needs to move back. They need this game badly. Losterinen tried to set it in front, but can't. And this is a howitzer that came just outside the zone for Nico Mikko. And that went in. The goal is not going to count. It's outside.
Man, oh man, you got Gustav Forsling on the other end. That's having a showcase of his career and what he does on one side of the ice. Able to cut off this time Leon Draisaitl. Easy little stick blade move, but I'm telling you, it's not doing that at full speed against these two superstars. What a game for number 42.
He is showcasing himself as having an argument for top 3, we could say top 2 shutdown defensemen in the NHL. Best contract in the NHL by far and away, not even close. Klingberg to Wallman as the Oilers want to exit the zone, but the Panthers hold it. Seth Jones intercepted as the Oilers get this one out. The Panthers settle down at the puck play with a high stick.
So now Alec is going to be a little bit ahead of me on this side. So that's cool as far as the commercials. I won't flip ahead as far as Sportsnet because I went way ahead. But 18:32 in this double OT, it is 45-40 on the shot board here for Edmonton. They've been the better team, as Alec had mentioned, from the third and OT on. It's been a second period dominated by the Cats. But as you mentioned, it's got to be an absolutely critical goal. Cats need it.
Klingberg moves up for the near side as both teams chase after the puck. Arvidsson and Kulikov a little slow to it. That's what happens when the exhaustion wears up. They played overtime in the first game. Kulikov doesn't have a stick. It's broken. Arvidsson on the hole through the far half boards. Back over to Wallman. Klingberg. This could be checked for an offside. The Oilers score. Connor Brown lost it to Sam Bennett. So wipe that off as it's outside to the neutral zone. Florida fires around with Rodriguez. Collected by Bennett. Klingberg knocked this one away. Klingberg shoved as it's collected to the near side. Forsling threw one towards the net. It was once blocked. And up to the near side, the Oilers gas. Here's Klingberg. Skates inside. Gets canceled out. How long are we going to go here? Not long enough, apparently. Falling down is Frederick as it's collected by Nosek. Nosek right behind the goal. Nosek pinned towards the corner by Kulak. As they're all fighting for this puck. RNH and Evander Kane combined for the takeaway. Kane trying to weave his way through up to the near side. Too many Cougars. That's a return for Panthers as the arm is up.
That's a good call by you. You're on your A+ game tonight, Alec, per usual. As we're going to start to see, I believe, at this point in the double OT. I know we just started it. We're going to see more rims around the inboards. We're going to see the patient play. We're going to try to see guys that don't get caught flat-footed because one mistake is all it's going to take. This might be the period where you and I have to kind of sit down, look at, measure things, and know that this could be a long, long game.
It could be, but for how long is the question? Held inside, down onto Skinner. No deflection, and it's held. That's where Hagee tried to deflect it.
Got to make those plays right now. They're the smart one there. And I think the main thing for me is get those face-offs, get them clean. I wouldn't even hesitate, Alec. If I get a clean one back to draw the defenseman, I'm throwing that right on net, and I'm trying to get in the net front presence quickly.
We wonder if Barry or Verhaeghe could have another overtime playoff goalkeeper resume. They each have 5, as it's tied for the third most in NHL Stanley Cup playoff history. It is Reinhart and Draisaitl for the face-off. And this is a tie-up won by Reinhart. Towards the right point, Verhaeghe swung this one down low for Barkov. Tied up by Bouchard at that far corner. Bouchard wants to get it out. Fed up front. Attempted breakout. The Panther that was there was Nico Mikla. And restarting, it is Florida. SF Jones was pounded down. Barkov spun this one around for the near boards. Echo picks it up. He's played a lot of grind time here for the Oilers. This is his third game back. He scored the tying goal in game 1. A little over 5 minutes into the third period. Up the far side. And is hounded down by Bouchard. He is offside. Forcing to pick it up onto the lane offside. Los Serena sends it up near side for Lundell. Has some speed here. But how much this was in the tank for all 18 skaters on both sides? Take it away. Big save by Skinner. The rebound comes out to the far corner. As it comes down for Nurse. Bounced up and around. And what the Panthers takes down McDavid. He gets back up. That was Brad Marchand, who won a couple of the Bruins in 2011. Nurse gets this back over to Kulak, who was on the Montreal team in 2021. It's on the Oilers team last year. Kulak weaves his way inside. Moving down low, it is Podkolzin, who looks back towards the point and finds Nurse. Nurse a long shot kicked out by Bobrovsky. And Aaron Ekblad is stung from that shot block all the way back out. It is Victor Arvidsson weaving his way through. Arvidsson drop pass, quick shot. Oh my goodness! A tremendous hit at the slot, and Ekblad and Forsling are both hurt.
Oh man, Ekblad already tied up. He had his stick up in there. He needs off the ice. Hopefully not a dislocation or anything else. And we get a giant hit. I'm going to see this now, as Alec mentioned. Car crashed right in the center of the ice. But Sally Podkolzin, he got a piece of it too. These bodies are already very wounded. Looks like the instep of the knee for Ekblad, and he was stumbling into the door. That was a really hurtful sight. Marchand gets robbed again.
Oh, how many times is Marchand going to get robbed here after he had that breakaway goal? The Panthers ice it, but because there are new guys on the ice, it might not matter that much. Yeah. But the concern now is Ekblad, who is laboring hard.
Yeah, he is in some severe pain, and if I have to put a number on it, it's definitely about a 12 at this point right now, as we're getting some camera shots in his face. And on the inside of the knee, the arm, I don't care how much ice you put on that. The only thing that's going to make that feel better is a win.
Yeah, it's gonna. And we're not sure if he's going to come back in time for Game 3, because that injury could be of concern. If he is out, Uvis Bolinski will slot in. Behind the net, Perry trying to chase down the puck. It is now grabbed by Verhaeghe. Back all the way into the neutral zone as the Oilers will reset. Perry can't get by Verhaeghe. It'll be Kulikov on the reset. Almost 5 minutes gone here in the second overtime. Kulikov slowing it down. Kulikov towards the near side. Sent this one down the ice. It was deflected, so no icing. Skinner places one away. Bouchard moved it up for Perry. Down the near side the ice as the Oilers will enter in with McDavid and Draisaitl. They'll say that Draisaitl was slightly outside.
Get another stoppage here at 15:04. Almost 5 minutes expired in the double. You guys hold all tickets. Let us know who you think is going to end up taking this one, because we're getting at that point where you're going to need heroes. And most overtime goals in a single postseason. It's kind of interesting. You talk about Draisaitl not being able to get anything last year. He's already got 3 in 2025, and he's as good as any to pick.
Draisaitl, Kachuk, and Perry are all playing in the Stanley Cup Final day, are tied for the most overtime goals in a single postseason. Here two are the Rocket, Maurice Richard, and sudden death Mel Hill. That was in the original 6 era. That good chance. That was turned away by Edmonton as Arvidsson gets his own pass. Arvidsson is in. He waits to the far half-boards. Arvidsson will wheel this one around. Now Lewis Brown saves this one around for Klingberg. Klingberg waits. Will defer to Wallman. Jake Wallman sends one around for the end boards. Brown can't get his stick onto the puck, and Klingberg and Wallman will go back on the fence. Too far to pass, and it'll be handled by the Oilers as they go back deep. Bobrovsky played this one out for Schmidt. overtime game before. It was the 4 overtime marathon, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final 2 years ago. Ironically, it was supposed to end in the first overtime, but there was goaltender interference called. There wasn't much of goaltender interference. On the far side, the Oilers get this around. Rudy Emborz is collected up by Lundell, hounded by Vander Kane, who's been a menace all over the ice. Kane trying to take the puck away. Sticked around Rudy Emborz. RNA chasing this one down. Grabbed by Marchand. Close to Reed. Slowing the action down. Scared away and loose to Reed. Brought down. No warm up in the air. Kulak will sweep this to the far half boards. Held in by the Panthers. A jump from loose to Reed as Ekblad tried to keep this inside. Puck is down. Ekblad is fighting for the pain, and he is a warrior. A tough customer as he can come. But man, I would not have played for the injury that he's playing for right now, John.
I don't think they have a choice right now. Honestly, war of attrition, Alec. There's not a lot of time on ice to be out there, and they got to keep people fresh.
They have to maximize the shifts of everyone. Ekblad, who is chased by Janmark, up the near boards. It'll be loose to Reed slowing it down. Centering feed offside as there was a Panther waiting for ahead. That's Gadjevich.
Yeah, it was. And again, you mentioned just previously alongside for Kachuk a couple of years ago in that 4 OT game. I know you want to say don't remind me for both reasons. I called that game solo, and my voice sounded like rocks at the end of it. So thankfully I get to work with you today, so it makes it a lot easier to keep us fresh.
Oh, man. That 4 overtime game was pain maximized a ton. Time on ice leader Connor McDavid with 34-15 of ice time. And it's no surprise. Double OT shots, 3-0 Panthers as they put the pressure early on Big Stu. Up the far corner as this is held inside by Sam Bennett. Broken stick on the ice. And it's going to be a break here. 2-1 on the Oilers. Taking it in front. A big stop by Sergei Bobrovsky on the 2-1. Denying Kasperi Kapanen.
I'm sorry. He made that look way too easy. Officer Bob, we are not worthy. As Kasperi Kapanen, he couldn't be any more open. And he just denies it right in the front. Let's see how it happened. So Seth Jones gets his stick broken as this puck goes the other way, and he's stuck caught flat-footed on the backhand. And that was awesome stuff from Bob.
Yeah, the first great chance for the Oilers of the second OT, and Kapanen has been a warrior all over the ice, being a factor on both ends of the floor. The waiver claim from St. Louis, he's not the only waiver claim here, the other being Gustav Forsling, as Bouchard held his own off the faceoff, but the Panthers quickly get to it. Barkov, with the Caps trying to end this here in double OT, fired around onto the near corner. Bouchard sticks his one away, southway onto Wallman. Up the far half boards is held inside by Reinhart. McDavid and Draisaitl both out there, kicked out as is soccered along where Ekblad's out there, fighting through all sorts of pain right now. Rink-wide pass doesn't even work. And the Oilers get this one all the way out. Oilers trying to put the X on Officer Bob as they'll get another chance here. Bouchard will look up front for Perry. Perry, he is all tied up. He'll find Draisaitl at the end of his shift. Over here from more big blast. That's blocked. Bouchard will have to go back on defense. Grab Marchand a break. He can end it here. Good stick left. And they score! Brad Marchand sneaks it by Skinner. This series is even at 1.
I have goosebumps, Alec. Unbelievable. Brad Marchand and the Cats come through, and they go back home on Monday with a series tie. What a wonderful game. This is the best game I've ever seen.
Oh my goodness. This is the best game ever played of the Stanley Cup playoffs, even the Stanley Cup final. What a game. 2 breakaways for Marchand, and it sneaks through Skinner on both times. Marchand, as he blocks the shot, or might have went wide as he gets ahead, a full head of steam. Draisaitl was late, and Marchand reads it. His second overtime winner of this postseason. Draisaitl tried to chop it away from him, but it just sneaks by Skinner by just a smidge.
And I'm so glad it ended that way, Alec, not just for the Cats, but last time I was able to call an OT winner. This time you get a double OT winner. It's been fair for both of us. I've had so much fun being able to call all this with you. And Brad Marchand, I love his reaction. Hey, no problem, guys. That's why you signed me.
He's going to be a free agent at the end of this year, but he'd love to stay here in Florida for however long he has left in his career.
I would say his ticket's already booked, Alec. I don't see him going anywhere else. And I think that bridge between Boston has been burned. And honestly, he should stay in South Florida. They could use somebody like him.
Oh, for sure. He's been a perfect fit on the third line.
Alec, I want to say this. I know we'll close because it's been a long game, and I appreciate everything that you've done. I was going to mention this. If the Oilers took a 2-0 series lead, now we can't say it, but I do want you to entertain me for a second. If the Oilers took a 2-0 series lead, did you think that this series was done?
No, I don't think so either. The only way I see the series being done if the Oilers took a 2-0 series lead is if they take a 3-0 series lead. That was the only way that I saw this. But I expected this type of response from the Panthers, and we got treated to cinema. Give us 7 games of this.
I know I've laughed a lot throughout this broadcast, but I can't help it, whether or not it's a nervous twitch or not. I said it during the call with you. This is the best game we've ever covered, and we've done together. And I cannot believe this game took game one, which was already epic, and just tripled down on it, essentially. I don't even care what we get in game three. We're probably due for a dud at some point, but even if it does happen, which I don't think it will, I won't care, because these are the two best games I think you could ever have in an opening to a Stanley Cup Finals.
Or not, John. You said it best.
Hey, my friend, you get some rest. I'm going to do the same thing for Saturday. I'll join you in on Monday. I might also jump in on Sunday for a little bit.
All right, then. See you.
We'll see you.
Even if you're already a customer, is that even real? That's not just for me. And they give you a free phone on any plan. Who's doing that?
Guys, what do you even say to that game? Look, I understand if you're an Oilers fan, you don't feel very good as far as what happened in the game specifically for losing, but it's a 1-1 series tie. I think if you look at it from the perspective of both teams, you probably expected the series to be tied, a game apiece after two. But to get an OT winner for Edmonton and then a double OT winner for Brad Marchand, what more could you even ask for in the first two games of this series? It doesn't get any better than that. I'm going to have the written game story after all of this, admittedly, but I might actually have to text Cooper Hopkins and see what's going on with him if he got his thoughts. Hopefully he's not working. So I'm going to sign off for today. I might join in on Sunday with Alec Nava, but if not, we will be back for Game 3 on Monday night. If I don't see you guys, have a great weekend. Take care, okay? Peace.